And we are live. What is up? We are going for the next 8 hours, and I can't wait to introduce our next special guest. You don't know I do this yet, do you? And now, our new special guest hanging out with us live in the lounge is Melissa Gallup. Woo! Oh my gosh, awesome.
This is so funny.
So Missy, so first of all, we should say everyone calls you Missy. Now, does everyone call you Missy, or is it just us in the crew that called you Missy?
Clients just call me Melissa now at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, everybody cast crew, they were always calling me Missy.
Yeah. What about like your family?
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff?
that's for sure.
That's
yeah,
Missy
since
too.
The beginning.
I love it. Absolutely so cool. So much to talk about. Oh my gosh, you were so helpful to this project. It's amazing everything. I just can't. Gosh, where do I even start? So, I would actually like to hear kind of your take, like how you got started. I know Lindsay kind of brought you in.
Yeah.
You were one of Lindsay's students, and then you were brought on board. And there's so much to talk about. But I'm curious. So Lindsay knew you before I did, and what was that like? Like, do you remember the first time you heard about Aladdin 3477? Like, what were your thoughts back then when you first heard about it? How did that go down?
So it actually was way before I even took Lindsay's class that I heard about you and Aladdin.
Okay.
So you guys remember like Rob Warnick on set?
Yeah, of course.
So his sister was my art teacher back in elementary
Get
school.
out of town, Courtney.
So
Yes.
it goes really far back.
What?
So Courtney was the one who actually introduced me to you, saying like, "Hey, I know you love Star Wars, and I know you love art." She goes, "You would love Matt Bush. You should follow him." And I was like, "Okay, I'll do that." And it wasn't until like high school that I had like in the early college program.
Yeah.
We had to do this internship, and they're like, "Try to seek out someone." And I was really thinking I was going to go into film. And I thought I'd reach out to you and see if I could help out with Aladdin because it was pretty new. I graduated in like 2015. So you guys were probably in the beginning of it at least.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, I'll reach out. And I was at Macomb anyway, taking classes. So I stopped into your class and I asked you, I'm like, "Hey, like I would love to do an internship with you." And you were really cool about saying no. It was like,
I don't know that
It was
have we
so
talked
early.
about this before?
I don't think we have. It's so funny because I remember like you were like, "Yeah, no, it's awesome. I love the excitement." And you're like, "But it's just like you're kind of young right now," and you're like, "But maybe like try again in a few years."
Yeah.
So I think
Well, you must have. And how old were you at that point?
At that point, I was 18. I
Okay.
think. So it only took me a year. It only took 1 more year.
Yeah, and you got another.
So I did. I was trying to take your class, and I couldn't get in. So then I'm like, okay, I'll take Lindsay's class, and then I'll see if I can try to like show that I can be a good part of the team, kind of thing. And
And I remember that Lindsay was kind of like, "I've got this student, and she is a go-getter. She's going to be great. And sometimes it's dangerous with students. We want to."
For sure.
Well, because then once you bring someone in, what if they don't work out? And then it's like, we like stop inviting them to come around or whatever. And Lindsay didn't suggest many people, but she was like, "I'm telling you, this Missy is going to work out really good." And I was like, "All right, well, we need help for sure." So it's really interesting because it's very similar. We were actually talking with Dave Todd earlier, and he kind of has a similar story where he kind of came in, he wanted to help, but it's difficult because whenever you get someone new, they kind of come in from the outside, and a lot of times they want to offer suggestions, and it's helpful, but they want to help almost more than like you've got everyone else on set that's kind of been there the whole time, or they've made a bunch of films, and there's kind of like a hierarchy. And so the best thing you can do, we were giving this advice earlier to people that are kind of jumping on board and want to get into this kind of thing. But there's kind of a hierarchy where you kind of need to just wait until you're given an opportunity, do your best job, and then you have to wait, and then you might offer a suggestion, they don't listen or whatever. Okay, have thick skin. It doesn't mean they don't like you. It just your idea maybe, didn't mesh. But similar to Dave, you were one of those people where it was really funny, where a lot of times there would be 7 people behind the scenes standing, waiting for something to do. It's called hurry up and wait, where everyone's just kind of standing there. And a lot of times I would say something like, oh, can someone, my storyboards, can someone grab those? And you would have, if there was 8 people, 7 of them would go, storyboards. Oh yeah, I know what a storyboard, I think it's the clipboard thing that Matt carries. Meanwhile, as soon as I said, can someone get my, and in slow motion, story, before I could finish saying it, you were already, and you had like, and then by the time everyone else was like, oh yeah, I think that might be in Matt's office. And as soon as they turned, here were you, and you had it ready to go, which was amazing. And like Dave, and this is not to discredit any of the other interns or anyone else that helped, but I think it's difficult for a lot of people. Everyone's super helpful, but sometimes when you're standing waiting for something to happen, sometimes for an hour on end, or there's a technical difficulty, or we're trying to get this one thing just right, sometimes it means just for an hour, just kind of like, oh, okay, what are we going to do? But you were always trying to figure out, what can I do that's helpful?
Yeah.
What can I do? You were always looking, you might look over, you might notice that someone's costume is starting to fall apart. You would move over and you would kind of do that. And then you'd get back, and then you'd look over and you'd be like, did someone leave? Is there water bottle in the way? I'm gonna move that out of the way because I don't think we want to see that on screen. You were always looking for, how can you be helpful the most? So what was great, and I know there were some people on set that started to get irritated by this, but you were so helpful that when you first started, it began with, hey, can someone help me do the da-da-da-da-da-da, whatever, and you would be the first person to, and then a lot of what I didn't know is a lot of the interns were kind of like, darn it, because you would do it first. It got to a point where, and I didn't realize I was doing this, but it changed from, hey, can someone do this, to where I would just turn and say, hey, Missy, can you do you were like my go-to person. There were actually other people that had to pull me aside, and they said, look, we want to help you, but we're kind of coming and we're not doing anything all day. And Missy gets to do everything. Can you kind of share the load a little bit, And I was kind of I felt bad. I was like, but you were the one that man, you're just on it. And so if there was something that needed to be done, or something that was maybe kind of difficult, I always knew if I turned to you, or even if I didn't turn to you, if I just magically said, hey, can someone, I always knew who was going to get it, who was going to pull out the super glue and kind of do everything. So you were just this really amazing prodigy. And we're going to talk about your background and how you got into a lot of this, but it was really cool. You were someone that just kind of started where Lindsay brought you in kind of under her wing. And then you were just this major player in how these films were made. There's so much that you've done. You're in the films as an extra throughout and all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. So we're going to talk about your story momentarily, but first, real quick, I want to see if we've got any comments. Hopefully, we've got some people watching. All right, we are back in black. Douglas Darkwater is hanging out with us. Hey, birthday twins unite! Stoked for Aladdin 3477. Hey, Doug, did you know that coming up this month is our half birthdays? And I know someone who is born on March 22nd. And so every time it's March 22nd, I have to remember to say I say happy birthday to them. But then on my birthday, they say happy birthday to me, and I say happy half birthday to you as well. So that's kind of cool, but absolutely birthday twins. And dude, you've got some new music coming out. Dude, I would love to have you on the Livestream Lounge. If you're dropping a new album soon, I would love to have you on the Livestream Lounge on on a Sunday. Douglas Darkwater. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I should know the name of your band, formerly in the Detroit Pony Express, but you'll have to remind me again. 22s. Yeah, 22s. You have to remind me the name of your band. I apologize that I forget the name of it. It's such a cool name. John Rick. Hello, all. John Rick hanging out. Awesome. I would love to have you on the live stream. John Rick. I tried to stay awake for the start at 1 a.m., but like a lame-o, fell asleep. That's all right. You're going to bring your A game later, John. I can fit Century Babes. That's it. So, Doug, I would love to have you on the live stream to chat about things. Kasawa is hanging out in the house. Awesome. I would say Missy's better half, but I should say Kasawa's better half. And that's a story that we that's a story that we need to share for sure. So we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that soon. But real quick, before we get into more specifically with Missy, I wanted to chat about the first rewards package. So we kind of talked recently. We talked about, this is obviously the 24-hour live stream, and we talked about Aladdin, the fact that it's a trilogy, it's action-packed, it's got robots. The trailer has already gotten 2 million views. Cell Dweller is the featured artist. Peter Mayhew is an executive producer. He has passed, but it's the Peter Mayhew Foundation that backed the project. So cool. And then I wanted to talk about some of the rewards packages because they are going to be shipped 4 times throughout the year. Kickstarter is not, for those of you that don't know, Kickstarter is not a charity, but you pay once, and it's actually tonight that your credit card would get charged. But it's not really charity. Instead, it's almost like you're buying merch or you're buying the rewards ahead of time, and then you're going to get these rewards throughout 2023. So 2023 is the year of 3477. So cool. I'm just elated about the whole thing, but I wanted to talk about the first rewards tier. So for those of you that are interested, but you're not like, I don't know. So this first rewards tier, it is $45, but the amount of bang you get for your buck is really unheard of. There's actually here, according to this, there's 8 things that you're going to get, but actually there's 2 thank you gifts that you get no matter what. So there's actually 10 things that you are going to get in this tier. So I want to talk about some of them. So first of all, we are going to talk about the official collector's edition. And the cover is going to look a little bit different than this, but this is kind of the look of the cover. I grew up with the official collector's edition books. Used to be able to buy these in movie theaters, but also they had them like at the grocery store, Barnes and Noble, wherever. And these are cool because they're ad-free. It's not just like a Starlog magazine where there's only 6 pages on Star Wars. This, from cover to cover, it's all Aladdin 3477. Most of the book has already been designed, and this is coming out in April. So if you back the project, you are getting all 10 of these rewards, including the 96-page official collector's edition. It is just jam-packed with Aladdin 3477 goodness. Of course, this is my double-page spread, the forward with me, and this is the double-page spread on Fiji. This is really cool because there's kind of like a schematic showing what all of his little buttons and what everything does. This, of course, is Christy Perovsky, who plays the Princess of India. She's going to be our guest later on tonight. She was in the lounge a couple weeks back. And then there are a number of pages that are kind of like the plot without ruining the movie, but it's kind of like some of the locations, some of the characters that you're going to meet. And in some cases, like here you see the XR viewer. This is like this cool mechanism that Aladdin finds. So what I like about this book, it's not really spoiling the movie. So if you read through this book before seeing the movie, it's only going to enhance kind of your knowledge of the world a little bit, maybe a little bit of behind the scenes, but still when you watch the films, like nothing is really going to be spoiled. The other cool thing about this book is that if you end up seeing somehow the movie first, and then you were to look at the book, it still would be cool because now you've seen the movie, but this is just like additional kind of backstory to the world and kind of everything going on with that. This is just some information about the Taj Mahal. This is one, I think, of two double page spreads on the Taj Mahal. There's a lot of this book that dives deep into the making of these films. There's a little spot on you, Missy, in these, which is cool. I think it's a shot of you in this yellow Fiji-like robot that you were painting and doing like the detailing on. There's
I love doing that.
Oh yeah, so cool. You did such a good job. We're going to talk about your robot design and so much that you brought to the table. And there is this is the Aladdin minifig, and you are going to get one of these. Have you seen?
No, that in person.
So look at this little cute. Look at the
cute.
detail. And when you compare the detail, like this is the Disney Aladdin. Look at the detail.
Oh, it's so different.
And this is still cool.
Oh, it's so cute, but this is so much more detail. This is Eric. Like,
yeah, totally. But look at, like, they painted, all right, that's his bare feet in the front. They painted on the sides. They didn't even paint the feet on the back, where this
is so
detail
cool.
From top to bottom, from side to side.
That's so cool.
It's got his dreamy hair, and he comes with the tracking light and the satchel, and he's got the gun.
Awesome.
It's so fun. He actually has an alternate expression behind his hair, so you can actually take the hair off, and then you can have an alt expression, which is so fun.
That is so fun.
But that is the Aladdin minifig. You get this for free in the first reward tier, Taj Mahal treasure. Also, you get an awesome enamel pin designed by Deanna Sheehan.
Listening.
I haven't figured out. You're either going to get this one, or you're going to be able to choose between the dark and the light. Or maybe you're going to get the dark and then you get to add the light as an add-on. You'll be able to do this later through the backer kit. I have to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that. I'm curious, Missy, which one do you like better? Do you like this one or this one?
I was the one who loved both of them.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
I like the darker just because you could see it a little bit more. But
yeah.
I do like the other one just as much.
Awesome. So we've got breakfast coming real soon. Love it. Yeah. You also, in the first rewards tier, there's 5 different shirts. You get to choose one, any size. I'm curious which shirt you like best. So if you could only choose one, which one would it be?
I'm like the one who loves my robots. I love my R2 and BB-8, so I have to pick the Fiji.
Fiji. Yeah, that's awesome. That's if I had to pick one, I probably also would go with Fiji. I would have to. You also get, as a thank you gift, you get a Hong Kong Trooper. There's a couple more items. I'm trying to think what we've mentioned. There is a Paul Michael Caine chapbook that's one of the rewards. And there might be something else. I can't remember if we've talked about it or not. But you also get the Hong Kong Trooper. Have you seen this? Look at that guy with all. Look at, he's got like the extra pieces, the gauntlets there, the extra pieces on the side, and Jeff Norgrove underneath with the little flip thing.
That is so cool.
And then I like adding. I mean, you can double fist it with the guns, or you can kind of set this one back here.
That's so cool.
That's where I like to.
I actually helped them with that costume all the time.
You did.
So,
oh my gosh, with the Velcro that was always coming apart and stuff. Oh my gosh, what a nightmare some of that was.
I love Legos.
Isn't
this is
fun?
so cool. So cool.
And then there is one more thank you gift that you get. This is all in the first rewards tier for $45. You also get the sticker sheet. Plus there's 3 more rewards that are hidden rewards that we haven't even mentioned yet. This is a steal for the $45. There's a little bit more with shipping depending on where you live, but this is an awesome introductory swag box, and you get this. It's hopefully going to ship in April. So that's coming up soon. Cannot wait. We're going to talk about the second tier momentarily, but first, Missy, I want to hear all about your experience. Okay, so now Lindsay brings you in under her wing, and you start working on Aladdin 3477. What was your experience? What was it like? Were you having the time of your life? Was it a lot of work? Was it kind of like, oh man, what did I sign up for? Like, what was the experience back then? And then compared to like what it's like now, like, does it look way different from how you thought it would look? I'm just curious what your take was early on.
Man, I was so excited about this since the beginning. Like, I know, like, my mom will tell you, like, the day, like, the first day I was on set, I think it was like a 14 or 15-hour shoot. My first day on set.
Oh my gosh.
And so I got home at like 3 or 4 in the morning, and so my parents were like, "Where the heck were you?" But they said I looked so excited. I was like super hyped. I think I was like the only one who wasn't like passing out at that point because I was so happy to be there. And I think I just kept that throughout the whole time. This whole entire experience changed my life, and I just loved every minute of it. Just working on like the set, meeting everybody, so many cool people, and just being able to be like a really like a better creative too. Like just being able to do some fun stuff.
All right, so don't mind me, but I gotta use my Face ID to open this. Don't mind me because this is a 24-hour live stream. I gotta eat sometime, right? So Dave Todd was nice enough to go grab some McDonald's. So first, I'm gonna take a bite into my bacon egg McMuffin. That's good. But what I can't wait for, when was the last time you had, oh my gosh, why can't I remember what these are called?
Sure.
When was the last time you had a shamrock shake?
Oh my gosh, probably like last year.
Last year? Oh my gosh, well, you can't have any of mine, but we would have gotten you one if you wanted
no,
one. But...
I'm good.
I might have missed out last year. I don't think I had one last year, so it's probably at least 2 years.
Nice.
And then COVID, so it might have been. Man, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's dreamy. Very, very good. Awesome. Okay, so Missy, next up. So what I'm curious about now is, oh my gosh, this whole process. Okay, so first, all right, gosh, there's so much to talk about. So first, before we get into all your different roles, bring us up to speed, like from the time you were a kid. I know you're really into robots. You're very artistic, incredible artist, incredible designer. So before getting into exactly what you do now, bring us up to speed. What was your upbringing like? What were you into? Like, did you start by like, oh, I like drawing ponies, or like, or was it always robots? Like, from your life as an artistic kid up to working on Aladdin, what was that like? What was the pathway?
Oh man, so I guess since I was like 2 or 3, I started drawing. Like I would just start doodling and drawing like anything I could. I just would draw family. Like we have so many drawings of when I was a little kid. I would do like finger painting, and then I was really into space actually. Even before I knew about Star Wars and stuff like that when I was a kid, I would always like to learn stuff about like the outer space stuff and try to see like what I could incorporate in my own stars. I always loved writing my own like books and draw the illustrations, and so I used to do that and play with Legos. I would always like love to play with Lego sets. So obviously when I saw your minifigs, I was going like, I need all of them. So I just liked creating in any way that I could, if it was just with drawing or if it was with Legos or if it was just doing clay, or I started doing woodworking and stuff like that too. And then it wasn't until I was introduced into Star Wars like in 5th grade, which I thought was crazy because I should have known about it a lot sooner, but my dad's like a Trekkie. So I was more into seeing all the Star Trek stuff before the Star Wars stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And but I loved it all. Or like Lost in Space. Like so I saw like the robot and everything. And I just loved all of it. And I wanted to after seeing how like George Lucas made that, I was like, I want to be doing the stuff in like films and edit and do that stuff. It just intrigued me. And and then after that point, I just did everything I could to learn more about how that side worked. And it just led me to this point where I wanted to draw more and get into storyboarding and see all that. And I guess it's kind of shifted a little bit now after Aladdin and stuff. It's more like the design side than
Mhm.
film, but I love doing all of it.
Awesome, awesome. So we've got so much more to chat about. We're going to go to the comments though real quick because we've got some more. So Saval from Turkey says, this cover reminded me of Star Trek comic covers. Cool. Thank you so much. I assume you're referring to the official collector's edition. I've actually illustrated some Star Trek montages in my day for some of the limited edition prints that had to get licensed through Viacom. And I'll tell you what, it's very interesting. People have asked me what's more difficult, illustrating Star Wars or illustrating Star Trek. And I'd say, like, just the fact of illustrating it is no big deal. But when you're illustrating for the real, either for Viacom or for Lucasfilm Disney, Star Trek is way harder. And the reason why is all of the actors have all of their they have their likeness rights. So what that means is if I'm illustrating Star Wars, Harrison Ford never sees it. He doesn't get to approve. If Lucasfilm likes it, if Disney likes it, I'm good to go. For Star Trek, if I ever have to illustrate William Shatner, it passes William Shatner and he has to give thumbs up or thumbs down. So the funny thing is, everyone knows, if you're who works on Star Trek, as long as you illustrate the original William Shatner from like back in the day when he was young and lean and everything like that, if you illustrate the old one, it doesn't matter if you have the nose drawn wrong or anything else. If it's the old one, you're good to go. He's not going to have any changes whatsoever. So he is always the easiest, as long as you draw the older Captain, or the younger Captain Kirk, I should say, the older going backward in years. You're good to go. Some of the other actors, not as easy to work with and always want crazy changes where it starts looking less and less like them in real life, but maybe it looks more like how they want to look, which is interesting. So very interesting with Star Trek. That's really cool. Thank you. That Jasmine shirt is next level though. Yeah. So it's Princess Kamala. I did the shirt too. It's actually, I'm definitely going to wear that one a lot. It's got kind of a cool Bollywood feel to it, was what I was aiming for. Geez, that's cool too. Love the red on that trooper. Yeah, the Hong Kong trooper is so cool. A little bit later, we're going to be sharing the Kong Chiam trooper. Diggs, by the way, 7 says, hey, what up, G? What is going on? They make those in the morning. Yeah, I assume you're referring to the delicious. Mm. Oh my gosh, this is we should do 24-hour live streams more often. Justin Salazar, good morning, y'all. Starting out with a healthy bowl of Missy. Oh, a healthy bowl of Missy, I see.
Hi,
yep.
Justin.
Captain Jane, BAE. Oh, Captain Jane. Janeway. David Van Dyke says, another point, Star Wars is a dystopian and Star Trek is a utopian world. Interesting. So with Star Wars, things can be a little grimy and lived in. Star Trek is super slick, harder to pull off. I would agree. Well, it depends. For us, it was the opposite because we're a much smaller production. So, like, for example, when we were making our cities, like a rustic Kong Chiam, in 4 months, we were able to build a city. And for things that didn't look as good, I would make it look scraped with like a little bit of chrome, like scraping and stuff, to make it look like it was metal. And I would go through with acrylic washes and I would take brown and I would like spritz it everywhere. So it just looked like someone had projectile diarrhea on the side over here, and a little bit like someone coughed up blood over here, and there's someone kicked up dirt over here, whatever. I actually tried to junk it up a little bit, and it just made it feel a little bit more lived in. Yeah. Our probably most difficult set that took the longest was the Taj Mahal, which I think was 1 year and 3 months, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. And it was crazy because everything had to be perfect. Everything had to be symmetrical. And if there was something where the drywall wasn't matching up just right, we had to get it perfect. And then taping all the designs, and you were super helpful with that. We had all these designs that were taped and then spray painted, and then you pull the tape back. And then when we needed to change the set to slightly different colors, we had to put tape back on and then spray it again. And like, oh my gosh, so much work. But that was really difficult, making everything look pristine, because it's a lot easier to kind of just half-ass stuff and then just kind of junk it around the edges, and there, looks lived in, perfect. So I think for maybe for a big Hollywood studio, clean and precise is easier because they don't have to do the detailing. But for us, small potatoes, it might have been the opposite. Illustration, plastic surgery. That's exactly what it was for sure. David Kasawa says, Missy's Angels.
Do you remember that?
Yeah,
My gosh, that's great.
Like a quarter of the album.
We need to reprise that. All right. Doug says, hands in the air, like he's a true player. Aaron G. TV
Hi, Aaron.
says, Missy. Aaron's going to be on later on tonight.
Awesome.
All right. Brittany Woodward says, McDonald's should sponsor you at this point. I guess so, because the Cardi B and Offset meal.
Oh, jeez.
Oh. Yeah,
Wait a minute. Isn't Cardi B the one that has that song that's like...
yeah. And so...
And she's sponsored by McDonald's?
They just now... higher ups are just now having an issue with that. And it says in McDonald's, their thing, if you have explicit lyrics, we do not have collaboration with musical talent of that nature. And so they just realized that, and so they're now they're encouraging other districts to pull it. How that even get
Yeah, how
passed?
does that get through?
Yeah.
I'm not one to judge, and it's not like I mind, but I'm just like, I wouldn't have guessed that.
No, right?
But it's also interesting. Times have changed because, for example, I'll never forget when I was growing up, when I was a teenager, I listened to Ozzy Osbourne, and Ozzy Osbourne was kind of like the Marilyn Manson, or today maybe the Ghost, which is like kind of a really, they're not super, super heavy, but they're not really satanic, but they're like this faux satanic rock band, you know, but they actually have like really catchy songs and everything. But back in the day, I used to listen to Ozzy, and Ozzy was like that was like really, really back then, that was like really controversial. But I would because I was a teenager and going through my rebel phase and everything, I would go to family get-togethers, and I would have like my boombox with my latest Ozzy Osbourne cassette tape in there and stuff.
Crazy Train.
And I remember my aunts and uncles kind of looking at me and I was trying to grow my hair out a little bit, you know, and but that was just me, and I was so into it. But what was funny is it was so controversial, but I'll never forget, 10 years later, my sister, Jessica, was in the, excuse me, she was in the dance team at Sterling Heights High School. And I went to go see her perform. And I was also interested to see the Sterling Heights High School, which is also where I went, the marching band. And when I went there, the marching band, for their 4-song number that they did at halftime, they were doing a 4-song tribute to Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath. And I was like,
Wow.
what?
Oh, cool.
And half of me was like, this is amazing, right? But half of me was like, I'm not okay with this. We never would have had anything, like we wouldn't have even played Bon Jovi in our marching band, let alone Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne. It's not fair. But then it made me think, because at the time, the new shock rocker was Marilyn Manson. So I was like, you mean to tell me 10 years from now, when you go to see a marching band play, they're going to be marching to the beautiful people, the beautiful people. Like, really? Like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. And sure enough, like, I'm sure 10 years from now, they're going to be playing Ghost, you know, is going to be the new, like, it's crazy. But, so, all right, we're getting way off topic. We're going to We're gonna bring it back. Dude, you got to share that. So explain
Oh
what
my
this is.
gosh.
Explain what this is, James.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
First of all, you need to turn it around. And
Okay,
first of
so-
all, hold on. There's a little bit more. Before you even show that, you need to share with us what's going on with this outfit. What's going on with this attire now that we've woken you up
oh,
from your nap?
well,
You need to step back a little bit. You need to. I'll arrange this.
okay. Well,
You give it a shake. There we go. So these are really your PJs?
yeah, because it's a 24-hour live stream. You can't expect me not to, clock out and take a nap for, 45 minutes or so. But this is my banana. I won him. He's mine. And okay, well, the point of this is when we were on set, Cam, Missy, Dave, and myself, we were helping. Actually, not even actually offset. Missy was going through CCS, College of Creative Studies, where she would go ahead and demonstrate her artistic genius. Yeah, that's her. And she asked Cam and I and Dave to help her with some of the art projects she had doing and some of the assignments. And we did so, and then we did it some more, and we did it again, and it was just the three of us. Like, you know what? Look at our diversity represent and help Missy out. It's like Charlie's Angels, but reverse. It's like we're her boy harem, and then it eventually evolved into Missy's Angels, and we had we would do that. But Dave does it better, and we just kind of had
How come I don't have this photo?
photo ops of us. You don't have this photo? Look how
No,
many of them there are.
dude. No one sends me that. Like, how come I don't have these photos? Like, these
I
need
can
to
send
be.
them to you later,
I need them for
but
behind the
you already
scenes and
made the
stuff.
book.
Well, there's more books to come and everything, but
But we were always more than happy to help Missy with her stuff because she is just a delight, and
You're so sweet.
that's her right there. That's her. But
it's amazing.
So sweet.
We've got a few more comments to. I'll be around all day. Awesome, Aaron. Help keep us awake and in it to win it. There were so many sets that were absolutely awesome. I have so many favorites. We're going to talk about your favorites tonight for sure. Ghost is absolutely amazing. The music, the concept, the live show, absolutely amazing. And it's all done by one guy. Tobias Forge is a genius, and Ghost is his magnum opus. I agree. I think they're super cool. They're coming to Detroit, I think. It's sometime soon. No, we're not. We have a Ghost too that we'll be having on the show a little bit later. But I agree, definitely into Ghosts. They're really, really cool. Saval says, and McDonald's should also make a geek menu with Aladdin figure gifts. I agree. And I already have some ideas. I don't know if this would work with McDonald's, but so we were trying to come up with food. And this is like us being slap happy while we were on set, just coming up with ideas into the wee hours in the morning. One is that we could have little like fudges, and we could have Fidgy fudge. Maybe. Also, an idea that we had was there's a character named Pradeep who you're going to meet in the first film, and I thought it would be great if we had like a pizza division or something like that. We could have Pradeep dish pizza. Okay. But I agree, there should be McDonald's Happy Meals for Aladdin 3477. It could happen. It could absolutely happen. Phil Stone. Hi, James and Matt and Missy. What's up, Phil? I can't wait to have you
Phil
on
Stone
soon.
is so cool.
Phil Stone is so cool, and he is an artist that works on Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons, all kinds of cool stuff. You may have seen him in some of my Matt's class videos, and there's actually a couple more that he's in as well. Can't wait for you guys to see some of the new ones. Justin Salazar says, Cell Dweller. Oh my gosh, now that would be amazing. Cell Dweller March music. I love it. Okay, so real quick, I wanted to, Missy, we're going to get back to all kinds of stuff that we need to talk about. But first, I wanted to chat. How do I do this? I'm doing the wrong thing. Maybe? No? I don't want to remove. Do I do remove? No. Oh, add to stream. There we go. That was weird. I don't know why it was doing that. Okay. I want to talk about the second tier real quick. So in the first tier, you get all of that great stuff, actually 10 items with the 2 thank you gifts. If you upgrade, and I know you see this $90 price and you're like, what, all this for 90? Well, you also get the first swag box. So you're getting that in April, plus you are going to get this in the summertime, and this is Jin's wise choice. You're going to get these items here, which we're going to talk about. You also get the glow in the dark wristband. I noticed you're not wearing yours.
I forgot it at my house.
Why not? Oh my gosh.
Sounds like
I
a lot of
never
excuses
take
over there, Missy.
I never take mine off. But anyway, you're going to get one of these cool glow in the dark wristbands, 1-inch silicone. The movie poster, you are going to get the full size 1 sheet for Aladdin 34.77. You're also going to get the Princess Kamala minifig, which, have you seen the Princess Kamala minifig? It's adorbs, right?
Yes. Oh my gosh, it looks just like her costume. That's
Mhm.
awesome. So cool.
Yeah, the detail's cool. It's even got, look, it's got the
Yeah,
gold
the
on the
sleeves.
arms and stuff.
That is so cool. Oh my gosh, I love them.
Yeah, super happy with how they came out. You are going to get this minifig for free in the second swag box that comes out in the summer. You are going to get, previously, we ran out of these, but these Fiji patches were made for cast and crew. We're going to do another run of these, and you're going to get one in your second swag box. Also, there is going to be an art print illustrated by yours truly, and this is going to be signed by myself as well. This is going to be printed on nice thick paper with like a deluxe matte finish. It's really, really going to be nice. The movie poster is nice too, but it's just like a poster, like a regular poster material, where this is going to be a little bit nicer. There is also something special that comes in this package, and that is we have a bunch of reveals for minifigs that we're showing today. This is the only one that still is a mystery. And it's a mystery because we're not showing it. But it's a character we haven't even shown yet that's in the movie. We haven't shown this character in the trailer or anything, and that is the Klepto King, which is one of the villains. And you are going to get the minifig for the Klepto King in this reward tier. There's one more thing one more of the hidden items that you're going to get is the Princess Kamala poster. This is the teaser poster, and you're not going to get the Aladdin one. If you want the Aladdin one, you need to be in Aladdin's inner circle, because there's only just over 100 of these left, and once they're gone, they are gone. So that's the tier you want to be in if you want to lock in one of the teaser posters of Aladdin and Fiji. All right, so Missy, next up. Gosh, so many questions. So I want to hear now about what were some of your favorite, there's so many things that you did. Do you have favorite sets that we worked on, or what were some of the favorite? I mean, gosh, if we had to list the things you've done in this film, you've puppeteered Fiji, you've puppeteered robots we can't talk about yet because they're not in the first film. You have run a smoke machine. You have duct tape armor together when it's falling off of people. God. You have assisted, I know you've assisted Lindsay with probably hair, makeup, and everything else under the sun. Extra, oh my gosh, extra in front of camera, behind the camera. You're actually in a lot of the footage that we've shared. Have you seen yourself where Fiji's flying and you see like a person walking by and they kind of turn and look and they've got the hat? That's you under there, which is so awesome.
Yeah.
Running beat. Oh my gosh, filming behind the scenes. So there isn't. I'm trying to think
So
if there's
many things.
anything you didn't
scenic
do.
design, a wardrobe consultant.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
Oh, the
whole-
sets, yeah.
Everything. Everything is-
Helping paint, design.
Yeah,
You've
so
made
fun.
props. You've painted props. You've
You've given me a
taped props.
sandwich. I mean, it's just invaluable. Invaluable.
Yeah, a little bit of everything, right?
There were even times where there were big things, and then there were times where it was just like, Missy, can you get me a Mountain Dew? I really need one, right? And you were, you would go and get it and come back.
Galloping, Missy.
Galloping.
So it was amazing. But tell me, what were some of your favorite, either your favorite sets? What were some of your favorite moments? Some of the favorite
man.
things that you worked on?
That's a tough question. I loved all of it, but I think the one that's most memorable to me is just because I think it was like the first big set that I was part of was the marketplace in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because I was like the newer one, me and Cam were like the new ones on set. So we like, it was
You
a great
guys started on the
opportunity.
same day,
Yeah,
didn't
we
you?
started on the
Gosh,
same day.
That's crazy, yeah.
And I think for us, it was just a great way of getting to know everybody. And because I was playing so many different roles, I was helping you guys build like the set in the backyard. So I got to know you better and Lindsay better and her parents better and like your parents more, like, because we're all just working on these sets together. And then when we were actually filming, I got to know like all the cast and crew more too. And that's where I got to play around with David too. So
All right.
that's also why it's
So we're going to talk
memorable
about
for
that.
me.
We're going to talk about that coming up soon. But another thing that was interesting about that set is Lindsay was doing hair and makeup out of that salon kind of room, kind of on the side of the home theater. The interesting thing was then from there to get to the set, because we had built everything in the backyard, the door that you normally would take to go out in the backyard was completely sealed off. Even in the kitchen on the side of the house, that had, blue tarps all over the place. Like my house for a number of months was completely dark on the
Yes, it
inside,
was.
even during the daytime, because all the windows were covered up. So what was interesting is, I know you were running back and forth all the time. Like Lindsay was doing this here. You had to run things up to show me for approval, and then you'd run things. But there was no quick way to or from the set. It was like, you come out there, you go through the home theater, you run through there, you go up the stairs, you turn the corner. You can't just go out there because the garage is closed off. So you can't just go out that door because that's closed. You have to go around the front, out the house. Now you're in front of the house. You need to get to the back of the house. So you would go and you'd march around, you'd go around. There was no quick way to get from point A to point B. The amount of times that you were probably up and down those stairs and doing everything else, just crazy. Yeah.
Were your neighbors ever curious?
You know what? I asked a few of my neighbors, like, hey, we're going to be doing this thing. For the most part, they were pretty cool with everything. Definitely my neighbors next door, that they would have seen more of the set and the tarps and stuff. They were totally fine with it. The only thing I remember, hold on. Oh my gosh, I'm just laughing. I swear I'm not sick. The last couple of weeks, I've only been I have this tickle because I normally don't talk during the week. I'm just like texting people and online and the Kickstarter. And then suddenly when there's a live stream, now I'm talking up a storm. But so the only thing was, do you guys remember where there were some neighbors? I don't know where they were. It might've been next door. It might've been 2 doors down. But there were times, you're waiting for the smoke. You're waiting for everything to be perfect, where you say, and action. So there were all these times where it wasn't quite ready. And I would go, and before I could say action, because I'm waiting for everything to be just right. And you would hear someone, because, they've been hearing it all day. You would hear like teenagers, like a couple doors down going, action. Do you remember that at all? Do you remember hearing people?
I remember a lawnmower.
Oh, gosh. Lawnmower.
Dog barking.
Oh, yeah.
There was
gosh.
a lot of different things.
Yeah, we're only filming a movie, but gosh, I need to mow my lawn right now. It needs it. I don't care about this movie business. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, so super cool. And I was saying the same thing about Dave, where you kind of started in this place where you just, every job you were given, you gave it your all. And it came to a point where you were just one of those people. You were the go-to person where I was turning around and not even thinking about it. I was like, hey, Missy, instead of like, hey, can someone, because you were usually the first person that would, go get something. And I just got used to it. But just always did an incredible job. We're going to talk in a little bit about what you've been doing since, because your career, oh my gosh, and you've got so much cool stuff going on. We're going to get to a couple comments, and we're going to talk a little bit about the next reward, and then we are going to talk about you and a certain someone on set that we need to know. We need to hear all about. So,
Missy, I thought we were going to tell people.
I want a Fidgy Happy Meal toy. Thank you, Brittany. Me as well. Can't wait. And man, your Fidgy, you know what we need, Brittany? We need a Fidgy Happy Meal, and it needs to be the design that you did for your Kawaii Fidgy. I think that needs to happen. CCS being brought up. Do you guys know Tim Flattery?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I did. I didn't actually go there in the film department because I think he's the head of the film department there. But I thought I was going to do a minor in there, but I ended up just doing advertising design. But yeah, he's awesome. He's worked on so many things. And yeah, he's an awesome guy.
Awesome.
I wish I took more classes with him.
Arthur Dent says, how can I buy these reward boxes from abroad? Very easy. If you go to the Kickstarter link, there should be a link that works in the description. I believe you should be able to click on it. If not, if that link isn't working, you can go to kickstarter.com and you can order from anywhere in the world and get these sweet reward boxes. But if you have questions, we are here to answer those questions. Wow, Arthur Dent is here. Woohoo! Also, Zaphod will be here soon. Rock and roll. I feel like I should know you guys. What are where is this? Are these Cell Dweller peeps? Who are all these peeps? What about Ford? Zaphod, throw them out of the spaceship. There's some inside jokes here that I think are a little bit are going a little bit above my head, but I can't wait to hear what it's all about. Real quick, we're going to talk about the next reward tier, which is Fidgy's Find. So this is the one that comes out in the fall. Now, keep in mind, you might be looking at that price tag going, whoa, holy cow. But keep in mind, you're getting, with this price, you are getting the first swag box, the second swag box that then comes in the summer. This one comes out in the fall. You're going to get the snapback hat. You're going to get a glow-in-the-dark Lochan keychain. We're going to show you real soon what that Red Star minifig looks like. But more importantly, we need to start talking about the Fidgy designer toys. And these are so cool. I can't wait to share them with you. So the first thing that I want to say, first of all, this is what the box looks like. These are the 6 minifigs. This kind of shows you what your odds are of getting these different Fidgys. There's the standard Fidgy. There's the Red Star Fidgy. There's the Kong Chayam Fidgy. There's Inverse Fidgy, Ninja Fidgy, and then we haven't yet revealed what the mystery Fidgy is yet. I'm curious, do you have a favorite of the ones you've seen so far?
Oh my gosh, I love all of them, but like blue's my favorite color, and I love the
Kong Chayam Fidgy.
Oh
so check that out.
Oh my gosh, he's so cute.
Isn't that fun?
Oh my gosh.
So here's the other interesting thing. Like normally for 3-inch, they always base the not the minifigs, but the designer toys on the size. So a standard size that you start with is 3 inches. So this is Kid Robot. This is a 3-inch dunny.
Oh,
so
no,
hold that.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
There's
That's quite a
huge
difference.
there's a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
So this is meatier, it's bigger. This is only like an inch deep, where maybe it's a little more than an inch deep. This is 2.5 inches deep, and it's got some nice weight to it. And the detail, on purpose, these obviously are not supposed to be detailed very much.
This is just
but
fun. It's so cool. Look at him.
I just love the detail on the back, and it's
the
just
quality.
so.
He's just
awesome.
dripping with game.
Yeah, so cool.
And I just love like the little push buttons, and stuff on top. It's just,
It really is
pretty.
Fidgy.
It's pretty rad. So this figure, by the way, This is the box, kind of showing how that was all put together. So again, we've got the standard Fiji, inverse Fiji. This is the Kong Chiam Fiji. This is the Red Star Fiji. Of course, James Fiji or Ninja Fiji.
I love that one too. I love all of them though.
So I'm curious, Missy, here's the box here. I'm curious if you can see, can you find, because Ninja Fiji's elusive.
I feel like this is a trick.
Can you spot Ninja Fiji
Other
in
than
this
the
image?
box?
No, and it's not on the box, it's drawn on the box, but can you see the physical
No.
Ninja
This is
Fiji?
gonna be a trick. I do not.
Wait, what's that over there? Wait,
No.
what's that over there? What's that over there? Oh, there, look, you see? Oh, it's going.
I saw your finger. I'm like,
Ah,
like this is gonna be a trick.
I did. I pushed the wrong thing. I blew it. I blew it. But that's Ninja Fiji
Oh,
hiding out
I
in
love
the
it.
back.
So cute.
That's great.
Adorable.
Um, anyway, so there's a number of ways to get these. If you want to get, so you just get one, and these come in a blind box. This is what the box looks like here. These come in a blind box. So inside the box, they're actually wrapped in foil. And in Fiji's Find, you get one of these. You don't know which one you're going to get. That's kind of half the fun. It's a mystery.
Yeah.
The odds are you're probably most likely to get standard Fiji. And then Ninja Fiji's a little bit harder to get. The hardest one to get is the mystery one. The mystery one is really cool. And can't wait for you guys to see that. That's actually the most rare. And the idea is to collect them all. If you want to collect them all, we're going to talk about how you can do that a little bit later. But first, we need to talk about the 2 minifigs that you are going to get in Fiji's Find. And we've got 2 reveals that there's actually a bunch of reveals, but 2 of them that we are sharing today for the first time are the Red Star minifig and also the Kong Chiam Trooper minifig. I need more of my Shamrock fruit juice. So this is the Red Star, and the Red Star is 8 feet tall because the boots that actors would have to wear. Tom Savage in the first movie wore it quite a bit. The boots actually hike them up a foot, and then the helmet is another foot tall. So anyone that's 6 feet tall is now 8 feet tall. Super cool. And you can see here the Red Star standing next to trees. I mean, they're in the trees, right? It's like it's pretty tall. It's a pretty massive character. And the Red Star usually has 1 or 2 Romos kind of flying with it. This is kind of what the Romos look like here. So I'm very excited to share with you guys. This is what the Red Star minifig looks like. And this is kind of from the front. It's got the 2 giant war swords, and it comes with the hovering Romo, which is basically, it looks cute, but I assure you it is a killing machine. And this is what it looks like from the back. So what's interesting that I wanted to kind of share with you guys, I don't have the actual figures here, but in designing these minifigs, one of the things that I did was I would just build things myself with existing Lego pieces to make sure that it would work. So this is just my prototype. This is not the right colors or anything, but this is the, so what's neat is this actually is taller if you look at the Aladdin minifig. And the reason why it's taller, it's got an extra piece for the feet and then another piece for the feet. So that hikes it up. And then the fact that it has this on top and it's got these 2 antennae. Yeah. It's like, actually just about, if this was 6 feet tall, that would be 8 feet tall.
Yeah. Very cool.
It's cute. And then this right here.
Oh, there it is.
The adorable little Romo with its killing machine.
That's so cool.
The blasters. I'm sure I have a name for these that I wrote down in the book. What these rapid fire rifles are called on either shoulder, but it escapes me at the moment.
At the moment.
So cool. I can't wait to once I have all 10, I can't wait to play with these. So this was kind of this was kind of how I figured out that all the pieces would work. I didn't have to do this for all of them. For Fidgy, we had, because I didn't have all the pieces, I had to draw Fidgy to kind of make sure that everything worked out. Why am I coughing? Oh my gosh.
Do you need water?
No, I've actually got something right here. Missy, are you good on drinks?
Oh,
Are you good to go?
Thank you.
I am gonna have, you know what I'm gonna have? I'm gonna have a, look at this, Canada Dry Zero Ginger Ale. This will help me out. This will make the cough go away or help it stay.
Yeah. I was like, are you sure?
All right. Next up in Fidgy's Find, we have an enamel pin where it is designed by Deanna Sheehan. And this is just the logo. Very simple, but it's very classy. It's golden. This is not the actual pin. This is just kind of a digital rendering of what it's kind of going to look like-ish.
So it will be enamel or will it be metal like that?
Oh, it'll be metal.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because enamel is the stuff that goes in it, right? So this will be a metal pin, not an enamel pin, I think. The next minifig that you're getting in here, this is also a brand new reveal today. This is what the Hong Kong Trooper looks like in real life. Super cool colors, and I'm happy to reveal this is what it looks like in minifig form. Isn't that just the
That is so
cutest
cool.
little stubby, little Kong Chiam figure?
That is so cute.
And it's very similar to the Hong Kong Trooper, but the Hong Kong Trooper has slightly different gauntlets, and then obviously the paint job is completely different. The helmet is different, but other than that, super similar. You know, the idea being that you've got police troopers in a lot of different countries, but the armor might be similar. Just like, I mean, police in different countries usually look kind of the same, but maybe the cars are painted different and slightly different uniforms. And then this is some of what goes into designing the minifig. So this is kind of the blueprint. This isn't even everything. This obviously isn't the guns, but right now we only see the front part of the legs, but there's actually the armor that goes on the legs. There's actually kind of a paint job that goes on the side of each of those and on the back of each of those as they snap on. All right, we're going to come back to this reward tier in a little bit, but we've got some questions here, or we've got throw them out of the spaceship. Fidgy fidget spinner merch. You know what? I looked into that. I did, but I was trying to find a way to make it Fidgies. I legit looked, and the only thing I could find was cool fidget spinners that I could maybe just make in the colors of like off-white and orange. And then for that reason, call it a Fidgy spinner. But I was trying to figure out, like, is there another way to do it that would be cool? Like, is there a spinner where like his head is here, an arm is here, and a backpack is here, and then you spin it, and then he just goes crazy until it comes to a stop, but then like his head is sideways, the backpack is upside down. Like, I'm trying to figure out what's a way to make a Fidgy fidget spinner work.
I don't know. Have to think of that.
Doesn't even necessarily have to be a spinner. They're playing fidget, like little toys out there. I've got like 4 fidget cubes, and they make them in like little Marvel character kind of on the side, so you get a like Fidgy, and then the back, the little backpack, but then the rest of them have little buttons and knobs. I'll show you a fidget.
Yeah, oh no, I know. I was actually looking into getting one of those fidget cubes. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Don't pay for the $2 one though, because that falls apart after a week. I tested the theory. The Chinese knockoff and the real thing from ANSYLabs.com.
Gotcha. It was Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy joke. All right, I should have known that. I should have picked up on that. You're too kind, Matt. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, the colors off that were beautiful. And the Kauai Fiji is really, really nice. Arthur Dent is the main character. Gotcha. All right. It's been a while. I was in 4th grade when I read that. Zaphod is the villain. All right. I feel like I have to turn in my geek card because I just epic failed on Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And Ford Perfect is Arthur's human-looking alien friend. Gotcha. Oh, the Missy laugh makes me smile.
Man.
Absolutely. Aw. Totally, man. We got to get the whole gang back together again. How do they get it so detailed? Might be the Fiji question. How they get it so detailed? Man, it was just a lot of back and forth. I had a couple prototypes that they would send me from China, the company I was working with, and they were just really cool about what we can do, what we couldn't do. You know, there were some interesting things where like there were certain things we couldn't do. And I was like, oh man, you know, that kind of sucks. And then there were other things where I would ask, but pretty sure if they couldn't do this, they won't be able to do that. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, we can do that. Like, what? Really? So like as an example of some things we couldn't do, the way that they make these and the way that the mold was, Fiji normally his neck goes in deeper, and then this is called the cowl, that goes inward. And the way that they made these molds, they couldn't go inward with it. So that I had to kind of just have it go straight across, which I think is still cool and looks great. But there were a lot of things like having details there, even though the backpack is here, I thought they wouldn't be able to do it. They were totally able to do it. Another thing they couldn't do, there's all this really cool detail on the arms and like how this stuff comes out. One thing they couldn't do, there is a print, or there is a ridge that normally is pressed in, kind of like these, you know, like these lines are pressed in, that kind of goes up and around the shoulder and around the back. I thought for sure, like, why wouldn't they be able to do that? That they couldn't do. So sometimes there was just little things that, like, you know, they could do or couldn't do. But for the most part, I'm just super jazzed about how these look.
Oh, they still look great.
They're super detailed in the right places. And then like the eyes are a little bit more stylized. It doesn't really have the mesh, which would be hard to do in a figure like this anyway. But I just think they're adorable all the way around. It's just the coolest.
So adorable.
Oh, yeah. The entire world was scooped up for a trademark, and only Arthur survived. Thanks to Ford Perfect. Snort some vodka. We don't, first rule about Illustration Nation, we don't talk about Illustration Nation.
One of my favorite DVDs.
Matt, James, and crew, thank you so much for helping me stay up. Deadlines are met. Woohoo! So David Van Dyke has been hanging out with us since last night. He had to illustrate, I think, like a cover and a page. I think he did take a quickety nap. James actually posed for a Spider-Man on a pole with the web shooting, and we had like, he was on the ground, and then Mike was filming from like a low angle. I can't wait to see it. I think he sent the pencils to you. I don't know if you've seen it yet, James, but I think he said to show me. But I need to see those pencils. Okay, so next up, we've got more to chat about with Missy, and the next thing I need to know about is Kasawa. So David Kasawa is someone who he actually played a lot of extras and stuff. He plays a main character that you are going to see starting in movie number 2. He plays a character named T-Rox. And also he was very helpful also on set, because on a lot of days where we weren't filming, Kasawa was there helping, you know, run a boom pole or doing the smoke, or my gosh, there were so many times we just needed someone to hold a blanket up like this or whatever, you know, whatever random thing. There were times I remember, I have photos like on Kong Chiam where we needed something to be in a little bit of shadow. And there's a photo, there's Ghost, you know, low, and me and this and that. There's you holding half of a blanket and Cam's on the other side. And your job was to stand like this for 10 minutes and just hold a blanket so that there wasn't beaming, you know, sunlight on what we were filming. So many cool, just random things like that. But I need to hear about someone that you met on set named
Yeah.
Mr. David Kasawa.
Mr. David. So yeah, I actually saw him the first time on the screen when Lindsay showed it in her class, and I was like, that guy is a really good looking guy, and
Okay.
I think Lindsay kind of got the hint that I might have liked him. But when we were actually on set on the first day, though, the minute I laid eyes on him, I swear I say I always like fell in love right on the spot.
Aww.
But yeah, I was so drawn to him, and I thought he was amazing. And it only took a year after that for us to actually start flirting and talking more, and we actually ended up starting to go out. But nobody on the cast and crew except you and Lindsay, and I think you and Lindsay were like the only ones who knew that we were dating for a while.
Okay.
And we were just keeping.
I had a hint.
Called
You
it.
had a hint, yeah.
Called it. It's only a matter of time.
And then I think Ghost eventually caught us at one point.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was kind of funny. But yeah, oh my gosh, it was. But most of the flirting, he asked for my number on the marketplace set too.
Yeah.
And that's when we started talking more, and everything just went from there. And I met the love of my life on that set.
Oh,
Here we are 6
that
years
is
later.
awesome. Wow.
6 years now.
You know, it's so cool because there are there's relationships that were kind of nurtured through this. There's
Okay.
also relationships that went south through this, and that, you know, that's okay. But there are but also there were people that got married, like on set, you know, people that were helping out that got married. There are people that made babies.
It's so true.
Like,
I feel like they
it's
got
so-
married on set. I'm like, where was
No,
I?
no. They
Any
got
of
married.
that?
The
No,
people
right.
that were working
No,
on
it's
set
true.
that got married,
Yeah.
and they were together before.
Wolf and Rachel.
Oh,
Wolf
Wolf
and
and Rachel,
Rachel,
and also
Oz and Jess.
Oz and Jess.
And then it was Christy and
And
Devin, and then Eric and Terry.
Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my
And
gosh.
Lindsay and Tony.
Lindsay and Tony. Oh my gosh, there's been a lot of marriages.
There have been.
So
So there was some, man, love was in the air
I
when we were filming
Yes.
Aladdin.
people in there.
So
oh,
but yeah, that's awesome, so great, and it's so cool to see. You know, and Sydney and Jackie had a baby too,
that's great.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
And they're in Colorado right now, but we need to have Sydney on the
For
the
sure.
live stream
He's
at some
awesome.
point.
It'd be a great story to have.
He was great.
There's Kasawa. Aww.
Yeah.
Now, Kasawa, I gotta ask, that's a photo of you and Missy, right? Like that's Missy sitting on your lap right there? It's not. Who is that?
It's his other
Who is
girlfriend.
that? Who is that blonde that's sitting on your lap? Oh, it's Lady Gaga. All right.
Oh.
All right.
I was like,
Fair.
you change it that fast? I'm like, oh, it's that.
Fair.
It's that picture.
Oh, and Dave did a cover, 2 layouts, 3 pages total. Dude, you're a machine.
Yeah, I didn't see any of this.
And James looked, he said he didn't see the Spider-Man sketch. So you might need to let him know like where you sent it or which email address. So cool. Missy, we got some more stuff to chat about. Can you stick around for a little bit longer? Because we kind of ran a little bit behind, but we've got more to talk about.
Oh, good.
Next up is, let's see, do I want to go to this? I want to go to, I'm curious what, who had the best costume? Which character had the best costume or costumes filming?
Man, that's hard. I love all of them for different reasons. Like Eric's were like the best, like you mentioned earlier. I thought that was so cool. Christy's outfits, I mean, those were all great. The blue one is probably my favorite. I do like that one a lot. Man, I don't want to like give away too many of the other characters either.
That blue
but
one was great.
That one is a great
I would have
costume.
worn that.
Well,
one
there's
back
almost
then.
kind of 2 blue ones because there's the one like this.
Yeah, like the one in the
This is the sneaking
yeah.
around one, but there is one that actually is a little bit more reminiscent of Jasmine-ish that you guys will see in future films. This one is kind of Jasmine-y though.
Yeah. And I think like some of the other ones were maybe people in the other movies, so I don't want to mention them.
Okay. So you can attest that there is so
there's
much more
so much cool
after
stuff.
this first movie. There is just so much that you guys, so much in store that we're excited to share with y'all. All right, so real quick, let's dive into the next swag box. So the next swag box, this one is swag box number 4. And this one's great because, again, you're not just getting what we're going to talk about in this swag box. You're getting the first one in the spring, the second one in the summer, the third one in the fall, and then finally you're getting this one next December. And a lot of people are really excited about this one because this is where you're going to get the Blu-ray. You're going to get to see the film. You're going to have a physical copy of it to keep forever. Another cool thing that comes in this swag box is the art of Aladdin 3477. This is a coffee table art book, and this is just going to show a lot. I mean, it's going to have storyboards. It's going to have like the full production paintings and everything. But what's interesting, you can kind of see through looking at these, I have such a range of different styles and techniques that I do for designing characters. Sometimes I'll do full paintings. Sometimes I'll do, we call them matte paintings, not just the matte paintings that are painted on windows, like that kind of special effect, but concept paintings, all kinds of different techniques. But you're also going to see, like I'm showing some of the fancier stuff here, the stuff that's a little more polished. You're going to see my scribbles, and you're going to see the first time I wrote down the words Aladdin 3477. You're going to see like for a while I was trying to figure out, could I make Fidji look like a monkey and actually make it a little bit more like a Boo? I scrapped that idea early on, but I still made little, sometimes you need to draw things out and like, see, is this a good idea? And after a while I was like, no, it's not. It's really cute, but this is not the direction I want to go. So you're going to see a lot of what could have been, like some, crazy ideas that didn't end up happening. And then more polished stuff like this. That's so cool, though. This was the scene here. Actually, we were talking a little bit earlier about this nighttime scene in Kong Chiam. Mm-hmm. So one of the funny things, I knew where we were going to be filming it, but we hadn't made the set yet. So here I actually painted the ground green because I thought there was going to be grass there. And it was the only thing that was driving me crazy. Like, oh, really, there's going to be green grass? Like, it's just going to, I want this to look like the other side of the world and like perhaps a third world country. And like, it's not really going to feel that way if there's lush greenery all over the ground. So thankfully, Clayton Celesto was okay with me killing the grass. And I think pouring gasoline. I don't know if it was gasoline. No, it wasn't gasoline, but it was like grass killer and weed killer. But still, it doesn't matter how much of that stuff you spray, it still finds a way to come up. So our quick solution was to put hay everywhere, and we did this last minute. The crazy thing was, the girl who played this kind of exotic dancer. And not that kind of exotic dancer, but she like does the sword swallowing and like the belly dancing and stuff. Yeah. Well, she is also a fire breather. She can do all kinds of with the fire and stuff. And I think I was talking to her on the phone, like, hey, we're set for Friday. Everything's a go. I said, and actually the set looks amazing now because we put hay all over the ground. She was like, what? Uh-oh. And I was like, we put hay. It's like straw, it looks more third world. She's like, I will not be performing fire anywhere near hay, because if one little flame goes down, the whole set, and that set especially, it's like a winding. There was only one way in and one way out, and like, can you imagine all of us like, as the whole thing is burning down? It would have been, although a bunch of us could have jumped in the koi pond, but then we would have been surrounded by like flames everywhere, but trapped in this koi pond. Anyway. Yes, you see her for a split second kind of spinning around. Mm-hmm. So instead of doing the fire breathing, we did kind of like a laser light kind of cape thing that looks really cool.
You had me at laser cape.
A laser cape?
You had me at laser cape.
Laser cape. That's good. Anyway, we've got another Deanna Sheehan enamel pin. This one is awesome. Lochan Shyamalan. It's got textured metals and the eyes are glow in the dark. This is going to be just a pin that's off the hook. I know James is going to love this because it's got James decor. Only one color, dark red. That's you, James. So we've got the Fidji minifig, and the Fidji minifig is so cute.
Oh my gosh.
and it's I think it's 20 pieces. It might be 22 pieces. I can't remember, but it's so adorable. It's got his little tramp stamp on the back, and this one's really fun to put together. One of the cool things about, in fact, we should do it. You know what? We're going to.
Yeah.
We should make Missy do this,
Mhm,
right?
mhm, mhm.
All right. So hold on. You've seen it, right? It's cool, Fidgy. Now we're going to do this with Oz as well later on, because the only person that knows Fidgy, not as much as I do, but who puppeteered Fidgy probably the second most, is Oz. So we're going to put him to the test as well. But I wanted to share with y'all kind of what the experience is going to be. How do you get these Fidgies? Because you guys know that obviously the designer toy Fidgies are going to come in this box like this. What about the minifigs? Well, the minifigs don't come in a flashy box or anything like that. They are going to come like this. And so, Missy, we are going to put you to the test. These are all the pieces for a Fidgy minifig.
Oh my gosh.
Show us how it's done.
Let's see here.
Lego time.
The Lego tag.
Don't mind me. I am going to check in on a few things. I'm going to check in on the Kickstarter.
So many. There's a lot more pieces than new ones.
Yeah, there's so many pieces to this one.
Awesome. Thank you. We've had some backers recently. We are moving on up. We are in the 57 Chevy thousands, and we're climbing up. Thank you, guys, to those of you that are backing. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
You can do it.
We shall see.
I'm actually going to
You can't leave until it's done.
George, that.
make this a little smaller.
Try to figure it out here. Let's see. Let's play up here.
Mhm.
No, no, maybe not.
Mhm.
Okay.
I like what you're doing there.
Concentration.
Good. Okay. Under
Let's see,
pressure.
where's this? I am a little under pressure. Let's see. Those obviously go together. That's gotta be for this, because that's a backpack. Maybe.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh.
Hold on. What's this? Just go like. Maybe this.
Close, but
Go that way.
I like where that's going. Oh, that's a perfect fit. There you go.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh,
Got the
that's it.
backpack.
That's the backpack.
All right, and these two probably go together.
They go together like rama lama 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 dinga dinga dong.
That was my 6th grade graduation song.
Really?
Yeah.
Gosh,
Yeah,
you're so
we-
lucky.
What I guess. It was the vitamin C thing, and then we walked down and filed out of the auditorium to that one. I'm like, oh boy.
Eric Steele's in the hizzle, in the online hizzle. He says, "Oh yeah."
Really? What time is it?
10:30.
Okay, yeah, he's on.
Doug Darkwater says, "Can't wait to learn more about Aladdin himself. Where does he rank as scoundrel on a scale of 1 to 10, being Peter Venkman and 10 being Han Solo?" He's maybe more than 10. Actually, Aladdin's going to surprise a lot of people, because what I wanted to do with Aladdin, not that this is super realistic, because I mean, for crying out loud, there's a djinn with like a wish and a magic lamp and stuff like that. But this is a much more realistic take. I think the thing that always struck me about, like, for example, Disney's Aladdin, as much as I love Disney's Aladdin, it's a little strange that like Aladdin is a criminal. He's a thief. He steals from people. And some people are like, yeah, but that one time he stole a loaf of bread, saw some hungry kids and just gave it to the hungry kids. Like, yeah, but that doesn't make up for all the other times he steals from people. Total criminal. And this Aladdin is actually definitely a scoundrel. And in some ways, especially in this first film, some people might not like Aladdin very much. Some people might. He's a scoundrel through and through. He's a con artist. In some ways, he's charming, and I think people are going to find him endearing. But we make no bones about it. He is a criminal. He hangs around shady people, and it's a little bit more. He's not. He's kind of homeless, but he's got kind of like a sweet man cave that he's built out of a giant storage container that's inside of a building. But he's pretty rogue. He's kind of he's
But not evil.
he's not evil.
No.
No.
Just relatable.
Relatable. And he's definitely scoundrel for sure. The question is, over the course of these films, will he become the hero that everyone's hoping and expecting? You're going to have to wait and find out. It's a great question. How we doing over here?
I think I put some pieces that were not supposed to be together, and now I can't get them off. These ones.
Oh, yeah.
So I think. it's
Okay,
just
good.
this.
Uh-huh. No,
Maybe?
no,
Maybe
no.
not?
There's a little
This
more.
way?
Well, no, not yet. But what do these do? And actually, you only need. Oh, you can take those off. Although
Okay.
that would have been cool. But yeah, those don't go there.
Okay.
This right here, this just creates an extra steel lamp. It's like
Okay.
just an extra little lamp. It's not the or not the lamp of wisdom.
Yeah.
We'll put this on last because otherwise it'll be easier to put on last.
So maybe I had this.
Good.
Right? Is it this?
Oh, maybe
Maybe.
try. Is it that way or the other way? It's the other way.
Is it the other way?
Good.
Sweet.
Does this come with instructions?
When Aladdin built Fiji, did it come with instructions?
There's a bear fish in the woods.
Maybe like
No,
or is it
no.
the opposite way?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, of course I'm gonna have a hard time getting it.
Don't break it.
I know.
It's not gonna break.
Oh my gosh.
Fiji, so fragile.
Missy, you broke it.
I did not. I did not.
Surgeon.
So the first thing you need to do is make that secure, because right now it's like loosey-goosey, and you can make that secure by locking in and having it stick out even on either side. There we go. Rock and roll. Yeah, rock and roll. Yep. You want that even on each. There you go. But you want it like you see how you don't want it loose like that though, because then the arms are going to be. Although that would be fidgety, wouldn't it?
Would be kind of fidgety.
That would be fidgety.
All right.
Good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
lock
There
it
we go. Nice and there you go. Oh wait, hold on. He has no neck.
Is it neck?
Yeah. He needs a neck.
It's for Fiji.
Or for fidgety or coral.
So that's what this piece is for.
Yes, that is.
Yeah. I might need an instruction manual for this one. What? I guess it doesn't.
There you go. Right? Did it? Oh no.
Of course, I have like kind of long nails right now too.
You can do it.
There we go.
You check here. All right, this looks good. What else can I go over here? While Missy is attacking that, good, excellent. I'm going to go through a little bit more of what we're talking about here. Fiji from the side, Fiji underneath. You can see the cool jetpack boosters, and of course the infamous tramp stamp that is on the back. Also in the Lochan's Loot, which is the 4th swag box, you are also going to get the thank you gift that comes with this tier, and that is a Lochan Shyamalan minifig with all of these sweet accessories. So the 4th tier is pretty rocking. It also comes with a Paul Michael Caine chapbook. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's been revealed with this. Yeah, I'm not. I think that's it for this. Yeah, so we're going to come back and talk about the Sky Club momentarily. Cool. We'll take a look at that in a second. Brittany says, is he more like an anti-hero like Deadpool? I wouldn't say like Deadpool. It probably is more Han Solo-ish, but I would say my version of Aladdin was inspired by Han Solo, Ash from Army of Darkness, Evil Dead. I would say also Jack Burton.
Nice.
I would also say Captain Jack Sparrow a little bit. And I would say, who else? There's someone else. I would say Corbin Dallas a little bit
Multi-pass.
from Fifth Element, and just some really good rogue heroes.
Deadpool's touch
Nice.
more violent than it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not as much Deadpool, although huge. Man, am I excited for Deadpool 3. That's going to be so much fun with Hugh Jackman.
I knew.
Oh my
they would
gosh.
get Hugh Jackman. Like Hugh Jackman plays it off like, oh, I'm not gonna do Wolverine anymore. But he and Ryan Reynolds have one of the best.
Oh yeah, camaraderies and
Yeah.
stuff. Oh my god. Oh, and there's one more.
There we go.
Get the whole frenemy angle going.
There we go.
That is awesome. Rock and roll. Here, I'll throw this away. Fidgy, as created by Missy Gallup. Awesome. Woohoo. All right. So Missy, I have more questions. So since working on Aladdin, you've gone on, my gosh. So you were still, I think when we finished filming, you might have still been in school, really close to graduating, but you were doing amazing things where you were winning awards, like not just in your school, but like nationally and maybe even internationally. You were winning these crazy like advertising awards and all kinds of amazing stuff. Tell us about what you've been up to from the time we finished filming Aladdin till now,
Oh my
what you've been cooking.
So I think we finished Aladdin in like the early part of my senior year or like the end of my junior year. I can't remember now. But after all of that was done, the CCS with the advertising department, the last 2 years is all about film and commercial production. And that's the part I was really excited about. And I knew like from early on that the senior project was whatever you wanted to do, you could go full out. Had to be like a minute-long commercial of your choosing. And I was like, I'm going to do my magnum opus kind of project and do that. And that for me was my Lego commercial. And
Awesome. Lego. Woohoo.
yeah, so I just love Lego and I wanted to kind of give that back because like for me, that was a big part of my childhood. And from the commercial is all about like this being inside like a kid's imagination. And I had to do an outer space theme. So it's an astronaut and the kid's like playing with a little astronaut Lego piece and you keep seeing it go back and forth from like real life. But I knew I didn't want to like cheat it by doing it all on a green screen. So I saved like a bunch of money to actually fly out to Arizona and shoot this astronaut out in the desert, out in like Arizona.
Yeah.
And I actually hired Ghost to
I was just
film
going to
it.
say, so one of the things, this spec commercial
Yeah.
is amazing. And
It's so fun.
you have to see it if you haven't seen it. Where's the easiest place for people to see it?
YouTube on my Adroit Creative channel. That's my business.
So Adroit, and that, which I'm going to ask you about coming up. But so that's ADROIT.
Kind of like Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's Adroit.
Yep.
And you'll find it there on Missy's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So one of the great things about, again, we had this Aladdin 3477 family, and
Yes.
people describe this anytime they make like even a short film,
Oh, yeah.
you band together, even over the course of a couple weeks. When you make something, you just, you bond after these long days working together. So the cool thing is when you made this, you kind of were able to get the help from a number of people
Oh, yeah.
from cast and crew, one of which is Ghost, who is our director of photography, Alex Jacobson, who we're going to meet a little bit later on. We call him Ghost. You're going to find out why later. But tell us about Ghost, what he was able to bring to the table. And then I want to hear about who else kind of is incorporated in
For
one
sure.
way or another.
So yeah, with Ghost, I came up to him. I remember I took him out to go get coffee and I'm like, dude, I have this idea and I have like the worst shaky hands ever to hold the camera. And then we saw how amazing he is on set. So I was
Yeah.
I need you on this project to make it work. And so yeah, and I'm like, look, I'm putting thousands of dollars into this. Like I need to make sure like it looks good. And so he brought out his drone we went out there in the middle of the desert. Literally, like drove off to this place where it just ended, this giant cliff. But he had a friend out there that was like a hiker, so he had no problem wearing this costume and just climbing out on these rocks and making it look so cool. And he played the astronaut.
And
I almost was
didn't
going to
you-
bring Eric with me, but it was
Okay.
just cheaper to have the guy who lived out there already.
And I remember you telling me that to get this stuff out there, you literally
I wore
on the
helmet.
plane, you wore the helmet,
I wore the boots, the costume. I had to wear like
a
the
spacesuit.
I had to wear the
So you
spacesuit.
you walked onto an airplane with your dressed as an astronaut, and then you had a
I'm holding
helmet,
the helmet with me as my carry-on.
and then you had stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh my
I
gosh.
had like all the
That's
belts
so
and everything. I'm like, I looked like this astronaut, like coming out in this, like with goes, and he had all his camera equipment. We only went out there for like a day and a half because we flew in like one day just to go and scout. We kind of knew where we wanted to go. We knew it was like we wanted to find where there was like no vegetation, so we didn't want to see anything green, and we just wanted to make it look like as alien and foreign of a planet as we could. And we did. We finally got it, and we just stayed there for the night. Woke up at like early morning and just started like filming everything the whole day. And we were out by the next day, like or even later that night. And
So tell me what ended up happening with that commercial.
so that one ended up winning a bunch of awards. People loved that commercial. It won a local Addy here in Michigan, and then it won Best of Show here in Michigan at the Addies, which was really incredible. And then later it won what do they call it? The One Club ADC Cube Award in New York, which was a really cool thing. They actually used the commercial in their promo video later too, so it was kind of cool to see it go all over the world. And yeah, it was really fun to see how it won all these awesome things. And I was very proud of it. I was very excited to see it do so well. Because I mean,
Yeah.
I've dreamed about that project for a long time, just kind of like you with your Aladdin.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was great to see it come to
that
life
is awesome.
and see it on the big screen at the awards. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me about like what have you been doing since? So like recently I saw this. I didn't know anything about. Oh wait, did you? I was checking some things here. Did you mention the other people who helped for the
Yeah, I
the
need
video?
to. So I mean, Lego won a lot of the big awards, and that was like my favorite project. So that one I always promote. But I hired Aaron G all the time to do voiceover work.
Okay.
All the time. Actually, one of the commercials was for HP. And I used his voiceover in it, and that won a bunch of awards. Actually, that won
I
a
remember
pencil.
that was a good one too. That
Yeah.
was great. Yeah.
That was a big one. That was my first big award project, and I did that project over a weekend.
Wow.
And that was a crazy one. But his voice, man, it's just
Yeah.
awesome. And I used him as like a Morgan Freeman voice in another like national
Okay.
parks project.
Yeah.
He was always so cool about
But
doing
even
that.
the Lego one that you did,
Yeah.
who played the kid?
Yeah, I
Who
was
was
gonna
the-
say
who was the
Alex
kid?
Michelle. Oh my gosh, I swear he helps out with so much stuff. He's awesome. But his kid Hayden, he plays the little kid in the commercial, and
Who's actually playing
who's
Legos.
actually playing
Yeah.
Legos, and he loves playing Legos. So I'm like, I would love to have your son in there and play with us. And yeah,
And then don't we hear a voice in the background that of that?
yeah, that's David's voice. So
That's Kasawa. All right.
my goal was ever since I started dating David, I wanted him in every project that I did at CCS.
Yeah.
And because I couldn't use him in the Lego commercial, I already had my astronaut. He was out in Arizona. I had to have the kid. David can't play, a 30-year-old can't play a little kid.
I mean,
So I had him say, like, do the voiceover, like, but I had him call Hayden David in the commercial. So I had my David in my Lego commercial that way. But it means so much because all these projects, I had people I love from cast and crew in there. I had James in a lot of my projects. I had Cam in a lot of my projects. Alex, Michelle, Eric Steele.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And Eric was awesome. Man, huge shout out to him because he let me use that studio all the time with
Mhm.
projects. And he helped me he
What-
actually taught me so much about cameras and everything more than even CCS probably.
But also you've helped Eric with a number of projects for
yeah,
sure.
that was the way we like to help each other out.
Yeah. So it's always really neat seeing how much the Aladdin family has kind of
Oh, yeah.
bonded and kind of helped each other out on different projects and,
Sure.
and stuff. It's just been super cool.
It's been really cool. Yeah. And then even with I don't know if you want to talk about Joy yet or not, but
You know what? Actually, let me just check and make sure. Let's talk really quick, or let's go into the comments. So Eric Steele is sharing. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Eric. For those of you on Facebook, I assume this is a link to the awesome Epic. And Eric says she did such a good job. So if you're on Facebook, check out that link to check out this. The Lego commercial is just
Lego
through the
Vintage.
roof. You should have timed Missy to see if the other guy. Oh, we should have timed.
Oh man, he'll still probably beat me.
We'll see. Well, I don't know how much of a. He might not though, because I don't know how much into Lego he is. He probably is now with Grayson.
Yeah.
But
Oh, he's so cute.
so I'm not. We'll have to figure. But you know what? We're gonna. Darn! I should have timed it. I wasn't thinking. And Kasawa here has the link also on Facebook for Adroit Creative. All the cool things her company has been creating. And I also, so you got to tell me about this company. I also noticed when I was, because I did check out the website recently, and I saw some artwork, and I'm like, that looks like Alex Bouchel artwork. So I assume you're getting other creatives in on this and stuff. Tell me about what Adroit is.
So Alex and I we're really good friends, and we got along really well. And so we realized we actually have a lot of design like similarities too. We work really well together, and eventually he just always believed in me on doing my own like actual company. And then eventually he's actually now a partner in the company.
No way.
Yes.
That's awesome.
So I couldn't just go solo forever either. And he's just really cool. And yeah, we now he's like an official partner in this whole business and helping this grow. And so now it's his work in here and my work in there. And
I can't wait to have Alex on, but I think and I'll probably have him on way before that, but there's so many characters, like characters that are in like the second and third film. So right now I'm trying to just focus on the people that you're going to see right away and stuff. But I can't wait. Alex, I've known for such a long time, and that's totally cool. I'm so pumped that I didn't know that it was like a total joined forces thing. That's awesome.
Yeah, and we don't just do like, I mean, you probably saw there's a lot of things there. We do packaging and we do branding. It was kind of crazy. I'll start more like, because I graduated in the middle of the pandemic, so there was like no jobs available. So that kind of launched me into doing the business more. But and then it kept growing from there, and I'm like, I guess I'm sticking with this, and it just kept growing so much more that I needed more help too. And he was like so eager, and he's always been such a big supporter from it since the start. And so now we're just doing that, and we're killing it.
That is
we
awesome.
help brands go from like little farmers markets to now they're in Meyer. So
wow,
yeah, it's kind of cool to see how much they've grown, and I'll have
that's
to
amazing.
show you guys some of the stuff. Yeah.
So when you show us some of the stuff you're doing, are you actually going to take us to Meyer?
I mean,
instead of pulling out your portfolio, walk down in this aisle, see these? It's me right here. See these? Not that label, but see this one. Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's like hummus brands. We've done like there's the ones called Field Bars. They're like the #1 thing on Amazon. Like it's so cool. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to see all of these companies grow and know that we were like a little part of it.
Yeah.
And so it's been really fun.
Real quick, I want to talk about the next. First we got a couple comments, and Ghost in the Hizzle. Woohoo, Lego. Alex, I cannot wait to have you on a little bit later on. And Kasawa, everyone should be proud of your commercial, or everyone is proud of your commercial, Missy. You've envisioned this for the longest time. Great job on all your work, heart. And Justin Salazar says, that's really awesome, Missy. So proud of you. So cool. So awesome. Real quick, and I've got some more things I want to chat about, but I want to chat real quick about the Sky Sales Sky Club. So this is the first deluxe reward package. And what this is we've got the first 4 swag boxes, and that was what the rewards were previous to this. This is not another swag box. Instead, what this is the existing 4 swag boxes. But if you get this reward tier, you're going to get even more deluxe rewards added into your swag boxes. So some of what those rewards are, you can see here in the lower right-hand corner, this is a Red Star 3D magnet, which is to be revealed, but is going to be super cool. You're going to get 8 8x10 glossies signed by cast and crew that play these characters. So right now, admittedly, like these aren't household names that like everyone knows, but in time, hopefully, as this grows, hopefully everyone will know all of these peeps' names. You're going to really fall in love with these characters. So I know you'll be excited, especially once you've seen the movie. This is just going to be some of the coolest stuff to have. Christy Perovsky is going to be hanging out with us later. Fidgy in the Hizzle. There's Bredge. John Rick also is going to be hanging out with us later. Now, in this reward tier, you get to choose a second shirt of your choice. And again, any sizes. So if you get this, you're actually getting 2 shirts, one from the first rewards tier, one from this. So which 2 would you want? Maybe one for you, one for a friend. But we've got the Princess Kamala, just the Aladdin logo with the Jinn symbol in the background. We've got this Fidgy shirt that's just kind of this cool J-pop design. And then, of course, Lochan Shyamalan. Also in this reward tier, you are going to get a page from my script book, which is going to be signed by me. And these are really cool because this has a lot of my scribbles, a lot of my notes, a lot of my, we're going to change what this person says here. Just kind of all kinds of notes and scribbles. And it's just kind of a little piece. It's kind of a snapshot into the making of this huge project. And it's like a moment in time, but it's like this moment in time that lives forever. And so I think it's a cool collectible to have. Also in the Sky Sail Sky Club, you're going to get a second movie poster. So in the Jinn's Wise Choice, you're going to get one clean for those of you that are purists and you don't want any signatures on it, or maybe you just want to have one separate, but you are going to get one that is signed by Missy and James and DTE and by myself and by as many cast and crew as we can get together to sign these. And I think this is going to look cool with all of the kind of positive negative space, to have people signing possibly with silver in the dark spaces, but especially with the dark Sharpie and all of the blank white areas. It's just going to be this really nice texture of epic signatures through and through. And of course, there is a minifig that you can get only in the Sky Sail Sky Club. This is a new reveal that we've been sharing today, and it is the Umi minifig. And how adorable is this? When you see some of the cool things that this figure comes with, Umi comes with, well, she's got kind of this cool garb with like this hood and this almost like a ninja mask, and she's got the goggles, but also there's an alternate head for if the hair comes down. We've got this flag that's like on this bow staff. You may, if you watch the trailer closely, you might see a little bit of what happens with this. Then there's 2 more accessories that might seem kind of odd. Like, what is she doing with a bowl of noodles? And what is that? It looks like a coin from Thailand. Like, that's so weird. Why would these be accessories that come with this figure? Don't want to reveal too much too soon, but I guarantee after you see the movie and then you look at this minifig, you're going to be like, oh yeah, like this is good. It's going to be a really, you're going to be so happy that you have these to recreate some of the magic from this. And this is just kind of a look at the, just look at all of the ornate, like the cool patchwork that's in like the trousers and whatnot, and like the ripped up shirt. So cool. We're going to talk about the Aladdin's Inner Circle a little bit later, but Missy, real quick, I wanted to just chat about 2 things. One is, what do you have coming up in the future? What's on the horizon?
Oh man. So really, I've been so busy with actually other client stuff that I never got to work on Adroit stuff, which is probably why you're seeing it more now than ever before, is because I'm trying to give it a little more time to focus on me a little too and get that going. So as this grows more, we have kind of an established website and everything else, and that's where we're kind of going right now. But yeah, every client right now, it's been keeping me busy. Feels like sometimes it's 24-hour days, but it's okay. I love what I do, and I guess just more client stuff, I guess.
World domination.
Yeah.
You're going to expand from Adroit to
it'd be cool if it was like a full
a
agency.
Drew SA, and then from there it'll be a World.
That'd be cool.
A Milky Way.
So yeah, I actually picked that word because, well, one, it kind of sounds like droid to me a little bit. But
Yeah.
then it's like we live in Detroit, which is kind of cool. But the word actually means like being like creative with your hands and your mind. So I was like,
Yeah.
that's like, I think that was a good word to like describe the company. And
That's convenient.
yeah, right. So I was like, I think that was it. And we've just been going forward with that since. And I'm just excited to see it grow and trying to establish myself a little more as I've helped establish others. Now it's going forward with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Hopefully have more clients coming in the future too.
Yeah. So I have a question, and that is, if you could give advice, because you definitely are someone that kind of came into this project, you were kind of like an intern. By the end of this film, I mean, it got to a point where I could have just handed it to you or Dave Todd or any one of the people that just really, really brought their A game. But you really rose to the top of just being one of the go-to people that was really, really making things happen, not just watching from the sidelines. And now you're totally killing it with all of the ad work you're doing and everything. Do you have any advice for people that are students now, or people that are aspiring to be an artist or a filmmaker or anything like that?
Honestly, just go for it. Like, don't doubt yourself. Like, I know I've gone through a lot of doubt, and I definitely surround yourself with people that are going to help you and help you grow. I mean, I don't think I'd be where I am today without the cast of and crew of Aladdin, for sure. When they believe in you, you can believe in yourself too, and just do it. If you want to start your own company, do it. No one's saying you have to go to an agency. Or if you want to make that film, do it. I mean, these people, like, they'll believe in your project. If you have the excitement and the ambition, you can do it.
That's
all you
awesome.
really need.
And definitely surrounding yourself with good people.
Yeah.
Best advice I ever got was from my mom, who said, if you want to soar like an eagle, don't hang around turkeys.
Yeah.
Which is great advice.
It is.
Awesome. Missy, it was so fun having you on. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you so much. I can't wait to see what everything you've got cooking moving forward in the future. And man, it was so good to see you and to have you on. We'll have to do it again soon.
Absolutely.
We'll do a full coming up. We'll do like a live stream lounge where you come on, and I'll be able to share a little bit more stuff. Right now, I've got everything for the Aladdin Kickstarter, but we'll show more examples of what you're doing.
Yeah,
and,
that'd be awesome.
And we'll rock it out. We'll have Dave on soon too.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Awesome. Great seeing you,
It was so good
sweetheart.
seeing you.
Yeah,
It was so
rock
much
and
fun.
roll. Awesome. Woohoo.
Well, thank you.
All right. Well, throw this over here. Is that your water right there?
Yes. Yeah.
Boom. All right, James, how are you feeling? Actually, I have you. Dave was on last. Are you up for doing? Are you up for an hour?
Yeah, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you? You
I
got a jet?
I got
Okay.
you got me on it before, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do have you. Yep, I absolutely do.
I will see you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave. You're the best.
Thank you.
James, maybe what we can do. You want to do the? You want to set this up? Let's set that up real quick. And pardon our dust while we kind of get some of this stuff together. And Justin I think we already read this, but Justin Salazar says, that's really awesome, Missy. So proud of you. All right. So in an hour, our special guest, Paul Michael Kane, who's going to be live streaming in from New Jersey, just outside New York City. Can't wait to talk with Paul again. In fact, during this next hour, I need to send Paul an email. Actually, I need to send him a text to get his email. And then I need to, or Paul, if you happen to be watching or listening, send me a text message what your email address is, and I can get you the link to get you in the live stream at noon.
I keep forgetting he's not going to physically be here.
Yeah, he'll be hanging out. He'll be hanging out via.
I'll see you in another 6 years.
Via the live stream. It'll be great. Let me check in with the Kickstarter. Let's see how the Kickstarter is doing. Are we in the 58s yet? I don't know. Let's find out. We're getting close. We're climbing into the 57.
Tell Dave I said hi.
Oh, no, actually. Oh, no, we are. Yes, we are in the 58s. What is up? Thank you so much to our new backers. You know who you are. Thank you so much. And it could be new backers. It could be some of you that are raising your pledges. Either way, thank you so much. And of course, the best thing that you can do is you can share this with, you can share. John Rick just sent me a message here. See him, Missy. Thank you so much. Tell Dave I said hello. And you better be watching and cheering everyone else on the sidelines. Leave us some comments and stuff, and make sure that I don't fall asleep, because who knows? At some point, I might be like, and I might just fall over. Awesome. Thank you. See you, Missy. All right. So James, awesome, dude. I love the get up. Do you need another drink? Are you like good to go? Where are you at? You good with that?
I'm good for now.
All right. So we got all kinds of cool stuff to going on. John Rick wants to know, so aiming to come up, weather permitting. If we do cruise in order to be, that would make it dangerous. I can join it. Oh, okay. Let me just write real quick. Cool. Totally up to you. Boom. So those of you that don't live in Michigan, we have allegedly a crazy snowstorm coming our way. I don't know how crazy it's going to be, but John Rick, who plays Bredge, he lives a good maybe an hour, depending on traffic and stuff. So if it's even a halfway decent snowstorm, that's just kind of like, that's a little bit treacherous to be driving for that long or that far of a place if you don't have to. So so totally understand. Totally. Either way, whatever you're more comfortable with, we will make it happen. Faux show. So all right, James, dude, I love this onesie. Now I think you said it before. How did you acquire such an amazing set of PJs?
I think it was Christmas for sure. Terry gave it to me.
Nice. And for if you haven't seen it earlier, I don't know if we can see it. Is there a way you can give the tail wag? You might have to launch yourself up a little bit to wait here. If you don't mind me. That's great. It's awesome. Let's see. Awesome. Dave Kasawa says, hi, Matt. I've had it on in the background. Awesome. Thank you. Kristen Rose Merlot. Hey-o. What is going on, Kristen? So good to hear from you. I need to have you on the live stream next time you're in town. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe you moved back, or maybe that was just a job change or something like that. And then I think I saw recently it sounded like you were still not in Michigan. So whether you are or you aren't, the next time you're in town, we need to schedule a hangout on Sunday night so we can catch up with all the cool stuff you are doing in the live stream lounge. I don't know if you know, recently I recommended you for a gig that came my way that I thought you would be really good for. So if you heard from someone from Paramount Plus, hopefully they reached out. John Rick says, I came here for the James PJ tail wag.
Just for you, boo.
Tanuki James, Eric says. Oh God, what do you have poor James dressed in?
I came in this all by myself.
Yeah, that was all by choice. I'm in Buffalo. I just make frequent trips in. Oh gosh, and the person, I didn't even think of this, but the person who I recommended you contact also is in New York as well. So that's a good thing. I'm still in New York working on EverQuest stuff. Awesome. All right. Nice. Well, that's good to hear. I wasn't sure if you were doing that. Unsurprised that by choice. Awesome. I can't wait though. The next time you're in town, if you're visiting family, if you've got an open Sunday night, I would love to have you come on and talk about EverQuest and all the cool stuff that you've been doing. And if you're lucky, James will be there as well. And he will bring on the live stream lounge.
Oh yeah.
And he will have banana in hand. Apparently, allegedly. Oh my gosh, we are at 58,000. We are getting so close
What
to
is
being
up?
sextupled. I cannot wait. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is awesome. Like, oh my gosh, I'm over the moon about it. That is so great.
What if we get to? Yeah, well, we're like 2,000 away.
I know.
Less than.
Less than. Yeah. We can do it. We can do it. And again, we're doing this telethon. We're trying to raise funds. So there's 3 things you can do. And it's not just about send us your money. First of all, it's not charity. You're not just sending us money. This is for really cool. It's like you're ordering stuff ahead of time. So you're getting things. It's like you're pre-ordering the Blu-ray and the Art of Aladdin 3477 coffee table book. And yeah, enamel pins and cool stickers and everything else, the minifigs, the Fidgy designer toys. But what's great about this, it's not charity. And I think some people get confused, not just because it's Kickstarter, which they might not be familiar with, but also because I keep saying you're going to get rewards shipped throughout the year.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people feel like, oh, so I'm going to keep having my credit card charged
No.
and then I have to cancel it, but I can't figure out how to cancel it. It's not like that. It's one charge. This is just this year. It's a one-time charge. You're going to get all of these items throughout the year, and then that's it. There is no recharging. There's nothing you have to cancel. There's no subscription. It's pretty easy peasy.
It's the biggest haul I've ever fathomed, going through all the different things you're shipping out.
Yeah, for sure. And in fact, we are going to talk about some more of them. I wanted to say, so obviously you could back the project, which is great. Some of you have already backed the project. Again, this is not like, I don't want to be like, oh, I know you're already sending us money. Send us more money. But if you have the means, there's a chance if you've kind of selected a certain reward tier, but you're kind of eyeing, man, maybe I do want to go up. It is real easy. Today would be the last day. It's the final hours. It's real easy to go back to the link. I believe I have it in the description of whatever live stream, where if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Facebook. If the link isn't working for some reason, you should just be able to go to Kickstarter, look up Aladdin 3477. And it's real easy. The first thing on there, you can click on Manage Your Pledge. You could select a higher reward tier, or you could stay in the same one. You could select different add-ons, and every little bit helps us, but also gets you more rewards. The whole idea is the more our funds raise, the more thank you gifts and the more rewards I can throw into your swag boxes as well. It helps the quality go up. If I've got more money to spend, I can make higher quality toys. The coffee table art book, maybe I can also put a dust jacket on it. Maybe I can have it come in a special slip case. But these are all things. It really just depends on how much we're able to raise. Now, the biggest thing you can do has nothing to do with money. It's absolutely free. Just takes a little bit of your time. But the biggest thing that you can do to help is to share it with friends. Now, what I mean by that, of course, you can just share. You can go back to my previous posts on Facebook or Instagram or any of my like the YouTube videos, and you can share them. But when you do that, when you just hit share and it kind of goes, to your feed and your friends, studies show that less than 5% of your friends actually see those posts. So people aren't really seeing that as much. Of course, thank you. And if you're doing that, it's still super appreciated. The best thing that you can do, there is no better advertising than word of mouth. So the best thing that you can do, you can go through your friends list. You can go through your contacts in your phone. Really think of everyone, go through each person at a time. Would they be interested in Aladdin 3477? And I get it. Some people might not. You might get to, Uncle Henry. No, they're definitely not going to be. Okay, fair enough. But there's a lot of different angles of Aladdin 3477. Some people might be into it for the martial arts. Some people might be into it for the robots. Some people might be into it for like the independent filmmaking or the kit bashing. Some people might be into it because it's got kind of a Star Wars look. Some people might be into it because it's got an Indiana Jones feel, right? There's so many different angles. Some people might be into it for the stuffed banana, whatever it is, any way that you slice it. If you can contact your friends, send them the Kickstarter link, but also personalize it. Tell them listen, you need to see this because, and then for whatever reason you think they need to see this, that is the best thing you can do. If you just share it and don't say anything, even if you share it directly with someone, a lot of times people are like, what is this link, my friends? I have no idea what this is. Maybe I'll look at it later, and you keep scrolling, right? So the best thing you can do is contact your friends individually and say, hey, I know you would really dig this. Check this out. And they may check it out and they may be like, oh, okay, it's cool, whatever, but I'm not going to back it for whatever reason. That's totally cool too. But that person might say, you know what, though? Like, I don't have the money to back this right now, or maybe I don't want to back it. It's all good. But they might say, I know someone who would really love this. And maybe it's someone that's just a fan of Aladdin. Check out this Aladdin in the future. And then they might back it. So the best thing you can do is spread the word. Go through your friends list. Go through your contacts. Go into your DMs, your texts, your email. Anyone that you can share this with. It's the last day. It ends at midnight tonight. We are trying to raise funds as much as we can. The more funds we get, the more we can help make these rewards awesome.
Slide us into their DMs.
For you. Absolutely. All right. So we've got, let's see, Unsurprised, Banana. Love the onesie, James. Increased my pledge last week. Thank you so much, James. You are awesome. I did notice that. Looking forward to watching the film. That is just awesome. I super, super appreciate it. That is, dude, that is just fantastic. Thank you. Red Panda James, what? Yeah. Love it. That is so awesome. What a great gift. Love it, Terry. Excuse me. So what I wanted to chat about now, we've talked about the Sky Sales Sky Club rewards. Now we're going to get serious with Aladdin's Inner Circle. There are only 100 of these, and I don't know how many are left at the moment. We probably still have a few, but they are moving, and Aladdin's Inner Circle is cool. I know you might be looking at that price tag, but you get all of the previous swag boxes. You also get all of the previous Sky Sales Sky Club rewards, and now you get into Aladdin's Inner Circle. Wait until you see some of the awesome stuff you get with this. For one, you are going to get a complete set of Fidgies. Now, normally in the third swag box, you're going to get one of these. This is a Fidgy blind box, but you don't know which one's inside. So you might get standard Fidgy right here on the side. It kind of shows you what the odds are. You're most likely to get a standard Fidgy. And after that, it's the Red Star, then the Kong Chayam. The Ninja Fidgy is a little bit more rare. The most rare, which is 1 out of every 15, is Mystery Fidgy. We're not revealing what that is yet. You guys are going to find out what Mystery Fidgy is if you get Mystery Fidgy. Now, some of you might be like, man, I want all 6. I have to get 100 of these until I have all 6 collected? No, there's actually 2 ways that you can get all 6. Very easy. One is in the Aladdin's Inner Circle, where you are going to get a complete set of the Fidgies. Plus, you're going to get the one that comes in Fidgies Find, which is the third swag box. So really, you're going to get 7. You're going to get a mystery one that you don't know what it is, and you're going to get 1 of each. In the boxes, you're going to get a complete set of the Fidgies. Now, you'll notice here there's only 5. Again, it's because we're not revealing what the 6th one is. The internet is going to have to discover what that one is. Also, thank you videos. We've actually started filming these and we've started sharing these. Did you see the Paul Michael Caine one that I dropped yesterday? That was so funny. And I didn't know until watching. I honestly did not know who gave me the slap on the rear. When I was like, that better be Casey.
I was almost tempted to be like, it wasn't.
That would have been funny. But I was more glad that it was Casey that licked my face. I was happier about that than...
that's above my pay grade.
But anyway, these thank you videos are awesome and from the heart. So if you're interested in a thank you video from select cast and crew, again, we kind of sing, we kind of dance. We're just kind of goofing off a little bit, having fun, but the thank you comes straight from the heart. And you're going to get one of these videos posted on the official Aladdin 3477 YouTube. And it's our way of saying thank you. And it's something that's going to live there forever that you'll be able to see. Right now, maybe it just seems like a thank you video from random strangers, but once you've seen the movie, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Like, I know who these people are. I did not release that yet, but we will soon. Yeah, I can't wait. That's going to be a fun one for sure. Oh, this is showing here. If you want to see some of the thank you videos that we've already released, I think there's about 6 of them up there. But if you go to the Aladdin 3477 YouTube page, the third playlist down is where we're going to have all of the thank you videos where they will live forever. Also, in Aladdin's Inner Circle, you are going to get an actual page of storyboards illustrated by yours truly. This is not a Xerox copy. This isn't a print that I'm signing. This is an actual page of storyboards. What's kind of funny, like when you see like a digital reproduction here, they look all nice and clean, but the real ones, because these were on set, some of them are covered in dirt. Some of them have fake blood kind of smeared on the side, because literally these were storyboards I had in my hand, whereas I'm looking around and you need a little bit more blood here, and like faster than someone could come over to do it, I would scoop my hand in blood. I would kind of put it on. Yeah, that looks great like that. And then I put my hand back on the storyboards, and now there's blood, fake blood, all over the storyboards.
You wouldn't even wait either. It's like, oh, blood.
No, I just,
okay, moving on.
you know what? When we're under the gun, we're losing daylight. Also, I didn't want people to lose steam after a while, to hurry up and wait. Even, actors, after a while, they're standing around, and then I say, okay, let's go, and action. But they're kind of waking up from like a daydream nap. So for me, it was always about, well, I've got people, they're in it to win it. Man, let's get this party, let's get it moving along while everyone's still got the steam, But an original page of storyboards, it's so cool. You're going to see a lot of these in the Art of Aladdin 3477, where it's almost like a comic book going through the film, kind of seeing how it was designed from start to finish. And of course, speaking of the art book, in the 4th swag box, you get the actual art book, which is a hardcover coffee table art book. It's actually the same format and size as all of the Art of Disney books, if you have any of those. Also the Art of Pixar, also the Art of Star Wars books. If you collect any of those, this is going to fit right on your shelf. It's going to line up with those. But if you are in Aladdin's Inner Circle, on the inside of the book, on the inside cover, probably the inside, I forget what they call them. There's like a page. It's not an actual numbered page, but there's a name for it, and I can't believe I forgot it. But it might be like you open the cover page. And it's like another page. I am going to draw a Fiji sketch in your art book. So your art book is going to be kind of a one-of-a-kind collectible. You're going to have a one-of-a-kind Fiji sketch drawn by yours truly right in the book. So hopefully that is something that you will enjoy. Also, there is one more minifig. The only way that you can, I take that back. It's not the only way, but the only way without paying for extra add-ons that you can get the Gin of Wisdom minifig is in Aladdin's Inner Circle. And this is what the minifig looks like. How adorable is that? Aaron G., the Gin of Wisdom. He comes with the Lamp of Wisdom. He's got the cool Gin of Wisdom pendant. He's got the scarf, and he's got the dreamy Gin hair. Just such a cool minifig. I can't wait. There is one more way to get all 10 of the minifigs. There is an add-on. And for those of you that maybe you already got all of your rewards and add-ons and everything like a couple of weeks ago, I just added this yesterday. All 10 minifigs. Now, normally minifigs, what's the going rate for a minifig on the market if you're like
custom minifig,
like on eBay? What does it normally go
anywhere
for?
from like at least, sometimes you can get at least $15, and that's not even counting the accessories they could potentially come with.
Yeah. So by that rate, you would say 10 minifigs. That's like $150, right? Nope. All 10 minifigs in the add-ons, $75. That's like slashed in half if you get all 10 minifigs. So super, super cool to nab all 10. Now, that's in addition. So let's say you have a rewards tier that is giving you 4 or 5 of the minifigs. If you get this add-on, you're still getting those 5, but this is getting you the full set of 10. So now you have extras in case you want extras, or you can give those to a friend. They make really cool stocking stuffers. We actually saw Missy putting together a Fidget earlier, but normally they come in a little bag like this. I'll let Red Panda show that off. They come in a little bag like this, and then you get to assemble them. It's actually a lot of fun. It's actually really cool to kind of put them together. Normally with Lego, the minifigs are already like kind of built together. With this, you actually have to put on all the armor.
Every
and kind
single
of,
piece, even the hands, are just separate.
yeah. And the helmet piece is separate. All of it. It's really cool. Look at that. There's like
even the visor looks like it's separate.
yeah, the visor. Well, that's what I meant. The helmet piece and then the actual helmet. You have to build it all. And at first, when I learned that I wasn't going to be able to afford to do like a nice box like this for each of the figures, I was kind of like, man, really? They're just going to be like this and everyone's going to have to make them. But when they sent me a sample, I think they had ones that they made for Avengers and stuff. When they sent me the first sample to put together, I think I had like a Black Widow, an Iron Man, and a Thor. When I opened it and I started putting it together, I was like a little kid, like, oh my God, this is so, you know, and I had my little Thor. I'm like, oh my God, here's his hammer. I had so much fun that I was like, you know what? I don't want the crazy packaging. I want this, and I want to build all of the minifigs. And I know you guys are going to dig. It's fun because then you feel like even when it's done and it's all together and it's all complete, you're kind of like, I did this. I made this. There's kind of like a sense of completion, or it's kind of like a mini accomplishment. So we're going to talk about the final kind of reward tier momentarily, but we've got, I think we have a couple comments. We do. Any plans on a premiere at all? That is a great question. So at the moment, there is no official plans. However, there will be a premiere for sure in Detroit. There might be multiple premieres in the Detroit area. There probably will be one in LA. There might, I mean, it's possible. I've got countries from around the world that are interested in licensing the film, but it really just depends on who we go with, or distributing the film, I should say. But it depends on who we go with for a distributor. If the distributor is already worldwide rights, then I can't just go ahead and make a deal with Japan and India and some of these other places that have contacted me. So it really just depends. So hard to say, but this is definitely the year where things are going to happen. And it's going to be this year. And I should know more in the coming months. Things are going to start to happen pretty quickly. David Van Dyke. Okay, seriously, heading to bed now for a few. Great job so far, and good luck. I'll definitely be checking back after a nap. Thank you, David Van Dyke. Thanks for everything, Matt and James. I appreciate it. Rock and roll. Did you see that sketch yet?
Yeah.
I want to see it. I want to see Spider-Man James. Oh, we didn't do Red Panda and the Smoke, did we?
No.
We'll have to do that a little bit later. Oh, yeah. All right. Wow.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I couldn't really tell what was going on when I was laying on the ground.
Yeah, but now that you see it,
so
it might be.
yeah, but either way, the finished product would be. Really
that is cool.
Actually, I don't know if I was supposed to show that. But.
Oh, but it was kind of blurry anyway. Hey, don't forget about the official Aladdin 3477 Discord. Absolutely. I actually have an image of it. I have been talking about it, Aaron. But for anyone that wants to get in on the Aladdin 3477 Discord, you can share a link to it, Aaron, if you want, here on Facebook. Also, for any of you not on Facebook, if you go to the Kickstarter, if you scroll all the way down, I've got some social media links. I have added the Discord to the socials on the actual Kickstarter page. Let me know if you want the link. Yes, absolutely. Chris Merlot says there's a Discord. Yes, there is. Drop that link. Drop it like it's hot. Wow. Oh wow! Again with the gin minifig, you can probably see it a little bit more clearly than when you were a guest over here. When I was going through it, psh, who needs sleep? I know, right? That's why I'm doing the 24-hour live stream. All right, so James, I need you. I need to connect with Paul Michael Kane and get his email address and stuff. So what I need from you, I need you to razzle dazzle the audience either with a dance or a banana or a story or a tune that you like, singing a tune or reciting a poem. You got me while I do this really quick. All right, let me. I have to take care of some business here real quick, and then I will. You'll have my attention again soon.
Once there was a man who bought a jacket on sale. It was a very nice jacket with several tweed buttons. On the way home, he stuck his hands in his pockets, for it had become chilly, only to discover that the jacket had a very hungry pocket. The man returned the jacket and exchanged it for one blue glove.
What?
The saddest thing I ever did see was seeing a woodpecker peck an old plastic tree. He turned as if to say to me, saying, "Friend, things aren't as beautiful as they used to be."
That's good. Who is that?
Shel Silverstein.
Oh, nice. Have you ever seen what Shel Silverstein looks like?
Yeah, he honestly kind of looked like my grandfather.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Cool, Paul. You still have the same email address. I wasn't sure if it was that or not, but there we go. I would have typed that in by default. Awesome. So let's see here. I need just a little bit more.
Oh.
Do you have more to rehearse?
When the light is green, you go. When the light is red, you stop. But what do you do when the light turns blue with orange and lavender spots? I remember that one particularly. Oh. Oh, that's...
How do I? And I'm having a hard time pasting with this. Maybe if I go here and
Oh, wait, hang on. Hello? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Like what do you got, Aaron?
oh yeah. Oh my gosh. This is going to be great.
You are now.
All right. Well, I saw you on there. Now, bear in mind, I don't know if you were lagging, so you might already be done with all this, but you were reading poetry at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, we're lagging?
No, well, Facebook naturally lags a little bit, but like it buffers a little bit. But man, I've been checking in and out on the Kickstarter, and dude, the place looks awesome, and it seems like it's going very well. I've been checking in on YouTube, and the other thing, I haven't been to Twitch yet, but so far the conversations have been really sweet, and Missy was really cool.
Oh yeah. Awesome.
You guys holding up? Or you got a good caffeine intake?
I'm rocking it. I'm in it to win it for the long haul. So I think I got this, man. It's every now and then I'll be like, oh man, like I've been on my feet this whole time, but dude, no, I'm in it to win it for sure.
No, well, you look great. Like, how long have you been been online? Like, how long have you been on your feet? Like hours wise, have you mapped it out?
Well, since 1 a.m. So I guess that would be 10:30. But I was up 3 hours before that. I did get a little nap in, but I was up. I was up a little bit before that. So even if I crashed at 1 a.m. tonight, it will have been 27 hours. But it's all, dude. I'm at, like, this was. I did this all the time when we were filming, and sometimes even
That's the thing.
since
I was telling
since
somebody that it's like, you know what? For artists or creatives, it's like we do the 24-hour thing an awful lot. I was talking to Shauna, and she was like, "Oh my goodness, Matt's gonna do the 24 hours." It's like, is that man? That seems excessive. I said, well, trust me, man. It's like when you work on projects and everything like that, we've done more than 24 hours.
Oh yeah,
So this will be a walk in the park.
it's
But
yeah,
I just
it
wanna
really
provide
is.
a little distraction there while you do some tech. I can talk to James for a bit while you're.
I think I just
computer stuff.
dude, I think I just got it. But if you wanna stay on for a little bit and you wanna be our voice in, dude, hang out with us for a little bit. We'd love to have
100%.
I'd love that. And in fact, let me see what's going on a little bit later. And possibly later on, if you want to be a cyber guest before, I might be able to have you on. I might be able to have you on, like, maybe for a half hour at like 1:30 or something like that, if you're going to be around.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm down. I have no plans today. I've just been I want to be feeding you guys links. Maybe play what's it called? Fake moderator when
Dude,
I'm around, and
super.
if people have questions, feel free to reach out to me and I will send you the links that I can.
Dude, thank you so much. That is super, super helpful. Super appreciated.
I'll be really prepared this time. When I come in, I'll have a little Chromebook or something next to me. So if you need something, also, if anybody goes to the Discord, I'll be on Discord during this stream. And if you need links, there's a little toolkit that we made in there for all the links, all the super fans for Aladdin 3477.
So, Aaron, do you mind sharing with me, or I can mute this if we need to, your email address? I'm sending you a link for later on at 1:30. Can you share that? I want to send you a link so you'll be able to join this then. Should I mute it as you give me your email address?
I'm actually going to message it to James right now.
Okay.
And there you go. And he just showed it to the world anyway. So no problem.
What? For real? It popped up? How would it have popped up?
It shows up on his phone.
Oh my gosh. Your phone is your phone.
Okay. If hackers want to find me, they could definitely find me. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna get tagged eventually.
You know what? Shoot me a text. Text it to me.
There you go. Oh, perfect.
And I'll be able to get it this way.
I'll bring some little tools for us too, because I know. Are you guys still using the Steadicam?
Not at the moment, but yes. Right now it's charging.
Okay, cool. Because I do have another mount that I'll bring just in case. By the time I get there, it'll be a little bit later, but it'll be nice not to have to hold things.
We've actually got several mounts here. It's actually on a mount right now.
Oh, perfect.
So I think we're good there. Did you say you texted me your email address?
Yes, I'm sending it right now.
Oh, gotcha.
And there you have it. 2-1 mark.
2-1.
Sweet. So this has been this whole process has been really exciting. I hope it translates to everybody watching, because it's like the beginning of the Kickstarter. There's always that run where it's like, in the first 48 hours, everybody needs to know in the first week. The more people that know, that's the thing. And then right at the end, because people forget, people procrastinate, naturally procrastinate. Oh, well, I'll get in it. It's still on there, right? I can still get in there. So I've been trying to tell everybody, this is the last push. This is the big deal. If you want to get in, this is the time to get in. And I think it's a huge thing. it's a huge thing to be a part of, and it's like if and when it blows up, if it blows up, I think it would be really cool to be a part of something at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I knew those guys. I was friends with those guys, and I even gave it their Kickstarter when it came out, and who knows, it became, and who knows what Aladdin 3477 will become in the future. Like there's like a whole world of creativity that kind of went into doing this, and there's essentially an Aladdin 3477 community of creatives.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's funny because I was on Google Photo. It has all the links to all the photos and stuff that I taken, just behind the scenes stuff, and from Aladdin 3477. And it's funny now, all of my current friends, it's like my current friend group, they're somehow related, like a decent majority of people are related to, and they were also in the film. That's how I know that person. Oh my God, this person knows this person, and I know them because of someone in the film. And even in my business, it's been the same way. It's like, wow, like I was thinking about Missy, and I did a Super Bowl commercial, a local Super Bowl commercial, 2 years in a row because of a contact indirectly from doing a project with Missy.
That is awesome.
It's like, how cool is that? It's like, hey, blah, blah, because that's an exact representation of Missy's voice. It's like, oh yeah, so can you like do a voice for my project? I'll pay you. It's like, you do not have to pay me. You
That
can,
was
definitely like be my friend forever. How about that?
That was great. That was a really good Missy. Hey, real quick, because I've got a different screen up. I'm waiting for your text message. It hasn't come through yet.
Oh, really?
You sent me a text message. You said something like 1 mark, which is not me.
Let's see if you can see that. I just put hi, and now I am sending this again. And it is to your phone, I believe.
It should be
The 1168 number.
Yep.
And I'm sending it again just in case. There we go.
Yeah, I agree.
I
And
love technology.
it's interesting that it is true. Who knows how big or small that this will be? The one thing I can guarantee, though, it will continue to grow, especially with the new films coming out. This first film is amazing, but oh my gosh, I think my favorite film is probably the second film. And then the third movie is just off the hook, bananas wild as well. So I can't, like, as proud as I am of the first movie, which is really, really cool. It just goes big, goes amazing. And I just got your email address. Thank you so much. I'm gonna shoot this to you.
Yeah, and there are worlds of content there too. It's funny because I'm always afraid. I don't want to say anything that is like a spoiler, but the world is a specific way in our version of Aladdin 3477, and the backstory from all of the characters, each character, like even though we see them in our movie, they're very heavy, like with potential content, because it's like in the coming together or assembling of characters, it's like, man, there's so much depth to each of their stories, and I don't think it stops. I think even in the third movie, it still maintains that that type of taking us along on many stories. It's not just one character. It's like everyone knows Aladdin, but the Aladdin 3477, there's definitely there are worlds to be created.
Yeah, it's pretty epic, and I kind of tell. I know it doesn't sound like it's possible, but it really is. It kind of looks like Star Wars. It's set in Asia, but has kind of a Star Wars look with the used universe. Feels like Indiana Jones in terms of the adventure, and that's probably a pretty good representation of the action, the humor, but also the seriousness. It kind of hits a lot of the notes that like an Indiana Jones film would. And then the scope is actually Lord of the Rings. The story is nothing like Lord of the Rings. There's no hobbits and there's no but there are different factions of people. There are so many characters and so many storylines in all the best ways. Again, nothing like Lord of the Rings, but this is the kind of trilogy where it's not just one story and then it's done. Now here's the second movie,
yeah.
and it's done.
That's
It's
a good
this
example.
huge, big, epic adventure that I think you guys are really going to dig, and you guys are getting in on the ground floor. I'm going to jump to some comments really quick. Kristen Rose Merlot says, "Who needs sleep?" And Kristen, I assume, are you working at home, or are you on the job? You have us on in the background while you work. Aaron GTV shared the Discord link for those of you that are on Facebook. So definitely check it out. Chris Merlot says, yes, entertain us, faithful minion. That must be you, James. Justin Salazar wants James to sing a tune. John Rick says, can you sing and dance? What does the fox say?
No, but they that same group did a song called Stonehenge, and it literally is about him wondering what the origin of Stonehenge is. But just have you seen that music video?
No.
I have not. That is amazing. I didn't think. Did you
I have-
just hipster? Did you just hipster out on what does the fox say? That is impressive.
No, it's better than what does the
that
fox
was really
say.
Good, but like their earlier song or their
That's
They
great.
did one about like the way the toilet flush is. That was really my favorite one. It was like pretty epic.
I'm actually looking. It must be. I'm actually loving this story. Kristen Rose Merlot says there's like a 1 to 2 minute lag. Oh, we should be back on now, though. It looks like we're rocking and a rolling now. Hopefully the lag is over. It might have been when I was switched over to the email to try to send those links out. That might have been the lag. John Rick says Edgar Allan Polleny, Poetry Corner.
Yeah.
I like it. Chris Merlot says, hey, just chilling at work. So I'm chill for a bit with y'all. Nice. Rock and roll. I want a fun behind the scenes story. Ooh, let's see. Oh, you're definitely in the background while I'm working. What's a good behind the scenes story? Gosh, give me a topic. Behind the scenes promotion, behind the scenes of the Kickstarter, behind the scenes of filming filming on location, filming on a set. My gosh,
on location probably a fun one.
On location.
On location, the Noodle King.
Gosh,
I was gonna. I mean,
Just reference the Noodle King and then never talk about it.
you know what I think is worth mentioning is when we filmed at the Packard plant, the historic Packard plant, which I believe is now leveled after being this vacant. So for those of you not in the Detroit area, or actually, I probably didn't even know what the Packard plant was before we even started filming. Like you could have said Packard plant and I would have been like, what's that? But Detroit is known, and Detroit's on the up, and there's a lot of cool, exciting things happening with our city. But for a long time, we were kind of on the, the down and out, and, lots of vacant buildings and vacant homes and stuff like that, which now you're starting to see happen in a lot of other cities. Well, now Detroit is actually on the up, which is really interesting. But there was this really cool kind of like it's like a factory, but it's like a series of buildings, like literally, man, I want to say like 30 buildings just all over, but they've all been vacant so long. So like the windows are all missing. There's graffiti everywhere. Also, there are parts, they're treacherous. We all had to sign waivers. Plus, we had to get $1 million insurance policy, because you could be walking anywhere on any floor, and if you step in the wrong place, you are not only going to the next floor, you're going through the next and through the next. It was actually really, really dangerous. And we had action scenes where there were bounty hunters, James being one of them, wearing helmets, running, where like they couldn't see, where we would say, okay, you've got this helmet on, you have limited vision. We need you to run from here to here. But when you get to this part, make sure you kind of steer around because there's a giant hole, and then go straight through. With a helmet that like is limited vision, they can barely see, and like running top speed. There were so many dangerous things that we did,
my
but
helmet saved my life.
My gosh. Oh yeah, from
Because right from the ceiling, as I was running, there was just a giant steel rod that was just jutted out there. And as I was running, shooting, it took me out.
oh my gosh.
And I looked at, and if you look at the helmet, you'll see just a gash. And like, wow, that could have gone through my head.
Or through an eye. Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Crazy. But the cool thing about this place, this is where they filmed a lot of the Transformers movies, Batman v Superman. There was a movie that Michael Bay did called The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Joe that was filmed there. So there's a lot of really, and it used to be a working factory that was called the Packard plant. Interestingly enough, there was a bridge. There's like two halves of it, and we filmed on both sides. There's a bridge that goes over this road that kind of cuts through the middle of it. Less than 6 months after we were done filming there, this bridge, which has like an interior hallway, just out of nowhere collapsed into the street below. It happened at 4 a.m. So thank goodness there weren't any cars that happened to be passing through at the moment that it collapsed. But man, that was like, oh my gosh, we could have been standing in there as that happened. So that was just a really cool experience. And I believe it has recently been leveled to the ground. They were going to turn it into like a Partridge Creek, kind of like an outdoor mall thing at one point. But for whatever reason, that didn't happen. And it's been leveled, and they'll probably put something really nice there, I'm sure, as they continue to build Detroit up, which is, I hate to see it go. And I'm so glad that we captured it on film, which is going to last forever. A lot of people are really into the like urban photography of like decayed things and stuff.
Urban decay.
Some people call it urban porn. But
there's a scene in The Island where these cars are just coming around this highway there, and Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen uses the exact same scene, and they just CGI'd a Decepticon rolling through it. It's the exact same scene, the same cars and everything.
That's great. Kristen Rose Merlot says Packard plant facility, or Packard car plant facility, massive compound with a multi-story ruins, vast basements. Used to have a bridge, rode over it until it collapsed in 2020. Again, right after we were done filming. Wow. And James, sing A Whole New World. This is not my request. This is Brittany.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid.
I was like providing music.
Okay. Magic carpet ride, a whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one can tell us no, where to go, or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. Somehow I got, man, my voice, after I've been talking straight for like almost 12 hours now. Oh.
Now I'm in a whole new world with you.
Dazzling something or other. Everything is shining and shimmering.
I don't know. I honestly,
That was just for you, Brittany. After giving us the amazing Kawaii Fiji,
we've been doing that
you
10
deserve
hours, so.
You deserve it. Pretty sure that guy didn't know how bad the building was when he pitched the plan for it. Yeah, I think he spent, even though it seemed like a steal at the time, I think 500 thou, but ended up losing on it for sure because he just didn't act fast enough. Okay, Nomad needs to sing a duet in a proper duet. We need the words.
Yeah.
We need the words to go through, and maybe James, maybe you be the princess, and I'll do the Aladdin part. But the red panda has to do the princess. My day's been made. Now I can make it through work now. Thanks, guys. Awesome. We are here to take your requests. Please add a duet album of you and James. Oh, listen, Brej, we're going to be putting you on the spot. We're going to need some underground slang. We're going to need some electrolude, even though it doesn't happen until the second film. We are putting you on the spot. You just wait, whether you're here in person or whether you're joining in online.
Yeah, if anyone's dropping a fire mixtape, it's Brett.
You just wait. Also, the lag is so slow on Facebook when I message. Haha. Oh, so it's not lagging, but when you're messaging, it's lagging. Is that the scenario? Interesting. Abu will be able to walk off your shirt before this is over. Power on, Matt, James, and all. Excelsior. Love it. Requests? Is this request for you to sing, Kristen Rose Merlot?
I'd pay money to see that.
All right. So I see we've got Paul Michael Caine queued up. We're going to have him on. We may have him on a little bit early if he's ready, but yeah, I see him doing some fun things in the background. He's setting something up. So we'll, Paul, you can just give me the wink whenever you're ready. I see him setting some stuff in the background, but he's waiting in the green room right now. He's having some salty snacks, and he's drinking a delicious martini that's shaken, not stirred. But we'll have Paul on soon, which is great. Awesome. So real quick, before we have Paul on, I wanted to chat about kind of the last reward tier, which is executive producer. And guess what? You want it. Too bad, too late. It's already sold out. You don't get one. But for those of you that are interested, you'll see part of the executive producer reward was to see the film with me, you and your +1, before anyone else, before any audience gets to see it. And so if you're interested in that, even though this reward tier is sold out, there is an add-on. Once you have backed the project, you can select this add-on. You might be looking at the price going, whoa, that's kind of crazy. Hear me out. Here's what it is. It's you and your +1. You get to hang out with me for an evening. I am going to make you candy bar drinks right here at the Livestream Lounge. You're going to get to tour the facilities. And this is just kind of like a house. It's not on the outside, might not seem like it's anything special. In the backyard, it's where I've got kind of the Japanese rock garden. Although when we filmed Hong Kong, we kind of destroyed it a little bit. So it's a little under the weather right now, but we've got the mini library upstairs. I've got the art studio. I've got my digital editing suite. I've got the warehouse of products over here. And of course, the mini home theater, which looks good, sounds good. And I actually recently just redid the sound treatments. So this has really cool state-of-the-art from Oralflex. Really, really awesome. It smells good. It smells good. I forgot you. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah,
I forgot you were still with us, Aaron G.
I'm taking meetings, but I'm still here.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. So it's actually not soundproof. We've got the walls kind of triple insulated, so that's kind of soundproof, but the foam is what kind of helps with the reverberation, and they're kind of specially placed so that the echo doesn't like bounce off the walls as much. And it's got kind of a cool movie theater look to it. You get to hang out with R2 and 3PO, and it's just going to be so awesome. I can't wait to hang out with you guys and see the film. And then afterwards, we hang out and we talk shop, and it's going to be a grand old time. And there might be some special guests in attendance. So it's just really going to be something special, really, really cool. And so get in on that if you have the means. All right. So I believe Paul Michael Caine, you can give me a thumbs up, ready to rock and roll. So we are going to have Paul Michael Caine on next. Aaron G, thank you so much. We are going to have you on if you want to use that link at 1:30. We are going to see you then. So thank you so much for chiming in and helping out with some of our technical difficulties. And I will see you on my magic box here,
All right.
hanging out with the world at 1:30, and obviously later on tonight in person.
Oh, cool.
That's right. See you soon, everybody. Miss me terribly.
We will, absolutely. All right. So my next special guest who I want to introduce here And I've been doing this for everyone, so I have to do it again for PMK. All right, let's see. Let me close this down here. I've got this here, and let's see. All right. So now I would like to welcome to the live stream lounge cyberspace. This is I feel so bad. This is such a sad smoke machine, but it's the only one I have that's currently working. They've seen some some tough times and some crazy environments with Aladdin, but we're getting some good smoke happening through here. Please welcome once again to the live stream lounge, Mr. Paul Michael Kane. What up?
Hey guys, how you doing? How you feeling? 24 hours, holy cow.
Yeah. So it's been what time is it? It's noon. So it's actually only been 11 hours to
11
this
hours.
point. But I've been up. I was up 3 hours before that. So it's been 14 hours that I've been up. I did get a little bit of a nap later. But here, let me do this here. And then awesome. It's so good to see you, Paul.
Absolutely.
And it's so great to have you on. It was a riot when you were here in person. But man, isn't technology amazing that like at the drop of a hat, here we are again. Like
Yeah.
it's so cool.
Yep, we are 10 hours apart, but here we are together again. And I gotta tell you, I miss you guys.
Aw.
We had such a blast. We had such a blast. And we got to watch the movie, as you were just talking about, in your home theater with 3PO and R2. And what an amazing way to watch it. I mean, we were front row right there. It was amazing. And I don't know if you saw, but our kiddo was like really rooting.
Yeah.
She was
That was
having a good
amazing.
time.
And I didn't mean to be a creeper, but I was kind of looking the whole time. I could tell just by the way your cheeks were always up like this a little bit. I could tell that you were smiling at all the right times, not at like there was awkward times, but
Right.
you were like, I could tell you were having fun and you were in it for the ride, man.
Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah, you know, that's why I love movies. I don't watch sad movies. I try to avoid sad movies. I go to movies to have fun. And this was fun in the old Spielberg, Lucas tradition, right? You just had fun at every turn. It was exhausting. It was a lot of fun. And that's why I go to the movies. That's why I love filmmaking.
Awesome.
And you and your cast did an amazing job.
Thank you so much. I can't wait for everyone to see this film. So I'm gonna, some people got to know you a couple weeks ago, but some people maybe not. So we need to talk about us real quick and everything. But first things first, I'm noticing your awesome background. So I haven't seen this background in a while because I've been watching the 19th edition. This is a different part of your domicile.
Yeah.
And I see, in addition to some Aladdin 3477, I see that's the epic Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? That's the Sideshow Collectibles. Tell me, what is that again?
That was a gift from my ridiculously amazing wife. And it's the Mythos statue of Obi-Wan. And I think if I can, he comes with two heads. He comes with two heads, one that looks like an aged Ewan McGregor, and one that looks like a younger Alec Guinness.
That is so cool.
Isn't that cool? So when the Disney Plus series started, I just swapped out Alec Guinness for Ewan McGregor.
That's awesome.
They face different ways. So there's Ewan McGregor. And there's Alec Guinness. And of course, there's Fidji right above his shoulder there.
That is awesome. That is so cool. Awesome. I see some Gentle Giant stuff in there, and I see some of the designer toy Fidjis. That is so cool.
Yep, some of the Lego or the And I don't know if you could see it down here. This was a recent gift, and I know you'd appreciate this. This is the Ralph McQuarrie archives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And again, my wife got me. Yeah. So this is just a little corner of PMK land.
That That is awesome. That is so cool. Man, I miss your place. I love the walls, and you painted those walls yourself, right?
Yeah.
The details on that and everything.
Yep. Yep. And actually the image you see behind Obi-Wan was the cover to my very first book.
Right. That's captured.
Captured the ruins of Eastern State Penitentiary. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You haven't been here in a while, and there's, like yourself, in your home, you went up. We did the same thing because we just ran out of book space, and we went up. And you have to come over and you have to see it.
I can't wait.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
we, you know, like yourself, you surround yourself with your creativity, right? And that's what inspires. And that's what we've done here. I hope. I'm inspired every day just by walking around here.
That is awesome. That is so cool. What I want to do really quick, I want to chat a little bit of Aladdin 3477. Then I'm going to go back. I'm going to dive deep, and I want to chat a little bit about how we got to know each other, past, present, and future. So many things to share. But real quick, for everyone watching, I just wanted to add in a little bit. Wait, not that. This. I wanted to chat about Aladdin 3477. So I just wanted to chat about some of the things that we've been doing through the Kickstarter in an effort to kind of let people know about the Kickstarter and to keep things fresh, to keep things exciting. There's a number of things that we did. For one, we had a Draw This in Your Style with Aladdin that, man, some of the artwork that people did was just amazing, kind of drawing Aladdin in their style, which is just awesome. We had the epic Recreate My Trailer contest, and Paul was one of the judges for that, which was, man, what a cool thing. It was just so neat seeing
really
all of the entries recreate, and some of them were just re-edited. Some of them were, man, that was one of the things we didn't even get a chance to talk to Missy about. She did one of the recreate, and she came in second place, actually. She
nice.
had the trailer that was like the emotional one, you know.
Yeah.
That was so good. And just epic. But that was just a really, really fun thing that we had. All of those entries are posted on the Aladdin 3477 YouTube. You can kind of see the second playlist down. That's where you'll be able to watch all of them. We had the One Jump Ahead music video. And for those of you that need your Disney fix with the Disney music, since that's obviously not in Aladdin 3477. But there's currently a contest going on for Fiji, Draw This in Your Style, and already there have been some amazing submissions. This is actually a contest. The first one we did for fun. This one we're doing for actual money, and I can't wait to see the rest of the Fijis come in, but there's already been some wild ones. Have you seen, Paul? Have you seen any of the?
I have. Yep. I'm blown away. And it's got to feel really good for you to see all this excitement for the characters that you've created. It's got to be an emotional roller coaster.
I'll tell you what, man, there is nothing like it. And any artist, I know there's a lot of artists that can feel me on this, where there's a lot of artists, for example, that maybe set up at Comic-Con, and maybe they're even known professionally. Maybe they draw, say, Spider-Man for a living or something like that. Or even if they don't, you know, it's tough because at a Comic-Con, you may have a bunch of prints of Batman that sell like hotcakes. And maybe you've got your own characters too, and you've got a couple prints of them on the table, but most people walk by, and as soon as they see something they don't know, their eyes just quickly move to, oh, Superman, I want that or whatever. So you have no idea how it feels to an artist when someone will walk by and they'll see, okay, Aliens, Star Wars, Batman, but then they see this thing you created and they don't know what it is, and they say, what is this? This is interesting. What is this? And you're like, what, this one right here? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, that's mine. This is my creation. They're like, really? Wow. Okay. And then they buy it, and it's like, oh my gosh. Yeah. And you may have had crazy sales throughout the weekend, that like your sales were good and everything's awesome. But that one person that bought, or maybe they didn't even buy it, but they just told you how much they liked it, and if they had money, they would get it. Or like, that's the one that you remember, and you're like, they like my stuff. Because arguably, like, even if you make a cool drawing or painting of Batman, like, you didn't create Batman, so it might be cool artwork, but it just, man, it feels so good. But to see other people's renditions of like Aladdin and Fiji, or some people have drawn like a bunch of the characters, like it is so thrilling. It feels amazing to see like kind of my creation through other people's eyes. It's awesome.
That's awesome. That's really great to hear. I'm loving every second of this.
Yeah. So we dropped a the first kind of behind the scenes video earlier this week, which was produced by Steve Pankatai. He's actually going to be a guest on a little bit later on. And we're going to talk more about Aladdin Under the Hood kind of coming up in a little bit. But first, we need to chat about Paul Michael Caine. So I want to chat about how we how we got started and how we met each other. And it's just such a cool story. And I think I'll let you take the reins on this. Like we should tell people maybe a little bit a quicker version than we had last time. But what are the bullet points of how we got to know each other?
So you and I were working independently on a project called Blue Harvest, which was a fanzine at the time. You wrote you illustrated the cover, beautiful painting. And I wrote an article where I interviewed some of the writers of the time, Timothy Zahn, Mike Stackpole, Kevin Anderson. These were the guys that were continuing Star Wars for us. This was all brand new to us. And this was the time before the internet. So I actually wrote you a letter. You were in California at the time.
Mm-hmm. And
we started conversing. And somewhere in this house, I still have those letters. I have a whole folder because you sent me a bunch of photocopies of your artwork, and fast forward a number of years later, and we're in Pittsburgh again independently. You were in Pittsburgh. You had a beautiful booth set up, and I couldn't believe it. It was the most awesomest booth at the show, and I'm like, oh my God, that's Matt Bush. I wonder if he remembers me. So I walked up and I said, hey, Matt. I'm Paul Caine from a while ago. And you just went, Paul Michael Caine? And I was like, oh my God. And my wife was right. Or actually, she was my girlfriend at the time. Yeah, I don't think we were married yet. Yeah. And I'm so glad she was there to see that. But yeah, and then that's when it really started. That's when we started working together on just a ton of stuff.
Yeah. And my gosh, we have worked. There's so many things we could talk about. We have worked on Star Wars together. We've worked on Edgar Allan Poe, Kanzari cards. There's been a bunch of projects.
The White Album.
Yeah, the White Album. My gosh, did we mention that last time? I don't know.
No, we didn't. And I watched the video again. And I was like, I forgot about the White Album, which was such an awesome project.
The Beatles book. Gosh, yeah. So there's all kinds of projects. But I think one of the things that's neat is that I would recommend to those of you that are just getting started on your career, or maybe you're still in college. This was a friendship that started early on in both of our careers. Yeah. I was very early on in mine. Like I was already doing some official Star Wars work, but I was hungry for it. And you reached out, and I remember my thinking, because I had read the articles that you had written, and I thought you were a really good writer. And then you sent me this cool letter. It was on this awesome stationery, which it had like a gold border, and then it had like this teal stone. And then it was like from the desk of Paul Michael Caine. I was like, and when I opened it, I'm like, I know exactly who this is from Blue Harvest. And I thought it was really cool. And even though you were kind of also at the beginning of your career, I was like, you know what, this is a good person to know. So I remember I was sending you lots of art, knowing that even if you didn't have a lot of opportunities for me then, you could be this potential resource later, which, I mean, obviously, my gosh, how many projects have we ended up working on together? Some on purpose, and some where we just happen to be working on the same project, which is, and sometimes it's a collaboration where we're like a meeting of the minds. And sometimes it's just me helping you with something you got going on, and vice versa.
And but that is something I've tried to instill in my kiddo. It's not just about who you know, but it's how you know them, and surrounding yourself with good people that can help you, and you can help them. And that is something I truly believe in right from the very beginning. And I mean, this is a prime example of the two of us. Now, later in our careers, you're making movies. I'm working with people like Richard Chismar and Stephen King. It's absolutely insane. I mean, do you like pinch yourself sometimes and be like, am I actually doing this?
Yeah, it's wild. And yeah, I look back at my career, there's so many highlights and things that I just the younger version of me never would have guessed
Right.
any of this, you know.
Yep.
It's wild. It's something else. But I would say again, you know, for people looking to get into this, reach out to some of your favorites or other people in the industry who might not be the biggest names, but connect with everyone. Be real friendly. I can't tell you, almost daily, if not daily, I get, for example, emails where I get people that are getting started on their career, either looking for help, offering advice, or offering their help to help me. And I can't always respond to everyone. Like
Right.
I do respond to everyone, but I can't always write a book for everyone
Right,
because
right.
I just, you know, of time and everything. But sometimes I'll get, for example, a question that's just a really good question. And I just get this sense from the email that like, this person sounds like they really need some guidance. I'm going to take the time and I write them like almost a chapter of a book. This is, you get started with this. They might have sent their work. I don't always have time to do critiques for everyone, but sometimes I do. I can't help it. I like helping people. I will, I'll send them, you know, whatever. 99 times out of 100, never hear from them again.
Right.
Which is a little, you know, it's a little odd. Like, no, thank you.
Right.
No, awesome, thank you for the tips. You know what? Awesome. I'm going to work on that. And in a year, I'm going to show you my stuff. Like nothing. They just, either they didn't get the answer they wanted, or maybe they did, but then, all right, see ya. And then
Yeah.
like, what? No, thank you. No,
Right.
you know what I mean? And it's just, you never know what having good etiquette. You mentioned the relationships. It's not who you know, but it is the relationships that you build.
Yep.
And if someone takes the time to give, especially if they're taking the time to give you advice or to help or give you a link or like, hey, how did you do this? Where did you get this printed? You know, if I share
Right.
information, like the fact that I took the time to, what was that company here? Let me Google it. I mean, it takes time and it's not
Yep.
something that we have to do.
Right.
But then, you know, I said, and then like, no, thank you, no, nothing, just off and running, and it's take, and just like, wow, okay. And not that it's not like I need to be praised or
Right. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
thanked profusely or anything like that. But it's definitely the relationships that you make, and
You have to cultivate those relationships. You have to build upon those things. And
Mhm.
the more time you spend doing that, the better you're going to be because you're surrounding yourself. You're building a support system. And you've been a rock in my support system from day one.
Awesome. And
I mean,
likewise, brother.
I still get inspired by you. In fact, I was just inspired by you during our last visit when we were sitting in your office and you were showing me this notebook where we had all these Post-it notes and color codes and you had all of these things so organized. And I was like, I have to do that. I have to come up with a way to do that for all the projects that I've got going on, because I've got, you know, 19th edition, and then I've got my photography. And then there's the stuff that I do for like the local high school. Their musical is happening right now, and I'm doing a ton of stuff for that. And I'm losing things in the juggle. And when I saw what you did, I was like, that's what I need to do. I need to do that. I need to commit it to writing, to see it, and that it'll stick with me. And I saw what you did, and I was like, this is it. So I ordered a bunch of stuff on Amazon. It all came. I started putting it together, and it's really helping.
Nice.
And you know, it never be closed off to being inspired by somebody that you've known for years.
Yeah.
Right? You know, you think you've got everything from them, but no, there's always a gem or three that they have to offer. And just sitting with you in your office like that was a huge help to me, both personally and professionally. It was great.
Yeah. Awesome. I'm going to go to some comments really quick because I see a bunch that are coming up. And that's nothing. I pay Macomb thousands of dollars to hang out with Matt. Macomb Community College and have him teach me art stuff. Yeah, that's true. But Macomb is still cheaper than I get paid by the state. I definitely not by the tuition, but I know it's still it can be pricey in these times. That thing is awesome. Oh, probably the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Matt, I just pledged. Thank you. Oh my gosh, my only wish is that you'll give female artists equal considerations in the soundtrack. There definitely are. We've got Cell Dweller, who's the featured artist. There are a lot of there's a lot of world music that actually has female musicians and female singers that are in the music. And in fact, I know that Manolo, who was an intern working for us one year, he lives in Mexico City. He did a couple tracks for the films where he hired musicians, and he specifically hired Indian, not American Indian, but Eastern Indian musicians, and including some female vocalists that are just awesome. And it's great. I can't wait. You know, there's also, and Paul can attest to this, there's some really great female characters that you are going to meet in these films as well. So we're kind of only showing you what people know and can expect. Like, obviously there is Aladdin and there is the princess, obviously, but there are some female characters that you are absolutely going to love. And even after seeing the first film, I think there's a female character, and everyone's going to love the princess, but there's another one that people are really going to be drawn to that they're absolutely going to love.
I have to stop you there because I think your marketing, just as an outsider watching and a huge fan of filmmaking, and I love trailers. I absolutely love trailers. I love that Apple TV has a whole app just for trailers, and I'll spend a half an hour just watching those. The way you cut your trailer and what you decided to leave out after having seen the movie, brilliant. Because two of the most charming characters, I don't want to say that. You meet two characters in the film that you barely see or don't even see in the trailer, and you're like, holy cow, these guys are awesome. And one is a female character, one is not. And I love how you did that. You saved, because too many trailers are giving away stuff. They give away way too much stuff. You held some stuff back that was absolutely brilliant. And one of those is this one female character that is absolutely charming.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. We were talking earlier in the wee hours of the morning how we can't help but do this. But when we see a trailer, and usually trailers show way too much anyway, but I feel like no matter what they show in the trailer, when we watch a movie, as we kind of move along, we can't help but make a checklist like, oh, that was the shot that was in the trailer. Okay, this is the shot. I know what's going to watch. He's going to come out and say this. Here we go. Yep, there he said it. Okay, yep. We kind of make a checklist. By the time we're about halfway through the movie, our minds, because we can't help but piece together puzzles, we're instantly going, wait a minute, there was a thing in the trailer where they were it looked like lava was coming down and they were running from it. That hasn't happened yet. When is that? And then they're in a helicopter flying towards mountains. All right, so the lava scene is coming. Where's the lava? Where's the lava? Not yet. Here it is. Here's the lava. Like you shouldn't be doing that when you're watching a film. You should just enjoy it for what it is.
Yep, absolutely. And there are like entire conversations about scenes that never ended up in the final film that you see in the trailer. I mean, there are like threads of conversations on that, and you're missing the whole point of the trailer versus the film. You're right. You should just be watching the film and enjoying what you're seeing presented.
And it's funny that you mentioned that. I was kind of waiting for the internet to start. Well, I'm waiting for for people to see the film, but there may or may not be a number of shots in the trailer that are not in the movie,
right?
Which are, I don't know if you picked up on any of those, but there are some shots in the trailer that are.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that happens because a lot of times the final cut isn't done yet while you're cutting the trailer.
Yeah.
And
there were things that I cut out of the first film that I knew, like, gosh, this is such a cool shot. but it was too long, or it was just like, we really don't need this. But I put it aside. You know what, though? I can use this for the trailer. It'll be something else to show that isn't going to reveal a lot later. And it's definitely a science. Sure.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Karaoke Mike. And it was so fun hanging with you, Paul.
Absolutely, Aaron. We had a blast, and I was astounded by your performance in the movie. It was great. You're one of the characters that I was completely charmed by.
Yeah, that's awesome. And he says, and the fam, Matt, will there be a Kickstarter for each sequel? Officially, I don't know. It probably will happen, but I just don't know. I can't say officially whether it will or won't. I mean, the way things are going now, I would say yes, probably, but I don't know. And if I do it, I don't know if it'll be for each film or if there will be other side things. Like, what if I partner up with a company, let's say, that makes mobile games, and they're making a cool video game that you play on your phone, but maybe part of the thing might be, you know what, we really need to do a Kickstarter for this. If it's a cool company, I've seen other work that they've done. Maybe they've had other successful Kickstarters and they want to do one for Aladdin 3477. That may happen through them.
Right.
Or there might be something where maybe we're not ready for another film just yet, but maybe there's a Kickstarter for, I'm just naming things, but like for a comic book or a manga or something like that. So a lot could happen between now and when the third film comes out, possibly one for each movie, but there might be other projects leading up to these films, or depending on what the distribution is. If all three films, I almost said if all three MILFs, because that's kind of like film backwards. If all three films are bought outright, which is a possibility, they might be kind of taken out of my hands, where it doesn't really need to have a Kickstarter. As much as I would love to do one, maybe they're going to put so much into advertising, it's just not necessary, and then I can move on to the next. I'm not sure what's going to happen. So my guess is kind of probably, but we really don't. That's hard to say for sure. I would say don't quote me on it. As it seems right now, I would say there's definitely going to be more Kickstarters. Faux show. Matt's always been super supportive teacher and a fellow artist. Thank you, Chris. Justin Salazar says, when is the due date for the Fiji art contest? That is a great question. 2 weeks, I believe. It is March 16th, which is a Thursday. You have until the end of the day. And then as soon as it hits midnight, you're in luck, because you get to celebrate, because it'll be St. Patty's Day. Have some green beer. Beer is disgusting. So the fact that it's green is probably worth for me. But I will join you on St. Patty's Day with I had this earlier, my Shamrock Shake. So this is what I'll be having on. Maybe I'll spike it with something, I don't know. But that is March 16th. Awesome. So Paul, I need to chat with you about 19th edition. We'll get to some fun stuff we're doing with Aladdin 3477. But everyone needs to hear about 19th edition. I was so blown away when we talked about this, because I knew about it, but I didn't know the extent of what it was. For anyone listening, if you are into any kind of reading, if you're into Stephen King, if you're into collecting books, and is there a term for it when you rebind them and you do the fancy like foil filigree? What do they call that?
Yeah, that's the term, rebinding.
Okay.
I'll take an old book from a bookstore that's been beat up, well used, and well loved, and breathe new life into it by rebinding the book. And I've made bookmarks in and around Stephen King, Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, and we started this Facebook group right around when the pandemic started, and it's just become this real force for good. These are like-minded collectors. They love Stephen King. They love the Gothic narrative. and they're all a bit nerdy like us, right? You know, ex-musicians. You know, I was in the marching band. I had a band as a kid. I had a sweet mullet, just like you did. And it's a bunch of great people. And for instance, we just did a raffle for a rebind that I'm doing. It's not a rebind. It's actually a prop replica of the Shawshank Bible. If you've seen the Shawshank Redemption, Andy Dufresne escapes his prison cell through the use of a rock hammer hidden in this Bible. And I'm making that. I found the exact Bible and I'm cutting out the rock hammer. And I made a case for it and I raffled it off to benefit the local high school music production of Wizard of Oz. We did a raffle for 4 days. We raised $3,500 in 4 days.
That is
I mean,
awesome.
It's unbelievable. While my kiddo was at the high school, she graduated last year, with the help of 19th edition, we raised $20,000 doing various things just like that. And it's been phenomenal. And it's also gotten me the attention of major publishers where I'm now doing bookmark design for Stephen King's newest book release. I'm working with another New York Times bestselling author, Richard Chismar, on his new book release. It's just been wild. And like yourself, I'm like, I'm trying to pinch myself. I'm like, 10-year-old me would never have thought about this. This was never on the radar. And, you know, things happen. Life throws a curveball at you and you pivot and adjust. And here we are. It's absolutely insane.
So this is a Facebook group.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why I briefly checked it out before I had a chance to talk with you about it. And my first reaction was, oh, cool, it's a Facebook group. And I kind of like read what it was. And I think you may have told me briefly what it was. I'm like, okay, cool, it's a Facebook group. I'm in a lot of Facebook groups. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's cool, whatever. This is not that. This is not just a Facebook group.
Yeah.
Like, this is a community. It's like a family.
It's a family. Yeah.
You guys are a force for good, but also you guys are collectors.
Yep.
You guys are diehard Stephen King fans.
Yep.
Also just all kinds of reading, the collecting of actual books. Like, it is so cool. And I've been following, but now that like I'm in it and I see the community, like, this is just a group of wonderful people.
Absolutely.
This is not just a Facebook group.
Yeah.
So
we had a member who had a house fire, lost everything. You know, insurance took care of stuff and they're in a new house, but they lost all their books. Within like weeks, 19th edition members restocked his books. He had all the Stephen King books that he had before. And that's just one example of, right. Yeah. It's one example of just how amazing this group is. And you know, we do monthly giveaways because I'm so appreciative of these people that I create things every month and give them away. We do a raffle or a wheel of names, and I pick names for winners. And it's just one small way to thank this group for being amazing. There's a whole lot of bad out there in the world. And this is providing leverage. It's providing balance. It's amazing. I'm astounded every day by what goes on in this group.
It's something else. It is just so cool. So for those of you, for my peeps that are watching, if you like aren't familiar with 19th edition, again, if you're into any kind of reading, Stephen King, book binding, collecting books, you need to check out this Facebook group. It is just an awesome community, and it's so cool to be a part of.
Let me go grab the Shawshank thing. I'll show you.
Yeah, I want to see it. Oh, and we need to talk about the awesome typewriter in the background. Did you guys know that for at least 10 years, the last company in the world in Germany that made typewriters went out of business? So do you know that if you wanted to buy a brand new typewriter, too bad, doesn't exist, ain't going to happen. No one makes typewriters anymore. That is a beaut.
Yeah, this is an Underwood. This was a gift. I must have five of them. This is the big one. This is the
5 Underwoods?
I have 3 Underwoods and 2 Royales. which is what Ian Fleming wrote on. But yeah, this, and they work. They all work.
Wow.
A little dusty, but yeah, I love the aesthetic, right? It just looks beautiful. It's a conversation piece.
Yeah.
Love
What's
it.
what's the cool collectible in between the Ralph McQuarrie and the Vader statue?
That's my Starbucks.
I was wondering. I was like, man, that looks, of all the things there, that's the most delicious.
Have you seen this Vader thing?
I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's a steampunk Darth Vader.
That is cool.
Isn't that cool?
Is that Gentle Giant or is that Sideshow?
I think this was Gentle Giant. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Isn't that great?
I don't think I've seen that one before. Oh, that is wicked cool.
Love it. Love it. Love it. So so here's the Bible. And it's not even done yet. We raised $3,500 on a project that I haven't finished yet. But you'll see, I'm sure there's a lot of people that have seen The Shawshank Redemption and know how integral a part this plays in the film. But he hides a rock hammer in the Bible. So I am currently cutting out the rock hammer, right? And I have this far to go.
Oh my gosh.
But I have a template.
Now, there's then that's the actual book. So you have a specific page that it's going to.
Yes, absolutely. I found an auction that had the actual prop, screen used prop, and they had beautiful, crisp, clear pictures.
Yeah.
So I could figure out where it started, which was right across from Exodus, which is kind of funny.
Wow.
And what page it ends up on. But not
Wow.
only that, I created a case for it. This is a tray case that I created that the Bible will live in.
Yeah.
It says on the back here, a 19th edition prop replica. It
Wow.
opens up, and there's the quote from Andy Dufresne to Morgan Freeman's character, Red, which is why I used red paper.
Wow.
And
Cool.
it turned out really beautiful, and now it's going to a home, I think, in Ohio. The lady who won it is thrilled, and we had 153 entries, 1,100 tickets sold.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. We raised $3,500 selling $3 tickets. It's insane, absolutely insane, but not surprising because this group is, like I said, just a real force for good. Makes me feel really good that every day that I'm just trying to figure out what else can we do? What else can we do?
Wow, that is so cool. My gosh. Some of the other things I've seen that are so cool, my gosh, the pins and the
currency bills, the currency bookmarks.
Currency bills, just awesome. Like,
So should I explain why 19?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Right. So why 19th edition? 19 is a very sacred number to Stephen King. And the easiest example of that is The Shining. In the book, the novel, The Shining, all the bad stuff happens in room 217. 2 plus 17 equals 19. That's one example of almost 80 books where if there's an ATM code, if there's a phone number, it all adds up to 19. Some characters' names have 19 characters in the name. It's all over the place. And the strange part is, if you remember, Stephen King got hit by a van. Do you remember that?
It's ringing a bell.
Yeah. A while ago, I think it was in the 90s, late 90s, he got hit by a van on July 19th. It's crazy. So yeah, so that's why I did 19th edition. I thought it was a neat nod
That
to
is really
what
cool.
he thread through his books.
Yeah. And that's so cool that it's on his radar and everything. That is that is just awesome. So my peeps that are, if you're remotely interested, this is just a killer group that's very active. There's always new things going on, always new contests, always cool things that you guys are doing for charity. And
I even started writing again, like creative writing.
Yeah.
We're publishing chapbooks. So so we started what we call 19th edition press, which is, that's the logo. This is a new one. We just did Night Terrors.
Wow.
by a group member named Mike Bird. He's a poet
Okay.
and a writer, but we're doing these chapbooks. These are all the rage right now. People are loving these chapbooks, and I did one called The Forgiven. This is a short story that I wrote about the ethereal wager placed on the soul of a young girl between an angel and a demon. And people went nuts for it. They loved it. And I couldn't be happier that I'm writing again and I have an audience to read the stuff. So just having a blast with it.
That is so cool. That is amazing. I want to chat about, speaking of chapbooks, I want to chat about some of the cool stuff we're doing with Aladdin 3477. Real quick, though, I want to talk a little bit about the Kickstarter, take a quick look under the hood at kind of what's going on. But first, James, you may want to come over here just for a split second, because I wanted to, do you have your, you might need this.
All right.
And I'm just so, oh, wait a minute. I need something now. I'll just grab this really quick. Where am I with this? I will grab this. This sounds like it'll give me some nice caffeine. Paul, do you have a drink? Do you have do you have a martini? Oh, you've got Starbucks.
I got my Starbucks. I needed the caffeine. So
I need to raise a toast, raise a glass, because I just happened to glance at the Kickstarter. It's official. We are sex coupled. What?
Congratulations, man. That's amazing.
Oh my gosh, Paul, have you ever been sex coupled before?
I have. You know, I managed to keep my shirt on for this particular video.
Well, you probably, and obviously the light box, you've probably been well more than sex coupled.
Lightbox went crazy. Lightbox was a project I had hoped to print maybe 1,000 decks. We ended up printing 11,000 decks.
Wow.
So yeah, I know right what you're feeling right now, and it's a good feeling. It's a very good feeling. So congratulations, man. That is amazing.
My gosh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, sextupled. But you know what? I want to be septupled. I think it would be septupled, right? For
yeah.
Septupled, and then
how many more hours do you have?
We have about we have less than 12. We have 11.
I think you could do it.
Anything could happen, but thank you guys so much. Thank you for backing the project. Thank you for those of you who have backed, but maybe you're like, maybe I will get another add-on or two or something like that. Thank you for that. Most importantly, thank you for telling people about the Kickstarter, that they only have 11 hours left. And when you can contact people directly, especially, and say, hey, I know you love Aladdin, or hey, I know you love martial arts, I know you love Star Wars, whatever the angle is that you think people would like, contact them and say, you need to check out this Kickstarter. It's amazing. You only have 11 hours, so check it out right now. And maybe they back it, maybe they don't. Maybe they tell someone else who backs it. But these are the final hours. It's your last chance to get in on some of these awesome rewards. We are sextupled. Woohoo! Dude, thank you so much. Wow, that is awesome. Thank you. All right, so I want to chat real quick. I wanted to get under the hood of the Kickstarter and just talk a little bit about what's happening kind of behind the scenes real quick. So one of the things that was interesting that has happened kind of recently, this was from a couple days ago, but this is kind of a look at our chart, where things went. So when we started, we had a huge growth in the beginning, like every Kickstarter does. Then we leveled off, plateau, like every Kickstarter does. Then it goes higher at the end. Well, my plan, and what you always try to do with every Kickstarter, is you're always trying to find ways to get a boost, to find another peak, to do something amazing that just makes it go up. So we've had a lot of exciting things, like the movie trailer is released and we have a cool contest, or, you know, a different thing. But interestingly enough, as cool as those things were in our little Aladdin 34 community, Aladdin 3477, even though they were loving all of this stuff, it wasn't really making a difference in the actual Kickstarter. It wasn't giving us the extra boost. So that's where I had a number of ad companies that had been contacting me. One that I've heard very good things about, that they've got a really good track record. They're called Bragg. If anyone's interested, BRAAG. Really, really good with their advertising. They do this whole thing, I won't get into it too much, where they work with AdSense, where they're using Google and they're using Facebook ads. And they've got this thing where they will spend 1 week, they'll put out 10 different ads and they'll spend a couple $100 each day. Well, they'll spend about $500 each day putting all of these ads out, seeing which ones tick. After about a week, they kind of say, okay, of these 10 ads, which ones perform the best? They'll take those 3. Now, the next week, they will do another 10 ads kind of based on those 3, but change them up a little bit to see what works. Then finally, after those get narrowed down, then they pull out the big guns and they spend thousands with those ads that are proven to be tried and true. But even though they're spending thousands, that's where things really, really rise through the air. So here's the thing, though, that was kind of an epic fail on my part. You can see here, you see this little upswing that has the arrow? That's actually the 2 weeks that I started working with this ad company where they were putting out the ads. And even though the numbers went up, this was just where it was a couple hundred a day. This was more to do the testing to see what works, yet it was still rising up. If you even look at this trend, if you would have followed that curve, I mean, we would have, by now, we would be well over 100,000, you know, but you can see where it stops and it goes flat again. That's where Matt ran out of money and my credit cards got maxed out once again. But it's all good. It's all gravy. And we're having another uptick now. Of course, it's the last day. It's the final hours. My point of all this is not, you don't have to feel sorry for me or anything like that. It's all gravy. It's all going to work out in the end. The point of this is kind of the beginning of it's the first spark of this entire saga. So I'm doubling down. I believe in this. Eventually I have a daytime job. I'm not worried about getting back in black. It's all gravy. It's all fine. But this is the final hours. And if you do want to help, oh my gosh, tell your friends, tell people that you think would be interested in this project. Also, for those of you that are on Discord, we have a new Discord that was set up by Aaron Farr, one of our backers. And especially if you're backing the project, this is a great place if you're into the Discord thing, hanging out, talking about the project. There is a link if you're on Facebook up above that Aaron G shared. Also, if you want the link, if you're not on Facebook, on the Kickstarter itself, if you go to the Kickstarter page, if you scroll down almost to the bottom where I've got all the links that I share, there is a link there for the Discord. Livestream Lounge is going to continue on Sunday. This Sunday, it's just going to be me probably decompressing, hanging out. It's going to be pretty low key, but I'll be hanging out with you guys just the same. The following weekend, we have artist Derek Ecker, and we are going to be talking AI. And there is this really cool art showing, this art gallery, this art event that's happening where it's going to pit real artists against AI artwork. It's going to be a wild, wild contest. And then another artist the following week is going to come in who we're going to talk about the results. And so if you can imagine this, all of these artists who are participating, they're going to get a word prompt, specific words of what they want the art to be, and they get to create the art. Also, AI is going to get those same word prompts. And then in this gallery, side by side, it's going to be unveiled what a real artist did, what an AI artist did. And if I'm not mistaken, they might not say
which is which.
Which is which, although if you count fingers, you might be able to tell which one was which. But it's going to be interesting what the results are. And so we're going to be talking about the results the following week. So that's going to be a hot topic faux show. And of course, Sunday nights at 9 p.m. EST is when that is happening. So Paul, we need to chat about future plans, what we've got going on. Man, we haven't even talked about things like the Star Wars style D1 sheet that we put together. There's so much, but we need to talk about the future of some things happening with you and Aladdin 3477. So first of all, you actually were on set for a number of days, and we had, oh my gosh, that was such a great time. You got to be an extra, your whole family got to be an extra, and you got to take some amazing photos. Tell us about that experience.
You know, one of the things that I talk about when I talk about growing up with Star Wars is, while the film was amazing, it was the behind the scenes stuff that really set me on a path to become a creative professional. And while we were there, watching you juggle all of these things as the director and the writer and the visionary behind all of this, I just had a really surreal feeling that this is so cool that I'm photographing my friend the way that I grew up seeing photographs of George Lucas talking to Harrison Ford or Mark Hamill in the desert. And it was just such a really, really cool experience. And to see you, again, juggling all of these, I mean, the whole thing was on your shoulders for years. And to watch you seemingly effortlessly handle all this stuff was just a blast. It was an absolute blast. In fact, I think I mentioned this somewhere, my camera bag. I saw the gaffer tape that you had to put on my camera bag to cover the logo. I just left it there because I thought it was a cool reminder of just where we are. Yeah, I had a blast. And it was really cool to see all the kit bashing that you did for the set, to see that set. Because as we drove in, all we saw were a bunch of lights and the back end of the set. And I was like, what are we looking at here? But then when we walked in, we were literally transported to a different city.
Yeah. On the outside, it probably looked like a giant chicken coop or something.
Yeah. With lights and fog and everything. But it was a really, really cool experience. And I shot hundreds of, I think we shot one night set and one day set, and I shot hundreds of images.
Yeah.
And there are some really, really cool images of your cast, of your crew. I shot this one shot of Ghost where I was looking over his shoulder at the camera, looking at the scene he was shooting. And it was just a really cool shot.
Yeah.
And just some really, really neat things.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's just so cool. And actually, some of those shots, I don't know how much I can talk about this today. There's something in the works with the company Black Magic Design, where some of those photos are going to be used. It's a little tease. I can't say, partly because I don't know for sure exactly what is what, but there is something. There is some chatter going on with Black Magic Design, which is super cool. So what I want to talk with people about is the future. There are 4 rewards in these tiers, in the first 4 tiers, that are Paul Michael Caine related. What can you tell us about these 4 rewards?
We spent an afternoon, no, a whole day, really, photographing props, robots, weapons, set pieces that will be made into 3 chapbooks.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than opening like this, these chapbooks are going to open landscape-wise. Because most of the art of books that you see are pretty generally landscape, and I love that we can do that. And again, I just had this surreal experience where I'm like photographing these things and realizing this is what got me into becoming a creative professional. And I'm doing that with my friend right now. And it was just absolutely amazing. And the 4th thing, we're not going to talk about too much, but it was an image that I've wanted to create since 1983. Is that what we said?
1983, yeah.
So wait to see that one. That one was a fun shoot, and there's some really cool. I think I showed you one.
Yeah, you showed me one of them, and that's going to be an art print that's going to be signed both by you and by me.
Yep.
The 3 chapbooks they're all going to be signed by you, and then there's something else that we were going to put in the
Do I have one of those? In each chapbook is going to be what's known as a metallic print. It is a paper that Kodak makes. So Kodak has been around in photography for years.
Yeah.
They really aren't in the camera business anymore. They are very much into the paper business, and they make this paper that is a metallic surface. And when you see it, it's like the first time you saw an HD TV. It's just so detailed. And with all of the kit bashing that you did and all the different things that you put on these robots and these props, and the print is going to be exquisite. And I cannot wait to see, because we're going to have to go back and forth and pick which images the print will be made. So there'll be 3 of those inside the chapbook, each chapbook. There'll be 1 in each chapbook, and it's going to be amazing. It's archival, which to me as a photographer is a very important thing. Archival means the print isn't going to fade. It's going to last a long, long time. And that's what I'm selling. When I sell an image, like the canvases that you see in the background here, those are, they're printed on canvas. They have an aqueous coating. You can take Windex to these things and wipe off dust. It's not going to damage the print.
Yeah.
And that is the longevity that I'm selling with my images. It's not just a print that you get at Walgreens or Walmart.
And it's not like an inkjet that you're just like,
right. Yeah. It's processed print and done by a lab to my exacting color specifications. As you know, as a filmmaker, color can change from one medium to the next.
Yeah.
And, I do a very extensive color correcting process with the printer. And when I say printer, that's a lab that I use. There are still, photographic labs around these days, and they're more high end now. And that's what these prints will be, is very high end print. And I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool. I'm so excited. So because there are 4 of these, that means for each of these swag boxes, whether you're in all 4 or whether you're in one of the higher tiers, it means each time you get a new swag box, you are going to get some PMK goodness, which is just awesome.
I have to tell you, because I have Fiji here.
Yeah.
You were kind enough to give me some Fiji so I can photograph them for you. And I got to tell you about the swag, because again, you and I grew up in Star Wars, and many of the people watching this, same thing, right? They bought the toys, they bought all the swag. You did not go cheap. Fiji himself it's a quality product. I mean, you've probably seen us do this when you feel the weight of this thing, but seriously, when you feel the weight of this thing, you're going to be like, this is top quality. And you've done that with everything that I've seen. Just absolutely blown away by that. Fits right up there in Obi-Wan. That's hysterical.
That's awesome. That was really important to me because because this is our kind of our introduction to the world with Aladdin 3477. Some people were wondering with the Kickstarter, why does the first one start at 45? You could have gone lower and maybe gotten bigger numbers. Well, yeah, but then a lot of people that instead of backing for something higher, they would have just gone easier and gone lower. And it's not about just like taking the most money, but what was important to me, especially now, is it's all about quality. So I would rather, as we kind of, it sounds weird, as we expose ourselves to the world, as we do that, I'm really more about quality and not the number of backers we had or how much money we brought in. It's really more about quality. And at the end of this, it remains, although our numbers are really going up now, maybe they will go into the where we're actually making profit off the Kickstarter. We may not, and that's okay, because right now, mission number 1 is to deliver awesome quality, to share this with the world, to get the name out there. There's still 2 more movies, and there's a lot of time between now and when the second movie comes out. So there's going to be more opportunities to have products, to make money, and to do all of that. Right now, I just want to make something great that people love. So quality is my utmost concern.
And I think that's admirable. I'm the same way as you. I'm not in this to make millions of dollars. I want comfort, absolutely, but I want I want to be associated with a quality product. And that's why with 19th edition, with my photography, I don't do cheap, because I don't want to be associated with cheap. I absolutely think it's the worst decision a creative person could make, is to settle for a inferior product, to put your stuff out there in a way that isn't representing it to the best it can be. And I really admire everything that you're doing with Aladdin, because everything I've seen, and we got to see a lot 2 weeks ago. It was really, really cool to see all that stuff.
Yeah, thank you. And it's yeah, it's just I tell my students all the time that if you're putting your name on it, whether it's your signature or even your name is in the credits, bring your A game, because you never know who might see it or whatever. Actually, I have a real quick story to share on that I think you'll appreciate. I don't know if you've heard this before, but there's what's that? Yeah, it is the Legend of the Five Rings story. So early on in my career, this is during the time like right when Magic the Gathering came out.
Okay.
And I was contacted by a company that was starting a new game. And when I talked to these people, they were fans of mine. They were fans of Battlestar Galactica or something else that I was working on at the time. And when I talked to them, it sounded like this company, quote unquote, was kind of like two guys. One of the guys' girlfriends was like their accounting department. It was literally a company of three people in a basement. They were starting a new collectible card game. And they contacted me, hey, we'd love to have you do as many cards as you want to do for the set. And I could tell, like, just kind of the way the company was and stuff, like, okay, I've heard this before. What are we, and they said, well, we can pay you. And even back then, this was not a lot of money. We can pay you $50 per card. So that's like $50 a painting. For a painting, that's not a lot of money. They said, but we will give you a huge cut of the back end. And I was just like, I've heard this story before. I've been burned, and I'm thinking like, I don't know if I'm into this. But then they told me what the game was. And they said it's called Legend of the Five Rings, and it takes place in feudal Japan. So I was like, now I grew up with ninjas. So I was like, dude, oh my gosh, I am it. Like, I know it's not paying much. I am in. So I agreed to do 5 cards because I'm like, I can't, as much as I think this is cool. There's no, obviously I'm not going to see any back end. I'm just going to see $250 for 5 paintings, but still I want to do it just for fun because I was becoming a professional, but I hadn't done anything feudal Japan-ish. So I got my 5 cards. I got my assignment, and one of the cards did have a samurai. One of the cards did have a ninja. But then like one card was blacksmith, and I was like, like for $50, I've got to make a cool blacksmith painting. Like, another one was like gold discovered in a mine. Like it was just a close up of gold emerging from a rock. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. And I'm trying to think what the other one was. It was something boring and just like, but it was a worthy card, So I was like, oh my gosh. And I knew I wasn't getting paid much. And I'm like, these knuckleheads in this basement, like no one's ever going to see this. So I was also busy doing other things, but I just wasn't inspired. So I kicked out these 5 cards. I did not do a good job, admittedly, on these cards at all. I sent them in and I was just like, I almost felt like, keep your 250, whatever, I wasn't. And they called me like right away. And they were like, this is what's up with these cards. This is not the Matt Bush quality that we've seen on Battlestar Galactica and Star Wars and this and that. What is going on here? So I'm just like kind of over it. And they're like, we're going to send these back. You need to, if you want to get paid, you need to read. And I'm just like, I already put in work. Oh my gosh. So they send the cards back and I just slap on a little bit more paint and maybe I clean them up a little bit, but I'm over it. No one's ever going to hear this game. I send it back. So I get my check for $250, kind of forget about it. 6 months later, I'm in a Barnes and Noble and I walk up to the register. Right next to the register, there's all the new Magic the Gathering. There's like a little display. Right next to Magic the Gathering, there's a new game called Legend of the Five Rings. And I'm kind of excited, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, okay. So I buy a couple decks because I want to see my cards. I open the first card I pull out is a Dave Dorman card. They got Dave Dorman.
Wow,
this looks really nice. And I start looking through. There was a couple artists that I didn't know, but I'm like, That's a beautiful card. Wow. And there's other like, oh, I recognize their work from Magic the Gathering. Okay. And I got one of my cards and it was so crappy. The worst part about it, I look down at the bottom of the card and what's printed at the bottom? Art by Matt Bush.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. The story gets better. I'll try to wrap it up quick. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is awful. Here's the kicker. About 3 months later, I got a letter in the mail. Open it up. It's a check for $14,000. What?
That's the back end?
Like they weren't kidding. Apparently, this took off enough. Now, here's the crazy thing. I did 5 cards. They said they called me first and I could do as many cards as I wanted. I could have done the whole set if I wanted.
That would have been insane.
I did 5 cards. So I got a check for $14,000. 4 months later, I got my next quarterly check, $13,000.
Wow. Holy cow.
Oh, right. Now, eventually over time, I remember getting a check for like 49 cents and then I didn't get any more after that. So it dwindles down after a while, but I heard wind like a year later that they were gearing up for the next deck, the next series. So I called them right away and I said, so I heard Legend of the Five Rings, you're doing the next series. And they're like, oh yeah, we are. And I said, hey, I'll as many as you want me to do. I'm in it to win it. And they're like, yeah, sorry, Matt Bush. We're not, we weren't really happy with the work that you did before. And I'm like, I'll do better. I'll do. And they're like, sorry, we've got other artists, that we're working with already and stuff. And it was like, oh man, it was an epic fail. But you know what? It was I'm glad this happened earlier in my career. Please do not look up these cards on eBay. I am so embarrassed by them. But it was such a great learning experience for me. And the moral of the story, if your name is going to be on it, if it's worthy of your signature, you never know how big it's going to be. You never know who's going to see it, who might have been considering you for a job, but then they see something else. Wait, is that the same Paul Michael? Man, I guess I don't want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You never know. So if it has your name on it, bring your A game and make it awesome.
Yeah, I will. Give me two seconds. I will tell you a story very similar.
I want to hear.
I was in Virginia to do a conference at a ghost hunting conference. I was talking about photography because I do a lot of abandoned buildings. It snowed. They ended up canceling the conference, and I'm in Virginia with nothing to do. The organizers set me up with a theater down in Virginia called the Bird Theater. Said you got like 2 hours to shoot it if you want. It's not abandoned, but it's a gorgeous theater. So I shot it. But I did my usual. I didn't just phone it in. I really wanted to do something nice with it. Months later, it's on a gallery online. It is my first international book cover sale. That's why you always do your best work, even though it might not be something that you planned on. But like you said, if your name's going to be on it, do the best you can, and you never know what's going to happen with it. And this was my very first international book cover. And it was completely out of left field.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's super cool. So great advice. Definitely bring your A game every step you got. You never know. You never know what can come out of it or what you could lose. And it's your career. Like you can look up please don't look up these cards on eBay, but they're there forever for people to see. I have some in they're hidden. I've my little warehouse where I've got all my products. They're conveniently kind of tucked away where and no one's going to find them. I have them just because for record, but I'd rather not. I'd rather.
That is a great story. You're right. I've never heard that story before.
Yeah. That's crazy. Anyway, Paul, it was a pleasure having you on. Thank you so much. So again, 19th edition on Facebook. People need to check that out. Do you have a website that people can check out? What's the all things?
Google Paul Michael Kane, and it brings you everywhere. Brings
Awesome.
you right to all the stuff that I got going on.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, the Lightbox photography cards. There are so many cool things. And then awesome things that we've done together. Obviously, Kanzari cards. So many cool things and lots of cool stuff in the future. Cannot wait for these Paul Michael Caine rewards that are going to be in the swag boxes.
Yep. It's such a great time watching you do all of this. I've been having a blast this whole. How long has the Kickstarter been going? Since
It's been going since
January.
January 3rd, and
Yeah.
then today's the last day, March 3rd. So
Yeah.
59 days, I believe.
I jumped in right at the start, and I've been enjoying every second of watching. And then we got to visit, which was awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool. Don't tell me you've got one pulled up.
No, I'm just saying you're on the Legend of the Five Rings wiki page forever.
Does it show? What does it
shows
show?
3. It shows
Oh my gosh.
blacksmiths, counterattack, ninja thief.
Probably not the other ones because they were so bad. One was the gold.
I'll find it.
Where let me see which one's probably okay. That's probably that's probably
There's ninja
there's
thief.
the one that's probably not as bad, but there is my ninja thief. But compared to my
Right.
normal work that I do, this is really, and this is after they sent it back, and I made it a little bit better. But you can see I'm looking at this and I've gotten better as an artist anyway.
Yeah.
But I look at this and it's like, wow, Matt, this is the definition of 0 F's given. Oh my gosh. Jeez, OPs. My
Yep.
God.
Yep.
But a great learning experience.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. And you have to recognize those when they occur.
mhm.
'Cause that's the only way you grow.
That's exactly it. You learn from your mistakes.
Yep.
I don't even think gold exists on, like, it doesn't even come up in an image search.
It might be that might not be the title of the card. It might be like mining something or other. I don't know what
Scoured
it is.
from the earth.
Gosh. I don't want to see those. My gosh, they're so bad. Anyway, Paul, thank you so much for hanging out with us once again. Always a pleasure having you on. We'll do it more often
Yes.
in person, but also just hanging out like this. This is so cool that we have the technology to do it.
I love that you're continuing the live stream lounge because I think that's a really a neat thing to talk with fellow creatives
Yeah.
and get their advice and their stories. And I think that's a really, really good thing that you're doing.
Thank you. And it's a really cool way, there's so much going on, for example, with the Kickstarter that, sometimes even writing an update, it's like, oh, I got to find the right images. I got to think of what to say. I got to put this in paragraph form. And it's not like it takes that long, but
Right.
it's not like you can do if you're doing a nice update with images and like links and everything, it's not like you can just do it in 5 minutes. Like it takes a while to assemble and get it nice. Where the live stream lounge is cool because I can just kind of be informal. I've got like my notes, things that I want to chat about really quick, but it's just kind of an informal thing, bounce back and forth with comments. People have questions, and it's just a great way. It's kind of a community, and it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We ran 45 minutes over.
Yeah. We could, and there's still so much we could have talked about. Sure.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome, Paul. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
All right,
And
you guys take care.
Thanks
Thank
for being
you.
so cool, Paul Michael.
Yeah, and
What
I
comes
always
naturally.
look forward to hearing about more Paul Michael Caine.
yeah. And hang out with us through the day. Check in on us and
Yeah,
make sure
I've
like
been doing
my eyes
that.
aren't flipping back into my head.
Got more 5-hour images, guys.
Awesome.
Man, you're gonna have a vacuum tomorrow. Like it's just gonna be like this empty space after the Kickstarter is over. You're gonna be like, what now? What?
Well, there's plenty of. I got to get cooking on this rewards.
Yeah,
I got to
yeah.
send this to I got to get the backer kit going.
Yep, backer kit. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's plenty to do, but at least it won't be like the sense of urgency like it is during the Kickstarter.
The marathon sprint.
Yeah. I just got this notification here. Oh, this is LinkedIn. So it sounds like if I do that, I think we'll be okay. Remove this from the broadcast. Yeah, remove. That's fine. LinkedIn pooped out on us. That's okay.
That one was on it, right?
Probably not as much. LinkedIn people.
I don't use LinkedIn nearly as much as I should.
Anyway, Paul, thank you so much for hanging out, and we'll see you throughout the day in the comments. And give my best to Parker and Heather.
You got it, guys. Tell everybody we said hi. We missed them already, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Rock and roll, my friend.
All right, take care.
All right, see ya.
there's so many things throughout all the different people coming through the live stream. Like, oh, that's a good point. I'm going to bring that up to Matt later after the live stream. And I was like, I'm not going to remember 10 hours from now. I'm not going to remember all the things. I should have written these things down.
Yeah. Anyway, oh my gosh, awesome. The Kickstarter, so cool. Coming up, we have Aaron G is going to be phoning in for a half hour, hanging out with us. So he's going to be hanging out virtually. And then coming up at 2 o'clock, less than an hour from now, Lindsay is going to be in the studio. It is going to be, man, you have to hear about all the cool things that she has brought to the table. And we're going to talk a little bit. We can't talk much about her character because it's a little bit shrouded in mystery. But wow, it's really, really cool. And she has really been a big part of this. So definitely stick around for hanging out with Lindsay coming up in less than an hour. Real quick, I wanted to take another look at the Kickstarter because, oh my gosh, we are sextupled above 60,000. It is just awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just, wow. It is so cool. Yeah, we're well over 60,000. We're crawling up to 61. Thank you so much. It is just so cool. I'm forever grateful. This is amazing. So many awesome things to share with you guys and some of these rewards. I can't wait to dive into them. So with that, we need to get into some of the comments. We've got some new comments going on here. So Brittany said, speaking of the numbers, Matt, why the year 3477? That is a great question. James, you should be hanging out. Whoa, you should be hanging out with us. Back here. Again? Yeah. Well, we're up again until for another.
I wasn't sure if that was.
Oh yeah. And then we've got Aaron G coming on in 20 minutes. But let's pull this down and hang out. You have a drink? You need a new one?
I'm gonna need one eventually.
All right. So 3477. A lot of you have heard this before, but I will give you the nuts and bolts. So what happened before I was even making the Aladdin 3477 trilogy or even knew that I was doing anything Aladdin related, I was inducted into the 501st Legion of Stormtroopers as an honorary member. So I've got my Stormtrooper armor and everything, but one of the things you have to do, you have to pick a 4-digit number. That's what they call your TK number. So it's TK and then a 4-digit number. So I was trying to think, gosh, 4 digits, what's an important 4-digit number to me? And I didn't really have one, but I was like, well, there's 4 letters in my name, MATT, but of course it's a number that they need. So I was like, wait a minute, Matt, if you take the M, turn it sideways, it looks like a 3. If you take the 4, turn it sideways, it looks like an A. I'm sorry, if you take an A sideways, it looks like a 4. If you take the T's and turn them sideways, if you have a big imagination, they kind of look like 7s. 3477 is kind of Matt if you turn each of the letters sideways. So that is my TK number. I actually have it tattooed on my shoulder right here, TK3477. When it came time to writing Aladdin, I knew that I wanted it to be Aladdin and then a year. And it was actually not based on, there was a recent Blade Runner movie that came out that was Aladdin 2047, I believe is what it is. It was not based on that. We were almost finished filming Aladdin when that came out, Aladdin 3477. Actually, there was a comic book that I loved when I was a kid growing up called Spider-Man 2099. And it was a comic book that took place over 100 years in the future. And it was a really cool comic book. And I just love the title, Spider-Man 20. And they had 4 different Marvel titles that were in the 2099 universe. But I just love the idea of calling it that. And I didn't have a year yet, and I was still writing, and I didn't know how far in the future or short in the future. So I didn't put too much thought into it. And I said, you know what? Just because I already have a 4-digit number and I like the sound of it, it's not going to stay. But just because I already have a number, I'm just going to start calling it Aladdin 3477. That's my code title. I'm going to change the year to something more appropriate. But for now, I'm just going to call it Aladdin 3477. 3477 based on my TK number. The more I was kind of writing the story, as soon as I kind of figured out where it would be in the future, I was kind of like, man, 3477, that is 1,500 years in the future. That's a long time from now. That's not just like 15 generations. That's like 45 generations from now. That's epic. That is a long time. That is a long, long time ago. You think about 1,500 years in the past. I mean, my gosh, that was, first of all, electricity is in the last, what, just over 100 years? Like, oh my gosh, imagine. And now we've got things like, I mean, we've got, we've got DNA and test tube babies and dinosaurs, and we're making like, didn't we make a DNA frog out of just the DNA or something? Like, there's crazy, like what?
You can 3D print pizzas now too.
You can that you can eat.
I mean, they're not good, but they ship them to the astronauts, and like, well, you get what you eat, what you can, you take what you can get. Didn't they name a droid after you, like an action figure?
Oh yeah, well that's MBRA7, which we'll talk about that perhaps later on in the day. But anyway, 3477. I tried coming up with some different numbers, different years. But for some reason, like Aladdin 2386, it just doesn't have a good ring to it. For some reason, I just really like the sound of 3477. And so it stayed. Whether that's it, this is probably not an accurate representation of what it would look like in the year 3477. But
how are you gonna know?
You never know. This is my whimsical take on the future.
Some people have attributed with Cyberpunk 2077. Like, okay.
That's interesting. That'll be the Cyberpunk 77 is the, well, in Aladdin 3477, that'll be the 1400th anniversary of Cyberpunk 2077. Just so you know. And I didn't realize this until after we started filming, but Aladdin 3477 takes place in the 1500th anniversary of Star Wars. And yes, it's referenced in the first film. There's actually a slight reference to this. It's not a huge part of the movie, but there is a reference to it, and it actually is a great scene. Faux show. Fruit Loop is back with us. Hello, how's the stream going? Everyone hydrated? I am trying for sure.
I don't know if any of this is considered hydration, but it's liquid, so
yeah. So let's see. We've got Discord for super fans. All right, for those of you that are super fans, if you are on Discord, here is the link. If you're on Facebook, if you're not on Facebook and you don't want to type all of the, the uppercase and lowercase and all that crazy stuff, what you can do instead, you can go to the Kickstarter, which there should be a link to that in the description of this video. If you go to the Kickstarter, if you scroll all the way down to where I've got the links for my links and then Aladdin 3477 links, there will be a link to the Discord.
That one disappeared on the left.
Oh, on the left here?
Yeah, on my laptop. So as long as it's
gotcha.
on the Kickstarter page.
It is on the Kickstarter page. And then that was a good moral story. I assume maybe the Legend of the Five Rings.
One of my favorite stories.
Oh my gosh, epic fail on my part. But you rarely do you learn from your successes. If you do something successful and you didn't have any errors, it's just like, wow, this really worked out great. Chances are that was probably luck. But anytime you fail at something, it's you've learned something. There's a lesson there, and if you can try to see it that way, it's a good thing. Who is your favorite character in the movie?
Like ours?
I'm gonna go. You already talked about your favorite character. Yeah.
Okay.
I assume, unless we were talking about Shawshank Redemption earlier, but I assume Aladdin 3477. Who's my? Sorry, I'm. Maybe I do need to.
It's hard because it's such a colorfully ensemble cast that without just by singling one out almost seems like it's all cogs in a clock. You single out one, the whole thing falls apart.
I think for me, it's really hard to answer that question because every single character I wrote from the heart, and every single character is a part of me. And every single character, even if it doesn't matter if they're male or female, every single character, like whatever they go through, when I wrote it, there were similar experiences maybe I went through, like being let down about something, or being excited about something, or being frantic, like, oh no, what are we going to do? I've been in situations like, oh no, what are we going to do? So you kind of write based on your experiences. Every single character that is in these films is based on, I mean, that's true of any writer. The characters that they write are kind of built from their own experiences. So it's really tough. So it's kind of like, which character that is from me do I like the most? And it's kind of like, well, they're all kind of me. So it's hard to, which finger do you, if you, which finger do you like the most?
That's hard. but then you get into think, which character aesthetically are you considering? Because I mean, we know what they all look like, and it's tough because there's some wild outfits that and just or in terms of personality or how the character is. I'm like, ooh, that's hard too, because that's a completely different preference over the costume choice I would make, and we have to break it down into categories. It's like asking you, Matt, what's your favorite movie?
I have a favorite.
Oh, is Amelie?
Favorite movie of all time now as an adult. I don't know why I'm coughing. Probably because I've been talking for how many hours straight? Over 12 hours straight.
I have to break it down to genre.
I'm in it to win it. My favorite movie of all time. This might be, a lot of people are like, oh, it's got to be Star Wars, right? Nope. Oh, it's got to be Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? Nope. My favorite movie of all time is Amelie, which, by the way, I first saw with Paul Michael Caine and his wife on my bed. That sounds way crazier than it should be. Honestly, they were staying the weekend, and I only had it at that time. I don't think I had my home theater yet. I had a little TV, not a little TV, but just kind of a regular TV in my bedroom. And we wanted to watch a movie, and I had heard Amelie, a friend recommended it, like, Matt, you were going to love this movie. And we watched it hanging out because it's the only TV. So we were just kind of hanging out, sitting on the bed, and we watched Amelie for the first time. And at first I wasn't even sure if I liked it. I was so blown away. I was like, I don't know if I hate this movie or if it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I almost couldn't process it because I loved it that much. So
that felt when you showed it in class.
What's that?
That's how I felt when you showed it in class at the time. Like, I don't know what I'm watching, but I still want to keep watching.
Is it okay to have work you were proud of at the time, but really improved upon in your portfolio? I know it's different from work you didn't bring your A game on. Wait, let me read this again. Is it okay to have work you were proud of at the time, but really improved upon in your portfolio? I know it's different when you bring your A game. I think I know what you're saying.
That have since improved upon.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, and the idea is you're going to improve anyway. So as much as it hurts me to look at those Legends of the Five Rings cards, I knew that I wasn't bringing my A game. So I look at those and I'm like, it's hard for me to look at. Part of the reason it's hard for me to look at is because I look at them and I know I could have done better. But that work is still, as bad as it was, I mean, it was better than artwork I was creating in the 5th grade that I was passionate about. You know what I'm saying? So naturally, even if you are bringing your A game, you're absolutely going to get better no matter what. Even if you look at something you did a year ago that you brought your A game, if you're consistently churning out art and trying to improve something that you thought was amazing a year ago, you're going to look at anyway and be like, my gosh, I can't believe I thought that was good. But the point is, you want to bring your A game always, because I mean, you're just going to improve anyway and get better and better. But that's why you always got to do your best, because that's what people are going to see. That's what people are going to remember you for. Or even if it's something older if you really didn't bring your A game, if someone was maybe going to hire you and they're like, I'm going to Google this person really quick, check out their art. You can't control Google. You don't know what's going to come up right away. In fact, thanks, James. Now that you looked up Matt Bush and Legends of the Five Rings, you've just told the algorithm, oh, so Matt Bush and Legends of the Five Rings. Next time someone Googles Matt Bush, maybe we'll throw a little more Legends of the Five Rings in there. Thanks. Not what I wanted. You guys better not be Googling Matt Bush Legends of the Five Rings. Please, no, and thank you. Yes, yours. Favorite movie. James, what's your favorite movie of all time?
Jeez. Well, recently, really have been into RRR. But then I just most recently saw Bullet Train, and that was just.
Oh, I gotta see that. I've heard
it's
that's
pretty
good. And you're really into
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent with Nicolas Cage and Pedro Pascal. It was only in theaters for what felt like a month or two, tops, and no one even knew it. It just showed up and then disappeared. And like, James, what movie are you talking about? I'm telling you guys, you have to see this movie.
Yeah, so cool. So we got one more comment here with look at this. Paul Michael Caine, favorite character, the Noodle Master. You are not the first person to say that, by the way.
Which is humbling.
That's awesome. So James plays a lot of characters throughout. There's a main character that you're going to meet in the second film, but there is an awesome character that James plays in the first film. We can't talk too much about it because we don't want to spoil anything, but let's just say it's the Noodle Master. And you might be like, Noodle Master, what's that? We don't even need to say anything. When you're watching the film, you'll instantly go, oh, this must be the Noodle Master. Okay, all right. Let's bring it on, Noodle Master. Let's see what's up with
I think it had
that.
a name at the time. It's just.
I think wasn't in the script, wasn't it Noodle Master?
I'll
I'll have to look in the script. I believe it was Noodle Master. I think. I could be wrong. But don't quote me on that, or maybe quote me on that. I don't know. That makes a lot of sense. Sorry if my question was confusing. Word count limits, LOL. And then Chris says, in response to Fruit Loop, a portfolio is there to impress people. Your own collection is for holding on to pieces you love. It's okay to cull from your portfolio and still enjoy the piece. That is a great, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a great way to think of it. And what I like to do, a great thing for building your portfolio, if you have kind of a number, a lot of people usually say like 10 or 12 pieces. You don't want to have too much. You don't want to have too little. But the cool thing, once you have a portfolio where you've put in your 12 best pieces, kind of the fun and also the anxiety is every time you have a new piece that's worthy of going in your portfolio, okay, no problem. You put in something new. Now you have to take out something old. What is your weakest link? Because just like anything, you're only as good as the weakest link in your chain. If you have a portfolio where, let's say you've got 12 pieces and 11 of them are really, really good, one of them's just okay. Anyone looking at your portfolio, anyone that's thinking of hiring you, they're going to be impressed by the good ones, and then they're going to see the weakest link, and the thought that's going through their head is, what if we hire this person and pay them? And what if this is the quality we get? Right? You're only as good as the weakest link. So every time you put in something new that's your latest and greatest amazing thing, take something out. And with that, it has to be something really, really good. It can't just be your latest. Sometimes people will say, oh, I've got a new piece. It's not that good, but this shows that I can do marker renderings too. And so I don't have any marker renderings, so I'm going to throw this in there. If it's not the best, get it out of there. No one, like, I get it. You feel like it shows your variety, but if it's not the best, it should not be in there. There's no reason for it to be in there. And especially if that's your best marker rendering, like, no one would hire you for that anyway. It's not really showing good variety. If that marker rendering isn't good, it just shows that you're not as good at marker rendering. So it really needs to be the best of the best. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Awesome. So real quick, in a minute or two, we've got Aaron G that's going to be in the hizzle. Aaron G, if you want to sign in and wait in the green room, we're going to have you on in just a minute. I sent you the link. I need to take a quick break. So James, I need you for a minute to hold the floor, and I need you to talk about Ninja Fidget and why people should try to acquire all 6 or get their hands on a Ninja Fidget.
So I know I've gone and said this, I want to say it 15 times over the course of all the live streams. But these little vinyls, I remember when vinyls first, wow, this is real. I remember when vinyls first came out and everyone was going crazy about these little dunnies and the monies and the Funko Pops, you know, which are fine. But when I first held on to one of these, you really feel the detail, the heft, just how solid it is. I can't, the words will not do it justice. I mean, and none of you are going to understand that until you actually hold it, until you actually get these months from now. But the Ninja one, it's got the black, the red, just the little gray trim. It's basically out of my wardrobe, honestly. And when you hold them upside down and you have the little butts pointed at you, it's like they're tiny little robots, like a different kind, like, and then, you know, touch butts, but that's okay. I always thought that the mystery Fidget would be pretty cool if it was, I don't know, like neon, graffiti, cyberpunk, just over like a slate gray something. I don't know. You know, I didn't see it. But you know, this is pretty neat. I'm into it. I would, if there was like a hoodie or like a hat of this, I would wear that. I've been trying to make a Fidget out of balloons for the longest time. It's been like 6 months since I've been trying to put that together, but you have to use the geometrical, like, bubble twists and the spatial reasoning. And then I realized to get the little body down, you have to use a little cornucopia balloon weaving to kind of get it into this little barrel shape. And that's an ordeal, but you know, no one wants to hear about that. So I would have, I am, you know, I've been up for like at least 36 hours even before I even got here. So yeah, so I'm just gonna look over here for a minute and let's see what we've got. My speech fluffing skills, you pad that content. Well, that's pretty much why I'm here. So when he goes upstairs, I just kind of have to fill the void. I had more to fill the void with, but I was told I had to keep clothes on. So much for my provocative dance, because it involved, instead of coming out of a cake, imagine, if you will, a Chinese takeout container. But instead of tassels, they have like hand twizzled little chopstick wrappers, and just kind of come out of the box. And instead of streamers, you just got yakisoba noodles and other things like that. I don't know. Is Andrea? Oh, let's just ask you guys, what in the next 8 hours do you hope or would like to see addressed by Matt and or myself and anyone else coming over? So, because I'm running out of ideas right now, because I need another like 5-hour energy shot, and I just don't know where I left the rest of them. So, oh, but okay. I left that in my other backpack, so we will just coast on that from now. Matt,
Yo,
I'm usually better at this.
what's that?
I'm usually better at this.
Oh, at entertaining. Hey, we are 13 hours in, right? Or more than 13 hours?
Yeah, we're it's 1:35. We're at least that.
I am going to rock out some of. Actually, I'm good on that.
Okay.
All right. Is Aaron G queued up? Do you see his little thumbnail? Oh yeah, I see Aaron G TV up in the thumbnail. Awesome. So I'm pleased to announce our next guest. Of course, I got to do this properly. I'll let you do it this time.
Oh, what?
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the land of mysticism as a gin of wisdom, Aaron GTV.
Woohoo! And
Hey.
Aaron G. Wait, let me do this. Let me do this. What is up, Aaron G? What is going on?
Hey. How's it going, people?
Dude, I love oh, you're awesome. Look at this. You've got your QR code.
Oh
in your
yeah, man.
corner.
Rock
Dude,
and roll.
Dude, you're rocking it, man. That is awesome. And man, you sound so good. I know that.
Ooh, thank you.
You've also got the voice. Oh my gosh, you've got the reverb kicking and everything. That's amazing.
Oh, there's reverb in there. Oh, that shouldn't be. Ugh.
Well, when you went close, try that again.
1, 2, 3. This
Oh, there it
summer.
That's mellifluous like
Dude,
Ooh.
that is awesome.
No, it's funny because I have this set up to be for a podcast, but I think this is on. Yeah, there definitely shouldn't be reverb. But hey, I'll take it.
That is awesome, dude. So glad that you are here hanging out with us. So cool, dude. I want to man, there's so much to talk about. It was awesome having you on. Actually, last Sunday, we had a great time, and
Yeah,
it was kind of neat. You know, it's this interesting thing where I can't wait for the world to meet you, but we're kind of
Aw.
at this point, we're leaving the gin. I just want people to discover you. There's other characters, by the way, as well, that we haven't even shown at all, just because I want there to still be things for people to discover when they watch the film. And there's other characters where you see a little bit, but we're kind of not really talking about the characters. Actually, in about 25 minutes, Lindsay is going to be our guest.
Oh wow.
So yeah, we've got so much to chat about. It's going to be great. And so the Gin of Wisdom is just epic, just awesome. And you bring so much to the gin. And I mentioned this last Sunday, but it was really cool that, you know, I knew I was going to do this Aladdin project, but the biggest thing that I was stuck on was, what am I going to do with the gin? Like, I know what I wanted, and I had this idea that makes it completely different from like the genie that everyone knows from the Disney movies, or Will Smith that everyone knows, which are both incredible. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do something completely new. Once I knew what it was like, who am I going to find that's going to be able to do that? Who's going to just command this presence and really bring like this class to the project? And when I met you, I was just like, oh my gosh, I found my gin. this is okay. And that was like meeting you was the thing that kickstarted, no pun intended.
Ha.
It really kickstarted the project, which was cool.
Oh man, I appreciate that. That's
Yeah.
man, it's just been really cool. I mean, it's so funny to look back on where we were in our lives when we met and then how different life is now, but at the same time, it's like, man, we're friends. We're really good
Yeah.
friends. Like I invited you to my wedding. Like
Yeah.
during COVID, it was so
Yeah.
funny because it's like, man, it's like who are your like your top 25? And it's funny how to see it's like just some projects, just some people hanging out and just a little bit of time and a project. And this is what happened. You mentioned that about the gin. I really appreciated that. I don't even know how to say thank you for that. Like your communication with me about the Jin character was really good. Like, cause I had worried early on that cause whenever I hear about the genie, my mind automatically goes, and usually people like my age, they think of Robin Williams. And, there was a thing like whenever anybody heard that I was playing the Jin or the genie in an Aladdin project, like, oh, Robin Williams, that's totally you. And it's like, oh, wow. I didn't even think about that. So, well, I mean, I am not at all the same thing, but the Jin character in Aladdin 3477 is completely different. I mean, obviously there are elements, but man, uh, I love how this Jin fits into the story. It's and I don't think anyone really overshadows anyone else. It's like all of these worlds, kind of like how it is in real life. Everyone's story is kind of an important story, and we get to see a window of each character in the form of Aladdin 3477. But it's like, man, there's so much potential in that world. I know we talked early on about how there's an element of the Lord of the Rings, but it isn't in that, oh, there are dwarves and everything like that, but it's that each character has such a wealth of lore or potential lore behind them. This it'd be interesting. I'm happy to be here today.
That is awesome. Yeah, I think it was one of the cool things when I wrote this. As much of a fan as I am of, especially the Disney Aladdin that everyone knows and loves, as much as I love that story, there were elements to it that I was just like, man, Aladdin really is kind of, what is the moral of the story here? He's kind of this thief, but in the end, it's just like he just finds a genie and he gets all the luck that the genie can do this and make this happen. And like, it's just kind of a weird, what exactly is the moral of the story? There is a good one, which is you should be yourself, which, eventually he is. And that's what wins the heart of the princess. But in general, there's just a lot of, in my mind, kind of some weak points that I wanted to strengthen. And I wanted to have something that goes a little bit deeper than that. And it takes 3 films to do it, lots of characters, but it's an ensemble cast where you all have been so good at stepping it up when there's a scene that, like, and especially the Gin of Wisdom, there are some stealing scenes that are great, but you were also really good, like a lot of our actors. You knew when maybe it's a scene that you're in, but this scene isn't really about you. So it's not like disappearing into the background and like not there, but you knew when to step it up and like, this is the scene you're stealing. And then you knew when to carry the story forward. And you were smart enough as an actor to know that it's not always about you. It's not always your scene, which is great because you have this ability to turn it on, and man, do you turn it on. And then you have the ability to just kind of keep your cool and go where the story needs to go, which is just awesome.
Wow, man, I really appreciate that. That's high praise for sure. I mean, like when you approached me about playing the Jinn, it's been a while since I've been an actor. And I mean, there's an element of acting that you do in voice acting and stuff like that. There's that and storytelling and everything. But I'm so used to that. One of the things that stood out to me was I used to be very good at memorizing lines. And like I don't realize like I read everything now. So when I'm on microphone, or if I'm in a studio or my studio, I have paper right in front of me. I have digital notes in front of me. I even have inflection drawn out a lot of times. And it was like, wow, back to the stage, back to and then on camera, the way of shooting is different now. So you really hope as an actor that it'll translate through, but also still to be true to the genre, also, because it is a very specific style, I think, of acting. And I think it was Paul was on here before. He mentioned that adventure type movie that I'm always nostalgic for. That it's an older feel, like kind of like how like Stranger Things is kind of like an older story, an older way of storytelling with like modern special effects and modern issues, as if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's like just keeping that feel and still like being true to the genre and what's our interpretation of that from every span of every type of actor, from people who hadn't acted before to people who are still currently acting, and then you tying it all together, you orchestrating it. This has just been really cool to see.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, man, I hope people love it, because there's a lot to love about it. There's a lot, like you can just pick one little section. Well, we were talking about the different stories of each character. Each character could have its own story, and each person enters with like with the imply that there is this huge world or huge backstory to everybody. That's like they all have a what's the term? They have a
there's like world building and character arcs.
Like even the joke in my the trailer that I did was the world has been destroyed and rebuilt with images of the future. Because it's like, man, that's what I see when I look at it all.
Yeah. That's so cool.
It's just, man, there's a lot to see. And then even, I mean, the behind the scenes, we have so much footage of the behind the scenes stuff. You could be releasing that forever. There are so many stories even in that world. The potential reality show of Aladdin 3477 is a completely different genre of awesome too.
It's equally interesting. Hey, real quick, I need to jump to some comments.
Go for it. Let's do it.
Checking in, the 24-hour live stream lounge is a great idea. Always representing your A game. Best advice always. I agree. Chris says, portfolio also shows people what's good and bad. It shows that you can self-edit your own work. That's actually very, very good.
That is significant.
Chris says, I marvel at your speech fluffing skills, James. You pad that content. Zandrea, hey again, James. What's up, Zandrea? Chris is laughing. Chris, I could comment, but it's way more fun to see you freestyle. Awesome.
I believe the term is struggle, but
Mama Rick says, James, what was your favorite extra part with no spoilers? Ooh, that's a good question. We'll get to that soon. Coming up. James says, without my props, it's a fire waiting to start. And Chris says, sounds podcasty to me. Awesome. Real quick, I need to jump. And just so you know, James, at some point, Lindsay's going to be here. I'll give you the wink if you don't mind letting her in upstairs. But I wanted to chat real quick, kind of just about what Aladdin, for everyone that's kind of jumping in. I want to talk about, we are in the middle of a live stream lounge, a 24-hour live stream lounge. We're counting down the final hours to Aladdin 3477, wrapping up the Kickstarter. There are 10 hours left. to get in on the Kickstarter. We're going to be talking really soon with Lindsay about the different rewards that you can get. And we're going to get to meet Lindsay. And oh my gosh, so much cool stuff to chat about as well. We've got Aladdin 3477, which, as you can guess, if you've been listening, of course, it's the future of, it's in the future. It's the Aladdin tale. There are 3 movies. We have filmed all 3. The first one is coming out this year. And of course, there is the smack to the face. That is how you're going to feel if you don't get in on these rewards and then you see all the cool stuff that everyone is getting. This is what it's going to feel like. It's also a pulse pounding adventure. Also, when we have Lindsay on, if we can, we don't have to do it now, but after she's here, if we can switch to the gimbal, that would be excelente. We've got Fidji here, and the official trailer already over 2 million views and counting, which is just awesome. The music is by none other, well, the featured music, none other than Cell Dweller, aka Clayton. If you're a fan of his music, or even if you aren't, his music is all over a lot of your favorite Marvel movies, some of your favorite video games. Super, super incredible. Oh my gosh, the Peter Mayhew Foundation, they supported the Kickstarter in the biggest way possible. And Angie, who is the wife of Peter Mayhew, who is no longer with us, Peter Mayhew is always such a supporter of the arts. They do so many amazing things for children's hospitals, all kinds of really cool things that are just awesome. And they wanted Peter Mayhew's name to be attached as an executive producer. So the spirit of Chewbacca lives on. That is just the biggest Wookiee hug ever. Wow, is that cool? Awesome, awesome, awesome. And let's see, what else do we got here? The reward fulfillment. So the way that this works, rewards are sent out 4 times a year. Man, it is just going to be super, super cool. I can't wait. We're going to start talking about the rewards real soon when Lindsay gets here. So first up, though, is Aaron G. If I do oh, you're here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm pushing the wrong buttons here. Here we go. So we've got a couple more minutes with you, and so much to chat about. But my gosh,
if we don't get it all out here, guys, I'm going to be here 9.
Oh, that is what, yeah. So so
right.
tonight you are going to be with us at 9, and I'll say this: I think you said that you've got a truck, so it won't be a problem for you anyway. But I have no way of texting all of our guests real quick. So for any guests, and we don't have any snow yet. So, but apparently it's going to come down pretty hard, and things might get difficult. So for any of our guests coming up, if there's a chance it's easier for you to stay home and you don't want to like go through the snow and stuff like that, let me know, text me, and I can send you a link and you can live stream in just like Aaron is right now. And we can have you on that way. If that works better for you, totally up to you. Of course, if you can make it in here to join the fun in person, that's awesome too. Either way, you want to stay safe. But Aaron, so you're going to be back on with us later.
Oh,
Aaron,
yeah,
what
definitely.
are you excited about most for Aladdin 3477? Is there anything in particular, like, man, I can't wait to just be sitting in a movie theater at the premiere, seeing the movie with everyone for the first time? Is it that? Or is it, I can't wait to hold my Gin of Wisdom minifig, like that is going to be so epic? Or flipping through the pages of the official collector's edition? What is it? Is there anything that that you're excited about most coming up on the forefront?
Honestly, there are a few things that I'm excited about. Like, I think the thing that stands out the most is when because we've been working on this for like such a long time. When you work on art, it's like you never know how people are going to take to it. But the people that love it, to get their perspective of what it is, and hopefully like it inspires them to be able to create their own projects. And like personally, the coolest thing probably about this project for me was that it's like you had an idea that you've been like holding on to since you were a kid, and then it's like you cultivate that idea and it grows, and then you grow, and then like things add to your life, and then you sort of add those things to your idea, and the way that it evolves into a story, well, most people, they don't get to put those stories out. And it's, I think, like, I know in my own personal world, I had just decided that those things are just childish things, and that it's like, well, maybe there's coming to a point, like I was circling around, like obviously, like we talked about before, I was in a lot of pain during that part. I thought that pain was going to be my, like, for the rest of my life, that was going to be my reality. And it's like I was in the process of just giving up on those things. It's like, well, I have to be fine with, maybe this is what being a grown-up is. You give up on the rock star dreams and you realize that you're going to have to 9 to 5 it forever. And this here was like, well, yeah, we have 9 to 5s. Our 9 to 5s are pretty awesome. But what do you think about getting together and doing this movie?
Yeah.
So my favorite thing is going to be experiencing it with people who are thinking the same thing. If it rings in their ears the same way, if it inspires them the same way, it's like, man, I have a lot to share. Because
Yeah.
it's a lot easier even now than it was when we first started. Like,
Yeah.
so Netflix, everybody knows what Netflix is now.
Yeah.
Well, Netflix wasn't that big when we started. It wasn't the amazing, it wasn't like the all powerful thing that it was now. And then now look at all of the places that are doing movies and are showing different types of content. Like what was on the roster in the very beginning? What were the main forces in streaming before? And then now those are, I mean, they're complete. I'm streaming from a studio inside of my living space.
Yeah.
It's like, holy cow. I mean, like the world has changed while we were making this idea, but with it, the resources for creatives is definitely better, like lifetimes better. And so those type of things, like I had been to conventions and stuff like that in the past.
Hey, Aaron.
Spoken,
hey,
but it's
Aaron.
mainly like, and then, but
Hey, Aaron, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but you're actually cutting in and out a little
No,
bit.
you're
We're
good.
getting a little bit of, so I'm gonna we have our next guest that's in the studio as well. We're gonna
Perfect.
chat later. So I'm so sorry to cut you. You actually sound like
No,
a
that's the
transformer
perfect
a little
time.
bit. So it's like it's kind of going in and out like that. But awesome. I can't wait to hang out with you later. And it's going to be fun. Paul Michael Caine, by the way, says the gin was awesome.
Oh, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. And we will see you later on, Aaron.
All right. See you guys soon. Miss me terribly.
Oh, you know we will. I am so excited to bring on our next guest. And I have to do this the proper way. Hold on. Let me have you seen any of this yet? How we're introducing people? Oh yeah, we are. All right. All right. Are you ready for our next guest? In the house, producer / Umi, please welcome. Oh no. The smoke machine isn't working. There's a smoke machine. It's been like dying down slowly but surely. Maybe it'll come on. If it comes on later, we'll add it later. Okay. Please welcome Lindsay. Woo! Yeah. Come on in. Oh my gosh. So it is so good to see you.
Yeah, you
And
too.
oh my gosh, there is so much to talk about with
sure.
Aladdin. So trying to figure out how to turn. Oh, maybe I just hold it. There we go.
That's pretty rad.
So here's what's up for. Thank you. I got this for Christmas from Casey, and this wasn't on my list or anything, but this is one of those gifts you didn't know you needed it until you get it. And there's like an app which I haven't done yet, but you can like download songs and do karaoke with it and everything. But anyway, so we have so much to talk about. So for one, just off the bat, right off the bat, it needs to be known. So in talking about Aladdin 3477, of course, like I kind of say, this is my baby. And like, I was the director and I did this and I storyboarded that. It was a team effort. There's so many people that worked on it that did a lot. But if there was a number two, there is no question the person that worked the most on this franchise, next to me, the person that worked the most is Lindsay. And oh my gosh, you brought your A game for so long. There is so much that you brought to the table. We couldn't even if we didn't talk about what you did, if we just listed everything that you did, from hair to makeup to duct taping stuff. And also you play a main character named Umi.
Yes.
So the crazy thing was you actually loved, not that you didn't love playing Umi, but on days that you weren't playing Umi, it was like, oh, thank goodness, I have 100 things to do, but I don't have to do it while I'm in costume and while I have the contacts in and everything. I can just do the 100 jobs that I need to do. On the days that you did play Umi, it was bananas because you were doing hair and makeup and everything to get, this together over here. Meanwhile, you're getting yourself together and everything else. So then when you're filming your scenes, you're in character, you're sitting on the back of a starship, and yet in between takes and stuff, you're running over, wait, this is falling down here, you need to get this back, and then going back, and then now you're switching it back on, going into character. It was bananas. And I know for me, it was so like there's so much going on as director, but except for my cameo that I did on the last day, I never had to worry about myself getting into character or doing anything else. So in a weird way, like I don't want to say, man, you actually had it harder than I did, but it's really amazing, like what you did in this project.
We took turns. I'll say we took turns.
Okay.
Definitely you had it harder certain days and I had it harder certain days.
All right.
It's all good.
Fair enough. Awesome. So, wow, there is so much to talk about. My gosh. What I want to get to first, I want to get to the Kickstarter and I want to start sharing some of the rewards. If you haven't seen these or you haven't seen them in detail, I want to hear what you think. I want to hear what I want to see what, oh yeah, you're going to see a bunch today. Oh my gosh, we're going to talk about all of them. So let's dive through and kind of go through some of the rewards that people can get. So the first reward tier is the Taj Mahal treasure. Some people might be like, wow, the first one's $45. Like, whoa, that's kind of cray-cray. But there are 8 items that you get. Plus, there are already 2 thank you gifts. So if you get this, there's actually 10 items that you are going to get. It's going to ship in April. So hopefully you get it in April. But in April or May, you are going to get this awesome swag box. Let's talk real quick about the things you are going to get. First of all, you are going to get the official collector's edition. This is not the final cover, but this is pretty close to how the final cover looks. If you're curious what character Lindsay plays, if you see this awesome, almost like ninja character at the bottom with like these blades that kind of come out the sides and stuff with fists of fury. My gosh, we have to talk about the martial arts and stuff too. There is so much to talk about.
There's a lot.
So anyway, that is the character Umi. And we're kind of keeping some of the characters shrouded in mystery as just because some things are just kind of, and like everyone knows the story of Aladdin. So obviously Aladdin's going to be a thief. Aladdin's going to fall in love with the princess. We know the princess. We know that there's a djinn and a lamp and everything. Yeah. But the only thing that I have that's new that people don't know about is everything that's new, some of the new characters. So especially a fantastic character like Umi. I kind of, we see a little bit of the fighting in the trailer and stuff, but I kind of want to keep it a little bit secret because you guys are just going to fall in love with this character.
Yeah, it's a total universe. It's not just a single story for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I know it sounds weird that I'm picking like almost the three top franchises where it kind of looks like Star Wars, kind of feels like Indiana Jones. It's epic like Lord of the Rings, but it really, it kind of is. It kind of is that. Mm-hmm. This book though is a 96-page full color book. And this is my favorite double page spread. No, I'm just kidding, but it's got a forward with me. There are character pages. There's a double page spread. There's actually an Umi double page spread. And this is Princess Kamala. Christy is going to be hanging out with us once again a little bit later on today. There are pages that don't really reveal a lot of the plot, but it's got kind of plot points. There are some basic pages where, you see some of the tech, some of the gadgets. Here is actually, this is James and Cameron. We call this the James Cameron page.
Nice.
The Taj Mahal. This is one of the pages, one of the spreads dedicated to the Taj Mahal. There's a lot of really cool behind the scenes. This is kind of a section on location filming, and there's so much. You also get the Aladdin minifig. So first, I know that you are a connoisseur, that you collect not just Legos, you collect minifigs.
I do.
Actually.
I do.
And this is the regular Aladdin,
I'm
right?
very much into cute little mini things.
So that's Aladdin, which
Yeah.
is cute. There's no question
It's
about it. It's very simplified, but it is really cute. Check out the detail on the Aladdin 3477 compared to, there's way more detail in the hair. Obviously,
The
you've got
shoes.
the shoes. Well, the other thing is, look at, they painted his feet, just the color of his feet on the front, on the sides.
How could you run like that?
But look at the
In the
back.
shoes.
Where's his feet on the back?
Yeah.
There's no feet on the back, but there you do see the boots on the
That's
back.
true.
So we spared no expense with the design
For sure.
of the minifig.
I am extremely impressed by the pattern on the pants because we sewed this fabric and I've seen it up close and personal and it looks
Yeah,
pretty darn legit, not gonna lie.
yeah. And there's
Very cool.
there's the vest. I remember
Oh,
your
yeah.
mom kind of like, oh, if that gets wet, I don't know what I can do to sit, because we had a one of a kind and we couldn't afford to buy another one.
We did get some serious stains out of that vest multiple times.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
We did.
So
But she makes magic happen. I don't know how, but
yeah. Oh, she was always so good at just, my gosh, everything. So
Yeah.
much that your mom and dad brought to the table. We could talk forever about it. And we're going to have you on as a guest again, so we'll be able to get
Oh,
in,
for sure.
in better detail and everything.
Absolutely.
We've got the enamel pins designed by Deanna Sheehan. I'm curious what and I think you like the lighter one better,
I
right?
do. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on it, but there's just something about the lighter. I like
this-
shiny stuff,
yeah.
so maybe that's why.
It maybe looks a little
Yeah.
more blingy, but this actually looks more like Fiji, because a lot of those, like the details aren't heavy, thick black lines like they look like here,
Yeah.
This looks a little more cartoony, but the one thing I do like a little bit better about this is from far away, this is kind of a white blob with two
Fair. Yep.
two orange
I can
eyes,
see that.
where this from far away, you can tell it's Fiji.
What is the rough size approximation of these?
2 inches, so a decent size,
Okay,
2 inches tall.
cool.
Then again, this is still the first swag box. You get to choose one of these shirts, one of these 5 designs. Which one is your favorite of these 5 designs?
Oh, it's a tough. I always lean toward. Of course, I always lean towards Fiji because
Yeah.
he's just adorable in everything.
Yeah.
So probably him, I guess.
Yeah.
But I like the purple on the black too. I think it
Mhm.
looks really pretty. But I'm a girl, so maybe I would say that.
I like the Princess. So far, people's favorites, obviously Fiji,
Yeah.
but then Princess Kamala's second, and then maybe the Aladdin logo is third. No disrespect to Aladdin
No,
and
of
to
course
Lochan
not.
Chai
No,
Mall.
of course not.
So we've got a thank you gift. So there's 8 rewards. There's a Paul Michael Caine chapbook we talked about earlier. There's still 3 more rewards that we haven't even talked about that are going to be a surprise when you get them. There's also thank you gift number 1. Look how adorbs this Hong Kong minifig is. So look, it even has like this gauntlet that goes on the arm here. It's got the leg pieces that go on, the bulky leg pieces. And if you want to see Jeff Norgrove on the inside,
It looks
Look at
just
that.
like him.
just like-
Uncanny.
isn't that amazing?
Wow.
And then he's got the extra blaster on the back and stuff. Like that's a quality minifig.
For
The
sure.
extra, I think it's like 20 pieces when you put it all together with
Oh my
the
gosh,
armor.
That's insane.
And then the cool thing is,
Okay, secretly, how many times have you sat here and like played with these?
Well, I've been so busy with the Kickstarter, not as much as I want, but definitely there's been a little pew pew and like, putting them like next to each
Put the
other and
guns
stuff.
in, put them out.
Yeah. Well, and the cool thing is, these minifigs are going to come in these little bags like this. So at first, when I kind of was working with this company, I was like, I knew I couldn't afford to do like for each one of these minifigs, like a special box and everything. It just would have gotten so expensive. But this is
Piece of
normally,
box anyway, really.
yeah. But this is how they send them. And normally when you get a minifig in a set, it's already assembled. This, you have to build the whole thing. You have to put, this is the face shield that goes on the helmet. You've got all these pieces. And at first, when I got these, I got sample ones of different characters, some Marvel characters that they do. And I was kind of like, man, we're going to have to, like, people are going to have to make these. Like, no one's going to want to do that. As soon as I tore it open and I started putting these together, I was like, this is so much fun.
It's
and
way
then
more fun
you
to
feel
make
like
it.
you accomplished. I mean, even though it's just like, how hard was it? You put 20 pieces together and you got this little minifig. But it's fun. It's kind of, there's like a sense of accomplishment when you
Was
make
there a
it.
lot of back and forth with you and the makers to try to get every little detail, and you would approve it or not approve it, or like how did that process work?
Yes. And actually, the company that I worked with for the Fiji vinyl figures that we'll talk about soon, they were great. They were really good at changes, very happy to do the thing. This company is also awesome, really good quality. But I can tell every time I had a change, and it would be something little, like, can we make this just a little bit lower? I could tell in their broken English, like, why you not say that the last time that you showed this? You said it was okay then. What, now you want to change it again. And I'm just like, I can hear the tone in the voice, like, oh man. But it's also cool that they want it to be perfect too, and they want
for sure.
So it's sometimes I know when there's a last minute change, like, oh, they're not going to be happy with me, but it's a lot of back and forth.
Well, it was a fight one, I'll say. They were really, really good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. And do you have room on your, because I know you've got like stands of minifigs that you collect. Do you have room for another 10?
I'll get a new stand.
A new stand?
Yeah,
all right.
That's the only logical explanation. I will have to do that.
We're still talking the first swag box, and there is a sticker sheet designed by Deanna Sheehan, and there's 13 different stickers on this. I can't wait to put them all over my phone, to put them on sketchbooks and scrapbooks, the whole bit. That is the first swag box. We're going to talk about the second one soon, but first, oh my gosh. So I'm curious. When we first started, we had all kinds of other projects that we had done prior to this. Oh my gosh, the epic, the biggest You Can Draw Star Wars episode of them all, with all of the puppets and Dagobah, and the living room was transformed into Dagobah.
Yes.
It's so epic, and so many cool projects. My gosh, Power of the Force Girls. So much cool stuff to talk about. But for Aladdin 3477, what was your first? Do you remember? Because I've talked to so many people about it. I have a hard time remembering the first time I told someone about it. So do you remember some of the conversations? What was your first impression when I first started mentioning Aladdin 3477? Were you kind of like, my gosh, what now? What's the next big thing? Or were you like, where was your headspace at? What were you thinking?
Well, I mean, as you stated prior, I was heavily involved in the beginning. So clearly we had many discussions about this. I remember the first time, gosh, it probably would have been when you were showing me concept art of like what you did back in college, like just the characters that you had kind of started to develop and were thinking about turning into like this story. And I remember seeing in like some of your sketchbooks and all your notes and different drawings you had done. And then from there, I thought you started writing, right? Like and kind of revamping what you wrote at some point.
Yeah.
And then it kind of developed into something more. And then we did the trips for research.
Epic around the world.
That was great.
India, Thailand, Cambodia,
16 days around the world.
Shanghai, and Hong Kong. Yeah.
Talk about jet lag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so amazing, so much cool stuff. Real quick though, I'm such a horrible host. Would you like something to drink?
I'm good. I'm okay actually.
You like a water? You want like a Mountain Dew or like I've got Diet Coke. I've got or a Coke Zero.
That I will
I've
take.
got-
I will take a Coke Zero.
Let's see if I grab the right one. All right, there
Thank
you go.
very
Yeah.
much. I will never say no to this. This is my one bad habit.
Your
Can't-
your
can't-
one weakness.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, so we
Not
need.
a plug for Coke. Sorry. Okay, anyway.
Let's jump into the next swag box. The second one is Jin's Wise Choice. And when you get this one, again, you see the price tag and it's like, well, this one's twice as much. Well, it's not. It's twice as much because you're going to get the first swag box
Right.
that comes in hopefully April. You're going to get the second one that comes in the summer. And this one is really, really cool. First of all, you're going to get this cool. Are you wearing yours? Oh no,
I'm
you're
sorry.
not the only one.
Do we
No
have
one's
extras?
So it's James, it's just me and you, rock and roll. But this is the we've got the it glows in the dark, really, really awesome.
The thick one I gave away to someone at a convention because I believe we had ran out. And I
Good
literally
answer.
gave them
I
the
remember
one
you told
I
me.
was wearing.
Good. So it's better to spread the word because you know that you can get into. Okay, all right,
Right.
good, all right. I'll
Yeah.
accept that. I'll accept that. But that is one of the rewards that you're going to get, and the movie poster. It's a full-size movie poster, and we've got the Princess Kamala.
Wasn't Germany offended when you ran out of those wristbands?
Yes. Yeah, Germany.
very.
And yeah,
They
remember
were
everyone
mad.
going.
They
yeah,
wanted like free stuff.
they were well. I like to think they wanted Aladdin stuff. It
For
wasn't just
sure.
free stuff. Let's be real about it. This is the Princess Kamala minifig. I mean, come on. Now you know that costume
I do know this
very
costume.
well.
Yes,
you,
I
because
do.
you and your mom created that costume
Yep.
from scratch.
We sure did.
Look at the arms. It's got the print, the kind of like
It's
the
really
metallic
good.
print
Yeah,
on the
it's
arms.
really good.
Now compare that to, not that this isn't Adorbs, this is Adorbs, but now look at the detail. Look at that. It's just blue on the
Right,
side, and that's
right.
it.
Yeah, her skin doesn't even continue the whole way around.
Cute as the minifig
It's
is.
real, and even to get wavy hair, I don't think I've ever seen a figure that had wavy hair. Maybe I'm not looking hard
Yeah,
enough, but
and it's a
that's
little more
like-
curly the
yeah,
more it
it's
goes
very,
down,
Like
yeah.
very realistic.
And it's got the printing on the back and everything.
Yep.
Super cool. You get this minifig in the second swag box, which is Jin's Wise Choice. Of course, these Fidgy patches, which we had for cast and crew, we've run out of them, but we are going to make another run. This is art by me. This is going to be an art print signed by yours truly. There is a mystery minifig. It's not a mystery. We've been saying what it is. This is, there are 10 minifigs in total. This one, this is not, by the way, this is not the actual silhouette. This, I'll be honest, I just went on Google and looked up mystery. But you're going to get a minifig that is the Klepto King. The Klepto King
Ooh.
minifig. Cannot wait. It comes with awesome accessories.
That's cool.
And it's got like, it's going to have like a fabric cloak and everything. It's going to be really, really cool.
like where you pop the head off and then the cloak goes on and then the head goes back on.
You know what? I can't. It hasn't been. The
No,
other
okay.
reason we're not showing it yet.
Yeah.
It hasn't been designed yet. It's the
Oh.
only one. That's why I can't. No, it's just because mystery. We're leaving this to mystery. Hasn't been. I kind of know some of the things that are going into it, but I don't have official like final art yet. But it might be something. It might be something like that. Also, this is going to come with the Princess Kamala teaser poster. If you want the Aladdin teaser poster, that comes in the Aladdin's inner circle because there are just over 100 of these left. And when they're gone, they are gone. Let's see. How do I do this? So next up, oh my gosh, so much to chat about. Can you just off the top of your head, because I want to talk about Umi, and I know we're limited for time. Can you just start to give us a random day in the life of Lindsay working on Aladdin 3477 on set? Can you just begin to list? Well, it would begin, I would show up and I had to get this ready, but then
Yeah.
someone would be waiting and they would, because you did, I mean, you did the hair for almost everyone.
Yes.
Pretty much everyone throughout all three movies. You did the makeup. for pretty much everyone all throughout these movies. There were times where you even did, because we had someone that was doing special effects makeup. There were days they weren't available. That meant, Lindsay, hey, any chance you feel like also doing blood
Learning
and
how to do
bruises?
special effects makeup.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. So
Sure.
it was just really, really, oh my gosh. What are some of the other things, like off the top of your head,
No,
that
I
you were
mean,
helping with?
Well, obviously, I mean, you were always the first one there. A lot of times I was the second one there. And I was just getting everything out right for the day. Who's here? What outfits are we pulling? And I would try to check in with you, and we would make sure for what we're shooting, we have all the accessories, all the, hey, what necklace is she wearing? Hey, you know, and we would go back and forth so many times. And then even then, someone else would come and check, usually Steve or whoever else. So, and then from there, yeah, multiple people in and out of the chair constantly.
But
even the guys,
I think people can't even comprehend on days that you were also playing Umi. There was a schedule, and I would try to work this out with you ahead of time. And sometimes, depending on availability, or sometimes whatever would make it easier to shoot was not necessarily easier for you. So there were times where it was like, okay, I have to have this person through hair and makeup here. We've got this. There's also this other thing that I need to do to kind of help this part of the set. Umi has to be ready to go at this time. Not only that, hours later, we have someone else that's coming in after your Umi that's like, okay, we're going to have a little break here. So dressed up as Umi, now you've got to go back again, and you've got to get this person, like, just.
Sometimes it just meant coming in an hour early and getting myself in hair and makeup first, and then doing everybody else and just staying in character all day, essentially.
Yeah.
The other really fun fact, I don't know if you remember this or not, we purchased Umi contacts that looked one specific way, and then they discontinued those contacts.
Was the perfect, right. So you've got blue eyes, and obviously your hair color, it's blonde now, but in the film it's brunette. So you've got, and you kind of, because you have a Russian heritage, or would you say Ukrainian heritage? So you've got this unique look it's part of Asia. And so you've got this unique look. So we gave you these really dark brown eyes. There was a specific brand. Once we ordered them, just like you said, and we're like, cool, this is it. This is what the eyes look like. And then discontinued. So what did that mean, and what did that entail?
That meant that 6-month contacts went for 5 years.
Pressures didn't deteriorate.
They were close. They didn't feel good, but kind of felt like putting sand in your eyeball, but it's okay. It worked out.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Man. The things that we did to bring this to life are like, people will never know.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Suffer for your craft, but
for sure.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And your parents, we should talk about your parents really quick. Again, there's so much to talk about, but your parents really stepped it up. My parents were involved too, but your parents were just amazing, so helpful. It was really neat. Both your dad and my dad were often working together, helping to build sets. Yeah. But they also were, they were responsible for making sure that food was in the green room, which was great. And so they would show up early, cooking everything.
Conditioning in the green room.
That's right. Oh my gosh. They were,
Yeah.
Still think about your mom's meatloaf.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we can arrange that probably at some point. I know they're watching right now. They're in Florida currently.
No way. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Are they hanging with
yeah. They did for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on the last leg of their journey.
Awesome. Hi, Mom and Dad. What up? That is just the amount of work that they put in, and I know, like, my dad in particular just really enjoyed spending the time with your dad. They really bonded, and it's neat because they both my dad is retired now, but he worked for General Motors. Your dad works for General Motors, so. They both had really unique takes, and I know sometimes they had different ideas of how things would work, but they got along so well, and the result was two great minds coming up with just awesome ways of building sets and just making everything amazing. So how do you, I want to know how you, we'll get to how you feel now that you've seen the trailer and some of this finished stuff.
Yeah.
We're actually going to talk about that next, but I want to talk, we've got more rewards, and I got more things that I want to, that I want you to see. So, Click on this here. The third. Oh, and we need to get to some comments. We're going to go to comments right after we look at Fidji's find. This is swag box number 3. Again, you see the price, but this is not just this swag box. You're getting the first one in the spring, the next one in the summer. This is what comes in the fall. You're going to get a glow-in-the-dark Lochan Shyamall keychain. You're going to get an awesome snapback hat. And this is where you are going to get one of the Fidji designer toys. And there are 6 to collect. They are so cute. This is what the side of the box looks like. Actually, here's the box right here. And what's cool about this actually shows your odds of collectability. So the standard Fidji is the one you're most likely to get. Ninja Fidji is a little bit more rare. And when you get to mystery Fidji, only 1 in 15. So that's going to be the hard one to collect. There actually are pretty easy ways to get all 6 that we're going to talk about later. Here's the back of the box. We are green with making these, and also kids under 3 don't want to play with these just in case. Isn't that beautiful?
It is.
Like that is like, and it's Kong Cham Fidji, but it almost could be like a princess
Oh,
Fidji.
for sure. It's so pretty. That's a beautiful
Check
blue.
out the tramp stamp on the back. Isn't that red just like really striking?
I like that it's 3D.
Isn't that, you know what,
That's
they did
so
that
cute.
they did that on accident.
Really?
And then I told them, and I saw images of it, and they did that on accident, so I had them change it. And then I was like, because it's not like that on the real thing, but I
Yeah.
just really liked the way that it looked. So I was like, can we go back to that? Like that was really cool. Same thing for the
little buttons.
kanji, the little buttons, and the kanji on the head also doesn't it isn't raised like that. But I just thought
It's
I
cool.
just thought it looked so cool.
Absolutely.
So this right here, this is the standard Fidji. This is inverse Fidji, which is the same colors of Fidji. Inversed, Kong Cham Fidji, Red Star Fidji, Ninja Fidji, or we also call this James Fidji because this is basically James attire, right?
I thought that was Umi Fidji.
Oh, really? Oh,
I'm
kind of.
I'm teasing.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
it's actually pretty close.
not the red, but yeah.
So here is the box here, and I'm curious, in this here, so we see 3 of the Fidjis here. You can see Ninja Fidji on the front of the box. Can you see Ninja Fidji in this photo?
In that photo?
Yeah, do you see Ninja Fidji?
I mean, it looks like a shadow of the other Fidji, right? Like floating above it.
Yeah, oh, you mean here?
Oh, no, I'm talking on the box. You said.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not. Well, I'm not including the one,
Oh,
the
I'm
image on the
sorry.
box, but just do you see the Ninja
I'm sorry.
Fidji?
I understand now. No.
You don't?
I do not. Am I
But
supposed to?
What's that over there? What? Wait, what's
Came out
that?
of nowhere.
What's that over there? Oh, where'd he go?
Whoa.
I swear he was here just a second ago.
Like, whoop. In true ninja fashion.
Wah, wah. So there's Ninja Fidji hiding. Imagine the fun you can have with all of your collectible. Now, another thing too, what is it like holding these? Now, you know, because I know you've done a lot of custom, so dunnies and monies and all that.
Yeah.
So this also is a 3-inch dunny. This is a 3-inch Fidji.
Listen,
Now hold this.
yeah. I mean, I can already tell you, even without touching this, that it has way more weight to it, way more product.
Way more detail.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a high quality figure, and this
For
is
sure.
and part of the charm of these is that they don't have any like detail, and that
Yeah.
they're kind of simple. Like the paint job is what is
Back when
Is
those
what's
first came
detailed.
out, they were just hailed as like top of the line, but then you just feel the detail and the weight of that. And it's just,
Well,
there's no,
I would say this feels like more like an action figure, you know,
Mhm.
like something you would spend a lot of money on versus this. It just feels like I don't want to diss their brand, but like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
a cheaper toy kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
a kid
So-
robot is totally cool, but
For
like
sure.
this is like if you're a collector of designer toys, like
Yeah.
these are really, really, really high quality, really, really nice. There's still more in the third swag box. So this is the Red Star, and he's got these 2 giant war swords. The Red Star stands 8 feet tall. The Red Star has these Romos that float next to it. This is what the Romos look like. And today we have unveiled, we don't have it in person, but this is what the Red Star minifig looks like. It comes with a Romo, like the floating Romo next to
Okay.
it, which is a lot of fun. These are the war swords. This is a look from the back. But what I've been sharing with people today, this is in some cases, like for Fiji, in order to figure things out, I had to draw how the Legos would go together. In this case, this was how I kind of figured it out. This is not what the Romo looks like. These are not the colors, but this is what I put together just to kind of get the look and feel of it. So what I decided to do, because as you know, the boots, the boots hike people up like a foot tall. So this has an extra piece on the foot and then another piece that has like a larger foot coming out of it. And then with this on the top, this kind of raises it up. So the cool thing is, if Aladdin is 6 feet tall, if you hold this next to it, that is like
scale.
8 feet tall. It's kind of just, it's still mini, but it's definitely a little bit larger than.
Yeah, like the legs are longer for sure. The hips sit higher.
And you got the
cool.
And then these are going to be, as you saw, these are going to be red kind of going out of here. So this is just kind of the mock-up that I made.
Yeah.
Also, this reward tier comes with this awesome enamel pin, although this might just be a metal pin because it's gold, but this is like a classier if you were kind of dressing up nice and you didn't want to have like a cartoon character. There is one more minifig that you get in this swag box number 3, and based on the Kong Chiam Trooper, revealing today, this is the beautiful Kong Chiam Trooper minifig, very similar to the Hong Kong Trooper. There's a couple different things with the armor. The gauntlets are a little bit different. Obviously, the paint job is very different. The helmet is a little bit different, but obviously the pattern on the back, the pattern on the front. But that's kind of what we did with the Trooper as well, kind of the idea being that there are probably police troopers, armored police troopers in a lot of countries, and maybe the armor's similar, but in different countries, the paint job would be different. It also helped when we didn't have to buy an entire new costume. We could kind of just repaint part of another one and just we did what we could to, And then this is a look at these are kind of the schematics that we put together when kind of designing the paint job. There's actually a lot that's not here. The guns aren't here. And then the leg pieces that wrap around the legs, this is just the front, but there's actually a side that's painted. And then there's the backs that are painted as well. So I wanted to chat about what has your impression been? So you and your family have worked so much on these films, and it's been real exciting for me. I've been busy editing and kind of the visual effects, and I've been farming out visual effects to, like, there's a lot of stuff that was over my head that I wasn't capable of doing myself. Now that you're seeing kind of a taste of the full effects, hearing like some of the epic music and stuff, obviously you were awesome enough to do one of the trailer reviews where you watched the trailer and filmed it. Thank you so much for doing that.
Of course.
That was awesome. Like, what is your take on this now that you're seeing like this? Like, are your parents jazzed, and are they like, what? Because like, man, they were so involved helping build things and stuff, and they've like seen, when you build a set, you build like a wall of it, and then the rest of it just looks like this messy studio. There's duct tape all over, there's spray paint everywhere and stuff. So it's almost like, well, if you kind of just look at it like this, that looks pretty cool, right? Now that you see everything that's kind of polished and stuff, like, how do you feel about it?
Oh, I think it's fantastic. Me being an artist too, I could always see where you were going with stuff for the most part. But I think like my parents are definitely blown away. I think everybody's blown away that it's next level compared to what we shot it as, and like, as you know, with editing and all of that, it definitely takes it to the next level. So I think it looks great. I really enjoyed any additional lights or anything that was added, or the voices, the robot voices. Those were some unexpected surprises that were cool, and I thought they were neat, so yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. It's neat too, because I feel like after the work that we've put in, it was so interesting because I had my vision at first. I had the paintings, and this is what I wanted it to look like. The first thing that we filmed came out great. It was amazing. And then we filmed, in the desert, and that was like, oh my gosh, we've got epic desert things now.
Yeah.
So then when we built our next set, it was like this, like, let's really go all out and let's make this set awesome. we raised the bar. And then
Mhm.
next it was like, we're going to make the caves, the underground caves. So we went all out. Oh my gosh, the cutting the foam.
Oh.
We raised the bar again. And then it was Lochan Shyamalal's chamber. We raised the bar again. And
I do wish that we would have just kept a recording of how much time it took to build each set. I think that just
Yeah.
would have been like a cool, fun factoid, you know, just
yeah, I do have some of, based on photos that I
Yeah.
have, I'm able to kind of tell. Also, I'm able to tell all of the footage that Ghost filmed. They're all cataloged by date. So I can tell you exactly when you were running in the desert and you had
I fell.
you had
a
um,
faceplant.
I was going to say a
Yeah.
blooper, you
Yeah,
know, or,
yeah.
not a takeout. What was that called? An outtake. But that I can tell you what date that was. I can look up and I can
Right,
find
right.
and I can tell you exactly what the date is. But it's interesting because there were sets, for example, that we built that, let's say it took 4 months to build a
Mhm.
certain set. In some cases, there was nothing else we could do, and we
Yeah.
just had to take the 4 months to build it. But there were also times where during the week we might have been building that set, maybe outdoors, but meanwhile we were filming something indoors, so
Yeah.
that there was constantly things happening. But the time that it took to build a lot of those sets, and I think the Taj Mahal was the longest, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to look. But my memory now says it was over a year, but it might have been just under a year. I can't remember, but whatever it was,
And we were
it
using
was,
both sides of the studio like at all times,
Took
pretty
over a
much.
year.
So
that was so during that time
Yeah.
that we were building that, we were also filming the Hong Kong set
Yeah.
outdoors here. And then I think we even, and then the epic,
location.
we won't
stuff,
talk
too.
about what happens in the third movie in the Taj Mahal, but in the third movie, that stuff, we were simultaneously filming, I think, the Packard plant. We started filming there at that
I
time.
think we did.
Definitely over. It took.
Yeah,
For
it was
sure.
like it's nuts. I should have a by the numbers, like just
That's
thing
what I'm
of
saying. Like,
everything.
it would be fun to
Yeah.
tally it all up just to know, out of curiosity, like what set actually took the longest amount of man hours.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, for sure, it was the Taj Mahal. That took the longest to
Yeah.
build. And we were actually talking a little bit earlier. Someone said that someone made a comment kind of about Star Trek and that it's harder to make sets that are more grungy and all that stuff, and it's easier to make the polished whatever. I actually, at least for us and at the level we're at, I think it's the opposite, because when we made something like Hong Kong, we could kind of scrap things together. We could grab, we've got this random piece of wood. Let's just put it right there. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then
You're like, where's Missy? Paint some stuff.
yeah. And then before we filmed, I was running around with brown like acrylic washes, and I was like, oh, this looks like someone
Yeah.
coughed over here and maybe they need to see a doctor and like all this stuff. But when we did the Taj Mahal,
Yeah.
it had to be perfectly symmetrical. All the tape jobs that we did of all the different designs, like
Yep.
it had to be pristine. It had to be palace. Like that was way more difficult, I think, making it so legit
I
and
did
pristine.
forget about all the paint lines. And then when we peeled them off, that one section and the paint just came with it. That was brutal.
Yeah.
That was rough. I
Yeah.
remember that. And then we could basically had to paint it all by hand over again.
Yeah, there was a couple epic fails, but
Yeah.
we also were very lucky usually with things like weather. We didn't
Yeah.
have too many
No,
things
it
where
wasn't too
weather foiled us and stuff. I want to talk about the next swag box, which is Lochan's Loot. This is the fourth swag box. So this is the one where if you get the fourth swag box, Lochan's Loot, you are getting rewards shipped to you around the year, spring, summer, fall, and winter. And so for that alone, I think this is the one where people really are going to feel like they're getting their $34.77 in the year 2023.
Yeah.
Obviously, the big ticket item that everyone's going to be excited about is the Blu-ray. It's only got a question mark because I don't know which art I'm going to use yet for the Blu-ray, or I want to save the reveal for that a little bit later. This also comes with the art of Aladdin 3477, which is just going to be this really cool coffee table art book that is going to have, I'm sharing some of the more polished work here, but this is going to have even like I have a notebook with the first time I wrote down the words and I wrote them groovy, and I like made this weird funky logo that is not what we used in the end. But the first time I wrote out Aladdin 30, and I didn't even know if it would stay 3477, but the first time I wrote that out, and oh my gosh, so many different iterations of Fiji designs and everything. So you're going to see more polished work like this. You're going to see scribbles from random scraps of paper, as well as storyboards kind of going through the whole thing. This enamel pin is really going to be groovy. It's got textured metals. Of course, it's Lochan Shyamala. It's got glow-in-the-dark eyes. I think this thing is just beautiful. Deanna did an amazing job. By the way, oh my gosh, we've got comments. So I'm going to go through this really quick. We've got Fiji, the Fiji.
That's the one I wanted to see.
This is Fiji, and there are, I believe, I think there's 22 pieces actually that make that.
That is so adorable.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
I love that the tramp stamp is printed onto the back.
So cute. The head shape reminds me of a favorite of yours from the Star Wars universe a little bit.
Well, actually, the head is not, but the body is. The body is actually the same. The body, I mean, I don't want to give all my secrets away,
Right.
but the body is actually a mold from R2-D2. So normally the big legs go into there. R2-D2 does have a dome head, and I experimented with that to see if that was a good shape. The reason I actually, in a perfect world, I would have a mold of Fiji's head, so it actually looks like this on top of a Lego
Right.
figure.
Yeah.
The cost just to do the mold is $3,000. That's not including printing all of them out, or
Right.
I should say manufacturing them all. The rest of the figure, having them shipped over here from China. That's just to make a mold of a custom head.
Crazy.
So I was like, man, I think I'm going to work with existing pieces, and I thought that had the closest shape.
Extremely successful. I think it's so adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Love
you.
it. You're welcome.
It's super cute. I love that it's got the jetpacks on the bottom that are just naturally part of the Lego,
Yeah.
but it's where the jetpacks are. So it's cool. And a lot of the art of Lego, which I kind of always knew, but was really fun for me to discover. Like, even if you look at this Droideka, there is nothing on this Droideka that is new. This is
No.
all existing pieces.
Yeah.
So these double blasters here, that's actually binoculars. And then look at this angle thing that goes up here. Can you see what that is up close?
Almost looks like a gun or a lightsaber.
It's a pistol. It's from the Old West. It's like like cowboys and Indians,
Yeah.
It's a pistol from the Old West has no business being in Star Wars,
Right.
but it was the perfect piece. Even Lego was like, do we make a new piece? We've
Mhm.
kind of got this other thing. Maybe people won't notice that it's, a revolver from the Old West. And it works perfect. But everything on here was an existing piece. But you look at it and you're like, it's a Droideka.
Yeah.
Super cool. I think that's that's kind of the beauty of, I didn't show you this yet. So with the Red Star, this was isn't that cute? The Roma with the
Yeah.
double little things on top. Yeah, it's loose. That's just how it is. There's no
I broke
piece
it.
that actually
Okay.
that does that right. So you just have to balance it on there.
That's super cute.
Yeah, I love it. In the fourth swag box, also you get Lochan Shyamala is a thank you gift, and you are going to get it in the fourth swag box. And super cute. Also, his cape is a custom cloth cape where it's a full cape in the back, but then it's got the two, I don't even know what
That's
those
cool.
are called, but the two graduation ceremonial things that go
Yeah.
through the front. I'm not sure. What are they called? Sashes?
Sashes? Okay.
The double sash. Super cool. Comes with the awesome accessories. All right. So I've got some more questions. And the next one is, what was especially if you can think of anything that would be in the first film, what was your favorite thing to film? Was there anything that like, man, this is really, and maybe this isn't as stressful with everything kind of going on? Was there something that was your favorite, like your favorite set or anything like that?
Honestly, as hard as it was, my favorite days were the action days
Fighting.
where I got to kick some butt.
All right, we need to talk. We need to segue into that right now. So you are I can't even say phenomenal artist. You are an award-winning, amazing, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And at the time, you might even be larger than this now, but you were already a 2nd or 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Yeah, second.
2nd
Yeah.
degree. And now Japanese Shirinji-ryu, which is most of the
I
fighting.
am impressed that you just said that.
Japanese Shirinji-ryu.
Uh-huh.
And this style, I think that at the time we were filming, you were a 2nd degree also?
Yep.
Or you
I
and
am now.
you are now?
I can't remember what year it was, but yeah, close enough.
During this time, it was really, really cool. I think we were in our first year of shooting, and by the Romanelli International School of Martial Arts, you were awarded Martial Artist of the Year.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That is epic. The trophy was like as big as you are. Like it was like this giant. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. So cool, and it's just awesome. So there's so much that you brought to this creatively, but some of the fighting is so epic. And what's neat? Did we have anyone do stunts for anyone?
I don't think so.
I don't think we could afford to. Or was there anything where we put someone in a wig? Like, I'm trying to think, was there something where one of the Haleys wasn't there and we put Slicker in a wig just for something really quick?
I want to say we did do that at some point. But
I
I don't
can't
know that they
remember
were
what it
like
was.
actively doing anything, but I think they were just like there's like
Oh, maybe in the
like a dummy in
background.
the
We just
corner
needed
kind of a thing.
needed someone in the background that
Yeah.
in like depth of field.
Oh, you know what we did do? I got put. Where'd you go? The other one. Okay.
Oh, we don't have it yet. This one. Well, I mean, this is
we'll
not
do
the
that
final,
one.
but
Okay,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
You put me in this so I could fight.
yeah,
Remember?
yeah.
And because we were concerned with it breaking.
And we were low on people, and like, man, we were calling people like,
Yes.
"Hey, do you want to help and be in the?" I think I gotta wash my socks that day. Sorry,
right.
you know. Well,
So,
what I realized
remember that.
that's interesting. Tom Savage, who played the
Yes.
Red Star, you mostly see him as the Red Star in the first film.
Mhm.
I think briefly you see him as one of the Slag Warriors in the third film. Tracy Surgener, you see mostly as the Red Star in the second film. In the third film, almost every shot of the Red Star is played by a woman.
Oh yeah, because we had Samantha in there.
And we had you
Mm-hmm.
as well, like when we shot a bunch of stuff at the Packard plant,
Yes.
and also Samantha.
Yeah.
What's Samantha's last name? I was actually talking about her scene.
Samantha Holke.
Samantha Holke.
Mm-hmm.
And she brought her I can't. I'm getting into too much spoiler stuff.
Mhm.
I don't want to say like who she was fighting, but she brought her A game, and we needed someone in the suit that could fight and take battle damage and aren't like it's epic. And
Not
she
break the armor.
brought
Correct.
her A game,
She did.
which was epic. And there's so many
And
people.
those were hot days too. I mean, everybody was just pouring
Oh yeah.
sweat. We're constantly
And
retouching
crazy costumes
everybody.
with helmets where you breathe and then I'm at the
can't
condensate,
see.
you can't see anything.
Yep.
I found out what heat rash was that year.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And then to top it off, the Packard plant was so dangerous and
Oh my
people
gosh.
are running around. There's holes in the floor
Yeah.
everywhere, but you guys are running around with helmets where you can't see anything. And you play a number of characters too, not just Umi,
Yeah.
but we can say you also in the second film, you play a bounty hunter.
Yes.
Also, I guess I don't think
Extras
it would be,
everywhere.
but we can also reveal that you play the Darshana Shayalaja.
Yes, I do.
And you do the voice as well, which
Yeah.
is cool.
Which you've edited, I'm assuming. To
have, like,
spotty.
Yeah, it's got the cool. It sounds really fun. But anyone that knows you would know, like, okay, that's that's
Okay.
Lindsay's voice though. But it is funky. Your voice is kind of doubled and repitched, and then it's got some cool,
Nice.
like some fun stuff happening with it. But I can't wait. And there's a reason why the fact that you did the voice for the Darshana Shayalaja it's not huge spoiler, but after seeing the first film and then you realize that like you kind of also played that character and did the voice, people are going to say, that's cool. That's cool that Lindsay did the voice of that character. Can't wait for people to see why. Gosh, the martial arts were just awesome. And also it's worth mentioning that the Romanelli School and also all the adjoining, what's that? That's called Luca.
The organization is Zenbei Botokukai, but
That's why I
know,
can't remember it as much.
but
But you brought people like obviously Brandon Slicker
yes.
and Daniel Khalil. It was just awesome. And even like Alex Straker. And some other people that are part of the association. So many people came in to help us for so many scenes of this. It was just awesome. When you guys see the martial arts, this is not like you're expecting like an independent film and oh yeah, well, there's going to be a couple hi-yas and this and that. You're going to be surprised. The martial arts in this is off the hook. There is some really
and a nose and a
oh my gosh.
couple different injuries from that.
I know. By the way, how is your knee doing?
I actually just had an MRI on it this morning, ironically, again. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm contemplating possible surgery. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But initial injury was 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the
During
way,
filming.
not during filming, but not on the Aladdin set.
No, it was not on the Aladdin set.
Real quick, I want to jump to the next. This will be interesting. You are going to dig this because we're going to talk about the Sky Sail Sky Club. So what this is not another swag box. What this is more rewards, more deluxe rewards that if you graduate to this tier, you are going to get these rewards in the existing 4 swag boxes. So you're going to get even more crazy goodness. The first thing that you're going to get, by the way, it shows a Red Star 3D magnet. I don't have the final image to share with you guys yet, but it's cool. It's 3D. It's the shape of the helmet. Going to be super rad. And the first thing that's in this swag box, there are 8 really, really cool items. And the 8 items in here, actually, this is just the first. There are 8 8x10 glossies. It's hard for me to get out because it's 8, but then there's 8. So this is just one of the rewards. This is 8 of the main characters in the first film, and these are 8x10 glossies that are going to be signed by the people that play them. So obviously you've got the Princess Christy, who will be here a little bit later. You've got Fidgy, you've got Bredge, and we've got these shirts. Real quick, I think Ghost might be here. Let me check this message right here. You might need to let him in, let him down. I have arrived. Yeah, if you can run upstairs, if you don't mind. James will let you. Oh, there he is. Rock and roll. You beat us to it. Awesome. I just texted you. James will let you in. What's up, Ghost? So we've got these shirts here. You already said your favorite is probably Fidgy, right?
Yeah, I would say.
And Lochan Shaimal. This comes with a script page signed by me. This is one of the working script pages that like has my notes and scribbles. There is going to be, if you're in the Sky Sail Sky Club, you are going to get a second movie poster. This one is going to be signed by cast and crew, which looks really cool because there's so much white negative space on it and everything. I think it's going to look so rad to have one of these signed. So this is your character. This is your 8x10. You are going to sign these, which is really cool. What I'm excited to share today, have you seen it yet? Have you seen the reveal? Because we revealed this a little bit earlier. You might have been sleeping already.
I probably was.
I'm really excited to reveal how cute is this. This is the minifig for Umi. And this is really fun. So again, we don't want to get too much into spoilers, but I have to talk about some of these. So there's actually 2 different heads. There's one that's like mask up. It's got the hood and the mask and it's got the goggles. And then there's the hair down kind of thing. Also, for some reason, even though your character is an Indian, there's like this long, like almost like a bow staff, and it happens to have like this Indian flag on it. Kind of interesting. The funnest, I think, and right now people are probably scratching their head going, why would this minifig come with a bowl of noodles and a coin from Thailand. Why? Like that's just so random. That's so weird. But I guarantee after you see the movie, you're going to pull out your minifig and you're going to go, that is so awesome that this comes with noodles and it comes with the coin. That is so much fun.
Noodles.
I can't wait to get this minifig. And I wanted to share real quick. This is just kind of the schematics. I love the detail in the trousers and also, you know, the shirt that's got like the ripped and everything. I can't wait. This is going to be, and definitely, you know, Umi is a character again that I think is going to be a favorite with fans. We're keeping it in mystery now because just can't wait for you guys to discover this character. Real quick, we've got another guest coming on soon. We've been talking about so much stuff. I've been forgetting to go to the comments. You should have been like, hey, you got to go into the comments. All right, so we need to jump in. Where are we here? Where do we? I think it's a bonus for no. Where are we? Oh, we are probably right here. And this is Aaron G who says, "Yay, Lindsay!" We'll keep the minifig up here. Actually, there might be some questions for you, so let's actually bring this back up right here. Yay, Lindsay. And then Aaron says, nothing. Elusive. Chris says, I dig the minifigs coming as buildable toys. I think that's a bonus to the pre-built ones for sure. And I actually agree. I was not excited about it until I built one. And I'm like, this is epic. This is really fun to do it this way. Whoops. You should do a minifig Aladdin 3477 diorama. So here was my thought initially, because these are expensive. These are not cheap.
Yeah.
So having like a play set or something like that, or having the Sky Sail, as much as I would love it, it's not in the cards yet. But
yeah,
here's what's going to be cool. Imagine you get the Aladdin minifig, possibly the Umi minifig, the Fiji minifig, the Gin of Wisdom minifig. Imagine if there was a contest and you've got these minifigs. It's the official Aladdin 3477 Build a Sky Sail out of Legos contest. With the you've already got the minifigs.
That would be very cool.
Can you? And you guys haven't really seen the Sky Sail yet, but can you imagine like the wing and it turned
really
like,
cool.
oh my gosh, that would be awesome to see everyone's rendition of making out of basic parts.
People would probably get so creative with that too. Like,
I want a life-size version.
yeah, that'd be sweet.
A life-size version that is Lego.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's a great idea. So that's kind of what my plan is for now. There's no immediate like play sets that we can do. But hopefully soon. Oh my gosh. There's so many ideas, so many things. What do you think would be the best play set from the first movie if there was a play set?
Oh man.
Kong Chiam play set.
That'd be cool. That
the
would be a fun
chamber,
one. Like you would really,
with the meeting the gin with the lamps, like there's a spinning thing.
Yeah.
Although there's not as much action. Well, I don't want to give spoilers.
I know I was afraid to
Gosh.
say the word spinning. Okay.
The Taj Mahal throne room.
Yeah.
Oh, but now we need a Jerry Hayes. We need a Sultan Shivali minifig. We need the two little mistresses, Mistress A and Mistress D. Brandon Slicker says, "Hey, Lindsay, what's up? Thank you for hanging out with us today and keeping us. Although I'm doing pretty good so far.
You're pretty.
Who knows? Hopefully, I don't crash and burn soon. But I think I'm on it." Paul Michael Kane says, "Umi was fantastic."
Oh, thank you.
Aaron G says, "Every time I was on set, Lindsay would often be in costume and sometimes covered in blood."
Won't say why, but yep.
Not real blood.
Well,
Was there ever a time it was real blood?
probably? I'm sure.
Yeah, there probably was, for sure. Anyway,
Yeah.
Thank goodness we were not union. But awesome. So Lindsay, before I let you go, do you have any? First of all, oh my gosh, we have to talk about what you have coming up soon. So I happen to know a little birdie told me that you actually have some Star Wars goodness coming up soon. Tell us about that.
I do. I'm not allowed to show it yet, but on the 10th, there will be launching a new piece and going to Star Wars Celebration London. So I'll be one of the artists there selling my art.
Awesome.
Through
So
Acme Archives.
So you're going to have a new limited edition print.
Yes.
And if you want it, you either need to live in London or you need to go to London.
Yep.
Although will there be an opportunity? They might sell out and then you're SOL. But
Yeah.
if they're not sold out, do you know yet? Is there an opportunity that people might be able to, or is that still undetermined?
They're really, really trying to keep these super exclusive. So I believe you can only get them at the show or if you're in attendance at the show. I don't know that there's any other possible way, but you can pre-order to make sure you get it. So it's waiting for you at the show. But
also a lot of things that people do, like people that are in the 501st that kind of know people everywhere. If you know someone that lives across the pond that is going to the show, you can send them the money or they can pre-order it and then you can have them pick it up or whatever. So there are ways to get your hands on it. I can't wait to see what you've done. I actually kind of know, I don't know which, but I've seen, and you don't have to share it because you're probably, I don't know if you're allowed to say, or maybe I want to be surprised actually, because I love the surprise.
This character has a 10-year anniversary of a certain.
Oh, you really? That's the one you're. All right, rock and roll, awesome! Oh my gosh,
So,
people are going to love that.
Yes.
And I've also heard rumors of why when people see that, and with other things that are happening that weekend, that's going to be an epic piece. And I think
They
people
say
are
it's
in
going to
for
be
a
the
treat.
biggest one yet. They keep saying that the tally is really high for
Yeah.
ticket sales. So
Wow.
it'll be exciting.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
So cool. So is there anything else that you've got on the horizon? Anything else you want to share? Any tournaments coming up or anything like that?
Nope, I'm on a hiatus from tournaments for the year due to the knee. But
All right.
other than that, just working on a little side gig children's book and some personal promotional material. So a
Awesome.
couple of things here and there.
Can you tell me about the children's book real quick?
The author is one of my longtime friends. Her name's Jennifer DiPerna, and she's writing a book about her son and her journey, essentially, and their story. It's very sweet.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Last but not least, real quick, is there any words of wisdom that you can give to anyone that is aspiring to get into filmmaking, to get into art, to get into design, to get into martial arts, really any of the arts? Is there any words of wisdom that you can share with everyone?
I mean, it's, I hate to say like the cliche stuff, but just don't ever quit. Just even if you're only taking one step forward at a time, even if that step looks like just getting out of bed in the morning, just keep plugging away at it until you eventually reach your goals.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Lindsay, thank you so much for hanging out with
Of
us today.
course.
We're going to have to do the live stream again to do the full 2 hours because there is just so much to talk about. There is so much that you and your parents have put into this. It's just been amazing. Thank you for coming out and
No
sharing
problem.
sharing some of that with us today.
For sure. Good
Awesome.
to see you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Awesome. All right. Our next guest, I can't wait to have on. Actually, let me open this here. Next guest. Oh, I need to see, is this working now here, maybe? Oh, yes, it is. All right. So are you ready for this? Let me see. I got to get this cooking. This was a Christmas gift I never knew that I needed. All right. I would like to now welcome to the live stream lounge our director of photography, Alex Jacobson. Come on down. And dude, I appreciate you are wearing your Aladdin hoodie. You're actually the first to come in with the Aladdin hoodie. I was actually thinking about wearing mine today.
I thought this was the dress code.
Apparently, we thought these were the dress code.
Oh,
Well,
when
I
you
don't
used to-
have mine on, but I have it still. It's actually hanging on a lamp back home. So yes,
On a gin lamp?
I can't disclose that.
Oh.
Awesome. Oh my gosh, we've got so much to talk about. So, man, we can start back from the beginning. Gosh,
It's been a long journey.
oh my gosh, it has been a super long journey.
Mhm.
So, all right, before we dive back into like how we met and everything
Yeah.
happened, you were the director of photography for this.
Yep.
So there is so much that you brought to the table. I absolutely loved working with you because you were super creative. You were really, really flexible because I had a vision of what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
There were so many times though that you had a suggestion or you had an idea. 9 times out of 10, I was like, you know what? It's not what I had in mind. Let's film it. Let's see. And I should also point out that in my head, I might have been thinking, it's not what I had in mind. Let's film it just to be like, I just want to make everyone involved. But I was in my head, I was kind of thinking, probably not going to use it. But yeah, let's film it just in case. But I have to be honest, when it came time to editing, I kind of had that shot and let me just see where, and I'd be like, man, Ghost was on, right? There's a reason why he's the director of photography. I like it.
Thanks,
But also the thing I love working about with you is randomly, sometimes you might have an idea and sometimes I might, like if we were under the gun and maybe I was like, it's not what, I don't think we have time today. And it's just not, and you were always cool with it. You have very thick skin. You're a pro. And some of the working conditions, oh my gosh, it was crazy. Some of the stuff that we filmed, some of the conditions, some of the temperatures, even on set, we were working on a sound stage that had no air conditioning. Even if we did, when you're filming, you have to turn that off anyway.
For sound.
So there were times where like, wasn't there like in the first year, we had like we had a restaurant that's not even in the first film. But wasn't there something where like a headpiece, like it's soldered onto the camera because it was so hot or something like that?
If I remember correctly, we were using a piece for so long that the handle of the battery melted because the battery's hot and it's hot in there, and it was being attached to the back of the Steadicam, and I'm pretty sure that's the part you're talking about because it snapped off. Remember that happening? We had to tape it to the bottom. We actually used it as a counterweight for the rest of the day. I pulled the weights off the back of the Steadicam. We actually just taped it on there to be a counterweight. It ended up working out pretty good though.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And just amazing. The other thing that was just incredible that I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot in this hour, but in addition to just being an amazing director of photography, a great friend, all around cool cat, but there is something that you brought to the table that no one can match. And that is your ability to use the glide cam.
That's true.
Wait until I love that you're and that confidence. So the thing that's amazing about this, when you see some of these fight scenes, Alex would get in. By the way, I've probably been interchanging ghosts, so I should probably mention that your nickname, which goes back to the Detroit Chop Shop, which we're going to talk about when we get into history. I'm so used to calling you Ghost now.
Yep.
So we're gonna talk about that. But when we would film fight scenes, you had this method. You kind of had your own. You kind of brought to the table your own love of, I think, movies like The Raid.
Oh yeah.
And things that you were really into, where you really wanted to get in on the action. And there's a way that we filmed where it's not quick cuts like Bourne Identity, but in a way it's kind of like The Raid a little bit. In a way, it's kind of Spielberg, where our shots aren't necessarily quicker, but you would get in, you would pull back, you would get the reaction, and just like
the camera's a part of the fight scene.
Yes,
the camera's a character in the fight scenes.
Yeah,
that was a big deal for sure, definitely.
Super big deal. And you were, oh my gosh, there were so many things where, like, if you see a shot in the film where someone is running and you see the camera in front going like this, that meant that this person's running forward top speed. You are running backwards top speed.
Imagine them,
hoping there's nothing that you're going to, and you're running backwards and also doing steady cam and just rocking it. Like unbelievable. And running focus because no one's going to run alongside you in full focus. Like, gosh, amazing. Gosh, like there is so much, like when people see, and obviously the trailer and stuff, which we're going to talk about, so much of the coolness that you see. I like to take credit, like, oh my gosh, this is my vision, but the director of photography, I mean, clearly I could not have done this without you.
I had to
and
become your eyeball.
just,
Those are
gosh.
really cool guy the whole time.
Well, I learned from you,
dude. You guys have seen James already, right? You know.
Okay.
James.
At first, when you were about to praise his ability for glide cam, I thought we were gonna talk about how he dances because people have gone far too long without seeing that.
Gosh. You know what? I think there's going to be a music video, though, that comes out for the second film, the Electrolude music video.
Yes, 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 yes.
I
There's
think
parts
you've
in
got
that.
some. I
Yeah,
think you've got
parts
some
in that.
moves that you bust in that, which is really cool.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you forget? Oh, maybe this.
No, that's mine. This is yours.
Oh, wait. It might be. Is it this? That's not ghosts.
It's
Yeah.
not mine.
Sorry about that. See you, Lindsay.
Bye, Sue.
So, oh my gosh, so much stuff to talk about. Real quick, we are going to segue into a little bit more of Aladdin 3477. We're going to talk about some of the rewards. We're going to get to some comments coming up real quick.
Sweet.
Excuse me. So the next reward tier, we talked about the Sky Sail Sky Club. The next one is Aladdin's Inner Circle. There are only 100 of these. And so they're not sold out yet. They are going relatively quick. I should check real soon and see where the Kickstarter is at. By the way, we are sextupled funded.
That's a lot of tuples.
That is a lot of tuples. That is a lot of tuples. Have you, Ghost, ever been sextupled?
I can't say that I have, but I can say that I'm interested.
Well, now, I mean, technically you have been. I mean, you're the project, it has been. So now.
Oh, actually, no, actually, I can say that I have then. Yeah. That's
Yeah. Real quick, I just need to check on this. Where are we at? We are this rocking. We're climbing slowly to 61. So keep it up. If you're considering backing, there is so much cool stuff that you are going to get for your pledge. And consider, I mean, look, this isn't just about trying to squeeze money out of people, but the more funds that we get, the cooler your products are going to be. We're really aiming for top quality versus quantity, of course. And the best thing that you can do, though, is tell people about the project. Spread the word. That is like the greatest thing, even more than spending money. And, kind of go through your friends list, go through your contacts. Try to think of anyone that might be interested in this, and then shoot them a direct message. Say, hey, I know you love martial arts, or hey, I know you love kind of Indiana Jones type adventures, or maybe it's Star Wars, maybe they're an Aladdin fan, whatever it is. Tell people about the project. We've got 8 hours left for this. So I want to talk about the Inner Circle and some of the rewards in that. First of all, the big tier thing of this is Fiji. This is the Fiji designer toy. This is the box, and it's a blind box. Do you collect any of the like the designer toys, like any of the cool,
like the Funko Pop stuff like that?
Yeah, and like Kid Robot and stuff?
I'm interested in them. I haven't started a collection yet, but I'm aware of all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But similar style
Totally.
in the sense that you got to collect them all.
Well, here's the cool thing. So hold this.
Okay.
That's a 3-inch dunny. So that's a high quality. It's 3 inches tall.
Yep.
Of a dunny. Now this is a 3-inch Fiji.
This is hefty. This is not. This you could probably break a window with if you wanted to. This is not.
Not that you would.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Fiji is a thief, and sometimes he is up to no
Sometimes
good
if you need
with
a partner in
Aladdin.
crime, you need a Fiji. This is sweet.
Isn't that fun? The detail and like the tramp stamp on the back
You
and
know
everything.
what's wild is that if you had this close enough to the camera, you might be able to use this as a prop.
Had I had this during filming, this could have been like
Right,
a stunt
This
Fiji.
could have been a miniature.
Yeah.
Used in. It's that good, actually. That's wild.
So there are 6 Fijis total. This is the standard Fiji, and this kind of shows what the
they're based
how
on
many
other-
you get. Yeah, and so this is the inverse Fiji. This is the mystery one, so only 1 in 15. We haven't revealed that yet.
Okay.
So this is all of them right here.
Nice.
This is, check this out. Isn't
Inverted.
that fresh? It's
That
the
is
colors.
fresh.
Wouldn't that be a sick pair of shoes?
I would
A
wear
sick
these.
pair of sneakers?
I would wear both of these, honestly.
You know what I think
Yeah.
you would wear? Like this is the Red Star.
Red Star, sweet.
That's cool.
Absolutely.
But Ghost, you know what shoes you would wear?
Which
like
ones?
you would wear the Kong Chiam. That's totally your shoes.
Absolutely right. Actually, I had a pair that looked like this for part of production. They're probably in the behind the scenes somewhere.
I've seen it.
That's epic.
Yeah, remember those?
Yeah, you remember those? They were so bright.
This is right now. This seems to be a fan favorite. In
Uh-huh.
addition to the original Fiji, this is Ninja Fiji or James
Which-
Fiji.
Makes perfect sense. Actually, this is like Fiji stealth mode right here.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That is so cool.
it's adorbs.
It really is. Yeah. Amazing. I'm gonna have to collect all these. Have we had any guesses on what the mystery one looks like yet? Does anybody
A lot of
guessed?
people are guessing. Yes, someone guessed. I don't think people are going to guess it, but some people have guessed. What did people guess? Oh, Gundam, right? Someone
Cast
guessed
it out if
Gundam.
That
it
would be
was Gundam.
sweet.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be cool if it was like a neon cyberpunk graffiti kind of like spray paint kind of thing.
I could see maybe possibly like the colors we're missing. The things that I'm seeing here that we're missing are green and purple. So my guess would be either green or purple. It'd be sweet. I don't know if you could pull it off with this type of material, but like holographic. Those are my
Mm.
guesses. Either green, purple, or holographic.
But if they're based off of a color scheme somewhere in the film, that's another.
Well, I'm thinking it could be like a light blue holographic, like the holoprojector.
Oh.
You know, possibly,
Holophage.
Interesting.
potentially.
So we've also got in this tier, you get thank you videos, and we started filming a few of these with cast and crew, just kind of joking around, singing songs, dancing, having a lot of fun. We've already got a few of these posted on the official YouTube channel where they'll live forever. So if you want to get a personal thank you by us having some fun, it's Aladdin's Inner Circle. You're also going to get an actual storyboard page, not just a copy of it, but an actual storyboard drawn by yours truly. What's funny about these look nice and clean as they've been polished, you know, kind of once they're scanned in. But the real pages are halfway crumpled. If I finish, sometimes if we're on location, I folded it up, I put it in my pocket. Some of them have dirt smeared into them. Some of them, no joke, have
From
fake
set.
blood because I was holding my storyboards and I needed to add some fake blood. And then I went back to holding my story. Like there wasn't time, or it wasn't important to me to like wash my hands before I then pick up the storyboards
Fun
again.
fact,
You
that
know?
was infamous for being the blood guy and then just having blood hands the rest of directing. So there's definitely going to be some pages that just have some fingerprints.
Yeah.
And you're going to get we've got that shot highlighter check mark. That's important.
Yes, yes. And you can actually see some of the check marks here. But also there's a lot of funny behind the scenes shots where for no reason, like there's shots of me directing where I'm doing something like this or pointing at something and my hand is completely red for no reason because it just meant earlier in the day I was like whipping blood at someone's face or something. So fun. Also, in this reward tier, in the 4th swag box, you are already getting the hardcover coffee table art book of The Art of Aladdin 3477. But if you are in Aladdin's Inner Circle, I am going to draw a custom Fiji sketch on the inside. So it's really going to make your book a one-of-a-kind collectible. What? Also in this tier, you're already getting all of these 8x10s, but I just wanted to show the Gin of Wisdom because the Gin of Wisdom comes into this reward tier. So this is one of 2 ways that you can get the Gin and the Lamp of Wisdom. Also, there is a new add-on that I added on yesterday. If you want all 10 of these minifigs for one pretty good price, because anytime you get a minifig like through eBay, it's hard to find any minifigs for less than $10, but they're usually like 12, 15 bucks, or they'll be a lot more depending on how rare they are. So you would think, all right, there's 10 figures. It's going to be what, like $100, $150 for 75 bucks. As an add-on, you are going to get all 10. And depending on what reward you have, you're already getting a couple of the minifigs anyway. But if you want to lock in all 10, or maybe you're already getting all 10 and you want another set to give a friend or something like that, it's $75, easy peasy to collect them all.
Wishful thinking on there.
All right, so Ghost, I need to chat with you about how we met and kind of we can actually go back further than that. In fact, let's go way further than that. Even before we get to how we met, bring me up to speed from little Ghosty as a kid.
Okay.
I don't even know that I know this. What led you into movie making? Was there any moment you had either as a kid or a teen where you were like, I want to do this. I want to film things. I want to be the one that gets to look behind and say, yeah, that looks cool. And then it's going to, oh yeah. Like what led you to that? Like, where does that story begin?
Well, basically I can tell you that when I was younger, when I was in school and everyone was like, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? I was one of those kids that never, ever knew what I wanted to do ever. Or so I thought. And then I ended up in a video course in like 11th grade and was like, yo, this is crazy. And I loved it. And I fell in love with it immediately. And that's what I knew that I wanted to do. But when I was little, I was fascinated with movies. I was fascinated with video games. I was fascinated with media as a whole. So I think that kind of led me in that direction and just ending up in that video class. I didn't even sign up for it. I wanted a language class. I wanted a language. They didn't give me any languages. They put me in video. Best thing that ever happened to me. Yeah. So
you didn't have to take a language.
no, I didn't.
You're like the only
Yeah.
other person I've met.
Yeah.
I talked my way out of it as well because I was really into band and I was really into art. And actually, there was also a video class that I had in high school as well.
I did also end up taking some
we had to
French.
fight to try to get into the
Yeah.
video course, but they plopped us in the language.
Yeah.
Right. The opposite happened. I did end up taking some French though, but I don't remember any of it. So
You'd slay France.
Oui,
I'll
oui.
tell you that much.
but yeah, so I ended up in a high school video course, and I still actually work with my teacher today.
Really?
From then, yeah, my company and myself sponsor their career tech ed program, and I'm part of their board that influences their curriculum. So now I go back and help teach them what they need to know.
Which school?
Lance Cruz.
So is it Mike?
It is, yeah, Michael Kaufman. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I
Dude.
get to influence what they learn,
Yeah.
and then I get to help them get job placements. Sometimes the kids even come work for me.
That is awesome. That is
Mhm.
so cool.
Yeah, it's fun to help.
Wow. That is so cool. So speaking of kind of going through an internship or kind of a mentorship and then ending up kind of working
Mhm.
for some of these people. So I'm assuming the next step from there, was there anything in between that in high school and then the Detroit Chop Shop?
So actually, I heard about the Detroit Chop Shop from my uncle Dan, Dan Phillips, the makeup artist, and he actually
Not just the makeup artist, the award-winning
award-winning.
makeup artist,
the one with the Emmy,
Emmy
Who is that?
Award
The one with the
winning.
Emmy?
Emmy award-winning, who has worked on like the Hobbit films, Real Steel, Oz the Great and Powerful, Planet of the Apes, Detention of the Dead.
He's
Like,
kinda
oh
cool,
my gosh,
okay?
he's
kind of
super
a cool, kind of a
cool.
big deal. All
Yeah.
right. High five to you. There you go. Okay. And yeah, so he introduced me to the Chop Shop as a thing, and then he didn't like have any pull as far as I'm aware, but he said, "Hey, just apply and see what happens." So I was aware that the Chop Shop had done 2 seasons of their web show, and I was like, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna put my my resume in and see if it's a good fit." And I went to the interview, and at 18, which was not like good for Rick at that time, he was like, "Yeah, I'm taking people 21 and up. Like, we go hang out and have fun and stuff too." But he let me come in and do the interview, and I guess something worked because he saw something in me that he was like, "You know what? I'll give this kid a shot," and he did. We made season 3 of the Chop Shop in 2012, and that's where I met this guy actually.
Yeah.
Doing you made the movie posters for the Zombie Apocalypse sound effects library.
Mhm.
Came over here, shot some episodes, but I think you were talking about putting the slide in here.
Yeah,
Way back when you were
eventually,
thinking about putting
yeah.
the slide in.
Yeah, still
But-
haven't done that.
You still talk about that.
Yeah, it's
I
it's a
talk
side
about it,
project.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, something that might happen eventually. But yeah, we met during that season, which was kind of the foundation of my actual practical knowledge in video. I learned so much stuff about how to move quickly on my feet, how to be adaptable, how to get things done, how to tell stories through that on-the-job experience. And then from there, you must have saw something in me there too, because then you approached me about working on Aladdin.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we also should backstep a little bit and talk about that season, and not to knock any other seasons of the Chop Shop,
Season 3 is the best.
but season 3, there was something really magical about that group, and I was really I was really glad now that it's starting to catch up
Starting
with
to catch
me.
up
The
to
24
them. Yeah,
hours,
yeah.
like my words are going to start mismatching. Everyone that was involved with that
Mhm.
did end up being a part of Aladdin
They
3477.
sure did.
You as the director of photography,
Mhm.
John Rick,
Yep.
who
Bredge.
ends up playing Bredge. Also, John Rick,
Oh, he was Chop
He-
Shop?
he was in season 3,
Mhm.
and he would come out on days where he wasn't playing Bredge. He would come to play an extra.
Yep.
If we needed extras, he would drive all the way over here. And there were a lot of times where we were like, "Man, we're short. Is there any chance you can come out and run the boom?" And he would come out for that. He was a trooper through and through.
Sure was. Boris
Um,
came out from up north.
Boris, absolutely.
Chris Trevino came out to do something. And even Sydney, who is in Texas,
Yeah.
came out at some point and did
Yes.
sound for us too.
And she came up for like a week or two. It was amazing. So fun and just so much magic came out of that season, and then was super helpful for me. And in season 4 there were people, and season 5 or 5.5 there were a lot of people
There was
that
a half
helped.
season. Yeah, I forget which number that was now. It's been a while. But Oz was from the next season, so season 4, the assistant director. And who else was involved? Who else was involved from that?
Gosh,
So many people. I think the entire
yeah.
next season was involved as well at some point, whether they were extras or whether they were just on set to help for a minute.
Yeah.
I think at least.
Oh
one
yeah,
person
and then the
from
next
everyone.
season, yeah, was oh my gosh, Manolo
Yeah.
and Desi. Oh my gosh, and Shell. And she actually won. She participated in the Recreate My Trailer contest.
Nice.
I don't know if you saw any of those.
I need to catch up on those. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Lindsay Will won.
Nice.
As voted by cast and crew.
Nice.
Super, super cool. What she did. It really is truly, actually, all of them are amazing. You need to check those out for sure.
Definitely.
Real quick, I want to segue into, I want to check some comments and stuff. Actually, do we have, I'm a little behind on here. Oh yeah, we have a lot of comments. Well,
Oh no.
but
he
also,
is
I'm a
sculpted
bad
out of
host.
marble.
Do you want something to drink?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you want a fancy candy bar drink, or do you want? I've got like Mountain Dew. I've got I've got coffee, a frozen coffee, not frozen. I have cold coffee. I have I can make candy bar drinks. I have some beer and like White Claws and stuff like that.
The man is prepared.
I have Zero Verners. I have Coke Zero.
Yes.
I have water.
Everything. You got one of those coffees in there?
Yes. Do you want anything with it, or do you just take it straight?
I'll just drink coffee. That's fine. I'm not picky.
You know, I notice, and I'm trying to get this way because I put a lot of the fun stuff in my coffee. But everyone I know that has a really good physique that I would like to have,
Thank you, sir.
everyone that has a good physique that I would like to have, they drink their coffee black.
It's about hating what you're drinking. I'm kidding. But I don't know. I just eventually my taste buds grew up, and I like black coffee now. But I still also very much like sweet coffee. Don't get it twisted. I am a big fan of dessert coffee,
Which is what I'm going to make myself
I think it's just the lack of all that extra.
right
sugar.
now.
Oh, I make up for the sugar and everything else.
Where?
In my diet, I love sugar so much. Sugar keeps me running cameras. That's
Man
what
is
it is.
built like a brick house. I mean, like.
Well, did you see how you guys have seen the Steadicam, right? The thing is not light. You need to be able to hold it.
Oh yeah. There were times where he didn't even need the rig. He would just boom, just lock
for
in
most
like
of the
that.
movie, I ended up not using the chest rig. I used it for I think the first 2 months, and I don't remember how long it was that we shot.
His forearms were so jacked, it was just immaculate. I mean, I don't know why
You know what else? You know what else was kind of funny?
What's up? What do we got?
Is in the beginning we got this kind of this epic rig
Oh yeah.
for it like that, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe we only used it for one shot.
Pretty sure. Yeah. It got smaller and smaller and smaller. We used less and less of the rig as we continued on.
We need to jump to some comments, and oh my gosh, I want to talk about Aladdin 3477. I want to talk about Astro Creative and the future and everything cool that you're doing right now, and also a good friend of yours, Jason Lanham, who is your partner, right, for Astro Creative. He also was very involved early on, kind of helping you, a lot of times pulling focus. But actually, as I go through a lot of the behind the scenes footage, I kind of forget how much he was involved as well, kind of doing everything, flagging smoke and just like running around and doing everything that needed to be done. But man, the stuff you guys are doing now, you guys, I'm getting ahead of myself, but there's like so much cool stuff that you guys are doing. I would love to have you on again as a guest. I would love to have him on, or both of you, or whatever. Like, oh my gosh, on Sunday nights. So we are going to go to some comments. I've been so bad. You guys have been leaving comments, and we've been, oh my gosh, we've been ignoring you guys.
Matt has been ignoring you guys.
Let's see. Oh, covered in blood. Okay, John Rick, I'm back. Hi, Ooms.
Bredge.
That is Bredge.
Skittles.
Zandre, a 6-month contract for 5 years. That's crazy, but I love the dedication. And I gotta say, maybe we should. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because I know at first
it was
frustrating for everybody, but I know for you as a working professional, as this kept going on, like, man, for 5 years, this was rough, right?
I mean, it was a tough journey for sure, but when you want to see it to completion, you want to see it to completion. You know what I mean? So like, it started off as a 6-month project. And then we realized quickly that it was not going to be done in 6 months. But I would say probably the first 2 years were probably the most production intensive. And I mean that not to like take away from the other years, but the other years seemed to be paced out a little bit differently. And in that sense, it became a little easier to manage the schedule as time went on. It was kind of interesting too, because like we were talking about initially in 2012, 18-year-old kids started at the Chop Shop. We started filming this film in 2014. So I'm 20. So I'm in college. I'm working at a factory. I'm trying to get my foothold in the industry as a whole. So my schedule was everywhere. I was working midnights at this factory, and then I would leave midnights at the factory to come shoot on a Saturday morning. No sleep, just work through it, and then sleep all Sunday. Or if we shoot Sunday, then go shoot Sunday too, and then go back to work on Monday. But we made it happen, and I mean, I was dedicated to it. That's why we knocked it out. You know,
Yeah.
I had to do it. I was in it. I was ready to go. I had a lot of these.
Yeah, we did for sure. Aaron GTV says, "Hi, Mom and Dad. Oh my gosh, I feel so bad. Lindsay was here. These are hey girl. Oh my gosh, we just ran out of time. So much to talk about." Shauna Gomata says, "Brown contacts. Whoa, yeah, that was crazy. How she had the same for 5 years because they stopped making the ones that we really needed, and we couldn't find ones that were the same darkness that we needed." Kong Chayam and Ninja Fiji definitely our favorite color schemes. Yeah, they are pretty awesome and epic.
They're so cool.
You know, I see some of these and I'm like, gosh, why didn't I paint Fiji this color? Like, this is so rad.
It's so loud though, he'd never be able to hide.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true. That is
That's
true.
a mile away. Like
Yeah, you're like, this is
scene.
traffic cone Fiji right here, you know?
James Cavallo says, "Awesome to hear the stories and everything you both put into the movie. Pumped to be able to support and see how far it'll go." Thank you, James. Aaron G says, "I see Ninja Fiji." And Zandrea says, "Would you say Aladdin 3477 is cyberpunk inspired as well?" Absolutely. You might not notice as much in the first film, although the city Kong Chayam, when you see it at night and some of the lights and stuff, it definitely is cyberpunk inspired. The second movie, and the music is definitely has like a cyberpunk feel to it. The second movie, when we get to places like Masked Nightclub and even the Skanda Mafia, that definitely is dipping into cyberpunk territory.
Love cyberpunk.
For shizzle.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany says, "Did you train for all the martial arts stuff?" Oh my gosh. So this was, did you train for the martial arts? Oh, you were there filming.
Yes.
You were filming some of the training for the martial
yes.
arts.
Well, not only that too, I had to actually train with the team to come up with the choreography because I was so integrated into the fight. I'd actually be weaving through people. So technically, yes, I did train for the fight scenes.
Cassidy says, "Go Rima." So Rima stands for the Romanelli International, the International School of Martial Arts.
Yes.
Kasawa says, "Awesome minifig." Justin Salazar says, "Lego contest, genius." Hi, Lindsay. Man, we were really behind. I didn't realize. I must have had this not scrolled right. The Lego Sky Sail idea is epic. I think that would be really, really cool. Star Wars London. Ghost. Here we go. Look at this. Justin Salazar just says ghost.
Yes.
Oh, and so we talked about the Chop Shop, which is where you got the nickname Ghost. So tell us about that.
So Rick is notorious for giving all of his interns nicknames every season. Everyone's got a nickname. So I was there, but you never really saw me. I was behind the camera producing the series. So I'm always there. I'm always around. You don't see me. What does that sound like to you? That sounds like a ghost. So that's where I got my nickname from. And it has stuck with everyone that I've met through this and anybody I meet through the people from Aladdin and from the Chop Shop. They all know me as Ghost. So
One last syllable.
That's how I know where I've met people through. It's actually kind of funny. Whatever you're introduced to somebody else becomes the name that you are introduced to for the rest of forever.
That is so funny. So if someone comes up to you and you don't know who they are, but they clearly know who you are, and you're like, I don't recognize this person. If they come up to you and they say, "Oh my gosh, Ghost, how are you doing?"
Aladdin.
You might not know their name, but you could say, "Hey, so have you seen the Aladdin 3477 trailer? What do you think?" And like
That's the way to do
you
it.
can pull it off. All right, very interesting. John Rick says, Ghosty. Ghost Game of Thrones called. They want their stud back.
John, you know nothing, John Rick.
So, okay, Ghost, we actually have to mention, yeah, dude, I love the longer, shaggier hair.
Oh, thank you.
I dig the beard. Like, this is a really, and you always look good. You always have like awesome style, but man, I am digging it. So is this a pandemic thing that you're just kind of leaving it and working it, like kind of going with
It's
it?
one of those things where I want to look like a rock star sometimes, you know. But I don't know if you look at the behind the scenes, I think I've had like every hairstyle that's ever existed. And I haven't had this one yet. So I finally decided, because I've wanted to grow my hair out for forever, that I was just going to actually do it. And because you didn't see anybody for a long time through the pandemic and stuff, I was just like, perfect. Let's just grow it out now.
Yeah, it looks awesome. It is a great look for you, man.
Trying to catch
Packed
up
it in
with him.
every band ever.
Right? Seriously.
Yeah.
Freaking, what's his name from? I forget the name of the band now. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm trying to catch up with James. That's what's going on. I'm trying to catch up with James or Eric.
Awesome.
We both had our hair chopped.
Christy Dumar, Christy Perovsky says, Ghost.
What's up, Princess?
Princess is going to be a guest later on. Up and coming artist says, hi, Matt and Ghost. I watch all the way from the Bahamas.
Oh,
nice stuff. Woohoo. Watching the 24-hour live stream. Thank you so much. Man, I love the Bahamas. I've only been there once. And oh my gosh, I absolutely loved it. I was in a lazy river floating in an inner tube, and it was probably one of the most heavenly things I've ever experienced. Just basking in the sun in the Bahamas. It was so amazing
we
and
definitely use
relaxing.
some Bahamas right now. We are in the middle of a winter storm.
That's right. And is it snowing yet?
It wasn't yet, but it looked like it was getting close. It's getting real windy out there.
Really? Oh my gosh. Brittany was guessing gold Fiji. So I will say this, if you want some info about the minifigs, so these are actually made out of a material called soft PVC.
Yeah.
So they're not squishy. They're not like bendies. They're actually pretty rigid.
It's kind of
and
rubbery in a
really,
way.
really, it's really nice material, but there are some limitations. So unlike a hard plastic, there was a lot of things, a lot of ideas that I had that we couldn't do.
Mhm.
One example is I wanted to do chrome Fiji.
Ooh.
You can't do
No.
chrome with this.
No.
The other thing I wanted to do, transparent Fiji.
There goes my
A
holographic.
it would be like
Yeah.
ghost Fiji,
Yeah,
right? Where you
yeah.
can see through it. You can do it with hard plastics. You can't do it with
Not with
soft
soft ones.
PVC
Yeah, yeah,
like this. So that was kind of off the table. So there's no iridescent, couldn't do gold, couldn't do transparent or anything like that. But there was something cool we could do, and that I can't wait for you guys to see the mystery Fiji
Plaid Fiji.
and what it is. Plaid Fiji. Hey, it could happen. That's series 2.
There we go. All right.
I agree. Either gold or silver.
That would be cool.
It would be cool. Maybe
Oh,
see
see, we were
through
on the same
again.
page. We were on the
Yeah,
same
you're on the
page.
same page. Unfortunately, can't do that with this material. Love the idea of green and purple. That I don't want to say too much of what it is. But man, I love those colors together,
Yeah.
green and purple.
Hulk Fiji.
I don't want to say too much, but something soon.
Season
What
4.5?
about season 4.5? LOL.
Well, that's Dave's season. That's why he wants to know. Yeah. That's the season that he was on, for sure. 100%.
Kasawa?
Yeah, Kasawa, yeah.
You know, it was like season 4.5, and I was
Yeah.
like, there was no 4.5.
Oh, no. That's his season. That's his season. Yeah.
On the Chop Shop?
Oh, yeah. Gotta go back and check the footage on that one.
Kasawa?
The behind the scenes. Yeah. Check the Aladdin behind the scenes.
Oh, because he was
Yeah.
he was often running Boom for us and everything. All
Mhm.
right. I'm with you. Alex is the best.
Hi, Kat.
Next up is Brittany. Oh my God, like a glass Fiji. I know. Wouldn't that be amazing? Like a glass. I mean, it would. What if it dropped and oh no? But
Could you imagine one that looks like this, though?
I
Like a
know.
Fiji that's like this?
Oh my gosh.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Or it would be a Fiji that looks is closer to
About
the
that
size. It
size,
looks
yeah.
like this and just kind of.
Amazing.
Gosh, that would be super, super cool. Oh my gosh, so much cool stuff we need to do. One of the things we need to do for sure, it's not going to happen with this Kickstarter, but probably if there's another one or just in the future, one of the coolest products we are going to have is a bredge hat.
Oh,
And we have
heck
to get
yeah.
them manufactured. So they're the same shape. It's got to have the kanji on the top. It's got to have the correct number of ball bearings going down with the
Mhm.
2 black fuzzies.
Mhm.
They're gonna
That, I
get a carbon
think-
copy of this hat.
Yes. Mhm.
That's going to be amazing. And speaking of which, John Rick is going to be a guest later on. I want a minifig of Ghost.
It's just an empty box. Could you imagine that one?
Yeah. Paul Michael Kane says, Ghost, hardly recognized
Right?
you
Looked like a
because
totally
the
different
last
human
time
being.
he saw you, we were filming in this, even though it was September, it was, and I was happy because the pond that everyone had to go in, I was worried that it would be free at the end of September. It might really be cold. And it was like 98 degrees filming.
Cliche, yeah.
It was very, very hot. Justin Salazar says, I haven't seen Ghost in so long that he looks like he just got off the same island that Tom Hanks was on in Castaway.
I actually didn't have a volleyball though. I had a basketball. And
What was its name?
Terrence.
I like it.
Yeah.
Fruit Loop says, maybe then a neon Fiji. That would be cool. I feel like pretty soon here I can't answer because you guys might be close or kind of onto something. You're welcome to keep guessing, though. I love it. Thought that might be too similar to Ninja Fiji. Neon Fiji? Neon Fiji wouldn't be too similar, would it?
No, probably not. Maybe they're thinking of this one.
Oh, the Colin Cheyenne one?
Maybe thinking of that one.
Eric Steele says, yes to the Bredge hat. Also, sup, Ghost?
What's up, Keanu? How
So,
you doing?
Keanu Reeves in the flesh here. Eric Steele, who plays Aladdin, he is going to be our guest tonight at 10 p.m., ringing in the final hours of the Kickstarter. Can't wait. I should probably
He's on his way back.
DTE? Is that what you got? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry. If you can unlock that just in case. Thank you. Or it might just be stuck. I don't know that it's locked. Oh, it's snowing now? Cool. All right. Next up, we got Justin Salazar says, glow in the dark Fiji would be sweet. I saw someone suggest a Fiji Bluetooth speaker.
Oh,
that would be amazing.
Because
Can
of
you
the radio
imagine
ad, yeah.
one of these and it's got like a little Bluetooth and you can like control it from your
be
phone with Bluetooth?
That would be cool.
That would be epic. I think that's something sooner or later that's definitely going to happen.
Nice.
So I want to talk about where things are going in the future and everything. DTE, what up? Sorry about that. I actually just got the thing now. I hope you weren't waiting outside long.
No, it's only 30 seconds. We're good.
Oh, okay, good. So I want to talk about the experience of filming Aladdin 3477 over 5 years. I know for me and probably for everyone in cast and crew, I learned so much.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like as a director, I feel like I brought a lot to the table coming in. It was really neat working with Rick Veers because there was a lot of things that I feel like I knew from my experience, but there were a lot of gaps that I did not know as much. Rick was able to step in and kind of help fill in some of those gaps. But in general, everything was a learning process and trying to figure out how our team works.
Yeah.
And there, there's a lot of things that we did by the book, but also because we're an independent production.
We wrote our own book for sure.
We're cutting corners wherever we can. And what was really neat is by the time we were done filming, we weren't just a well-oiled machine. We were, oh my gosh, we were a monster that was just able to just get in and rock it. And I remember, and we won't get into spoilers, but the last thing that we filmed was Mask Nightclub, which you see in the second film. There's so much goodness that we got, and we did all of that in one shoot.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have been able to do that if we shot it first. We
No
barely
way.
would have, scratched the surface on that. But I'm curious if you have anything. I could talk forever about the things that I learned and the things that gosh, it was such a huge learning curve in so many ways. There's so many aspects, especially for me as a director. There's so many things that I have to be on top of, and you can't know it all. You can't, or whatever. And but I learned so much. But I'm curious for you: is there anything that either technically or anything just through the experience, is there any wisdom that you learned, or anything just with dealing with people or relationships, or just through the work? Is there anything that you learned, that's your takeaway that you feel like from where you started to where we finished, which at that point, I think you even mentioned on the last day that this was, you mentioned there's a behind the scenes thing with you mentioning to the camera, this film was a fifth of my life.
True. Yeah,
Filming
at the time
this.
it was, yeah.
But is there anything that you learned? Anything that you can share as like a takeaway?
I learned so much stuff because, again, it was a fifth of my life. So a fifth of my life dedicated to crafting art through a camera with some of the coolest people ever. So basically, what you learn when you do something or anything really that you stick with for a long time is you learn that it's all about adaptability and communication. That you can kind of boil that down to the basis of kind of any medium ever is adaptability and communication. So you might, like you said a little bit ago, where you're talking about how you saw something a very particular way, and then someone might come up to you and go, hey, what if we tried it like this? I think it might work differently or work better or work more efficiently. At first, you might be like, no, don't do that. But if you give it a shot, it might end up working out better for you, like he was talking about with some shots in the edit. But at the same time, too, you have to know how to communicate those ideas to your team and to your people and to your crew so everybody has a unified vision. And if you don't have that, you don't have a unified vision, people start getting confused and going off in their own direction because they don't know which way they're supposed to go. And while we continued forward and we continued to learn each other's communication styles and how we worked and how we did things, we were able to move in a direction after some time where we actually finally got everyone into that flow, into that rhythm. And then we were really able to take off real fast, move forward, be super efficient, be super effective. And when we got to that point, things became very streamlined and very effective very quickly.
Awesome. The super, super cool. Definitely. Oh my gosh, I learned so much and I'm just so grateful. You know, I tell a lot of people when I set out to do this, I wasn't sure if people would, and when I first announced it, there was no one that was interested, like my fan base, no one, like my Star Wars fans and everything, no one heard the announcement, was like, oh my gosh, my dreams have come true. I've always wanted Matt Bush, Star Wars artist, to make a movie about a futuristic Aladdin. Yes, my dreams have come true. Like, there was no one that asked for that. There was no one that wanted that.
There's no one who asked for that.
Who asked for this?
So what happened was during filming, it was a little bit frustrating for me because if I shared, I've said this a number of times, if I shared a scribble of Boba Fett on a napkin, just for fun, and if I shared it on Facebook in a half hour, I would get 700 likes. Not that it's all about likes, but okay, hey, that feels good. And admittedly, I wasn't showing everything about the films, but because I didn't want to show too much too soon. But if I shared, like, this is one of the costumes from Aladdin 3477, an hour would go by, nothing. Cricket, 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 cricket. Another hour would go by. Yeah, and it was basically something like that. After, and sometimes there were more likes, but there were many times where after 2 days I would have 2 likes, and I would just be like, "Oh no, epic fail!" And what was crazy is, as much as I love Star Wars, super grateful, Aladdin 3477 was the thing that was closest to my heart. It was the thing that I was putting, you know, all my eggs in one basket. The thing I was most passionate about. And the rest of the world just, you know, I wasn't really into it. So I kind of knew back then, okay, it's going to be a while, but I think, you know, less is more. I'm not going to show very much. And I need to do this in a way where there's going to be a day where Kapawi, I'm just going to hit people with what this looks like. That started this January with the Kickstarter. Obviously, we've had the trailer. The trailer has blown up over 2 million and counting, which is wild. I'm so grateful for that. What's your take seeing the trailer? Because also you're an editor and stuff, but having filmed all of this, seeing everything kind of put into a nice, you know, package with a bow on top. What was your thoughts when you saw like the Kickstarter and the trailer?
You know what's wild is that I probably have a little bit different of a perspective because I don't know how many of the cast and crew got this opportunity with you, but over the years you were, you know, generous enough to share the progress of some things with me. So I've seen this trailer kind of evolve over time for years. And I've seen like parts of it that have stayed. I've seen parts of it that have evolved. I've seen parts of it that have been completely changed into something brand new based on now that it's a trilogy and now that we have all this other stuff too, you separating the film into parts and showing, you know, different things for different stages of it and everything too. So I've seen this thing grow since its inception. And to see it finally live and to finally see people react to it is super cool.
Yeah.
because it's like, oh man, I remember that from this time, this day, and now it's this part of this film over here.
Yeah.
And to see it all come together kind of as a viewer now, because I've been not detached from it, but further from it, to see it kind of almost just as a viewer is super cool to see.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what I had before, there was never like a trailer before, but we had a sizzle that we shared. You came out to when Rick Veers was a oh my gosh, what's the Hall of Fame? He was inducted into the Hall of Fame. So we were only a year, maybe a year and a half into filming over the course of 5 years. So we had some stuff that I was able to craft together into a sizzle, is what they call it, but not actually. It kind of felt like a trailer.
Yeah.
But and as cool as that was, it was really just the scope of what we had filmed so far. We didn't even have many fight scenes at that point. But there was such a good response to that, and there were some things with the music that everyone really responded to. I made a second. Excuse me. I'm not sick. I've been talking all day long, so like, oh my gosh, my voice.
Need some water.
So I know I probably should be drinking water instead of this candy bar coffee drink here. But the I made a second reel that people liked, but it wasn't as effective. So there were some things I learned what people really, really liked about the first reel. So I knew when I made this trailer, I was like, you know what? It's not going to be exactly the same as this sizzle, but there are some things that I wanted, to the point where the way the music builds up, I think a lot of cast and crew were kind of expecting when it gets to that point, you must throw me the lamp at once. You know, people kind of knew that was going to be there, which is great. It's not a funny moment in the film, but
we've seen it so many times it's become funny to us.
Right. So playing this at Star Wars Celebration, once every 10 minutes, the sizzle would come on, where the 5 days straight, like, oh my gosh, every 10 minutes it would get to you must throw me the lamp. And it was funny because we would be working the booth. I was signing like Star Wars posters. Lindsay's doing her thing. You guys are signing like Aladdin 3477 stuff. It never failed. Once every 10 minutes, everyone would stop and you must throw me the lamp at once.
Without fail, every time.
Yeah, and it was funny for people walking by for the first time, like, wow, everyone just said that in unison. That's crazy.
It's called marketing, okay? We were doing marketing subconsciously.
Yes. So super cool. And so I'm just elated because I wasn't sure, you know, there was a chance dropping all of this. Maybe people wouldn't be interested, and maybe it's the cricket thing again. And you know what? But I was kind of protecting myself, you know, kind of because there was a chance that maybe people would not be interested in this project. So after all this work, 13 years in, and to see people really into the trailer, obviously the Kickstarter, right now we are nearing 61,000. We are sextupled, which is crazy. It is amazing. Thank you guys so much. And it's so cool to see that people, now that people have seen what it looks like, people are really interested. And man, does it feel good after all of this work. It is just awesome. Real quick, before actually, there's one thing I want to talk about real quick, and then I want to hear all about Astro.
Sure. Don't forget about your comments.
Oh yeah, I shouldn't forget about the comments. That's a great idea. So let me see. Actually, we're except for this one, we've got I want Fidgy Squishmallow. Ooh. Squishy. You know what? I actually designed, and I think I shared it on a live stream lounge a couple Sundays ago. I actually designed a Fidgy plushie. And after designing it, I was like, you know what? Because I kind of go by the rule, if I wouldn't want it, I know maybe some people would want it, but if I'm not into it and it's not something I would really want, my rule of thumb is if I think it's cool, chances are there will be some other people that think it's cool as well. So I decided not to do it, but then I shared it on the live stream 2 Sundays ago, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, we need to have Fidgy plushies. So now I'm like, you know, maybe I'm trying to think, what awards should I swap something out for a different reward and give people the Fidgy plushie that they want?
A chibi Lochan Chiamo.
Oh man, gosh. So real quick, I just want to talk about the final reward tier is the executive producer. And guess what? You want it, you can't have it. Too late. all sold out.
Oh.
None executive producer for you,
Are
but
there any executive producers in the comments right now? I want to know.
there might be. There might be some executive producers. There might be an executive producer in this room
What?
who may have supported super amazing.
Is it
But the executive producer, the big thing of this is you and your plus one get to see the film before any audiences with me in my home theater. So even though the executive producer reward is sold out, there is an add-on. It doesn't include any of the other rare rewards that you would get with this, but there is an add-on for the experience itself. They are limited and they are close to sold out. And that is not just me trying to sell this. They are definitely close to sold out for sure.
His home theater's sweet too.
But if you, and this was where cast and crew would watch a lot of the kind of the rough edits that I would slap together. And they weren't really, sometimes they would have music, but it was essentially just the shots in order. They weren't really tight or anything like that. But this is where I did the final mastering for sound and color correction. Of course, everything not only has to be watched in a movie theater, but also I had to watch on my phone. But it looks weird here, so I have to adjust again. Watch it on a TV. This looks, and actually all the different settings of a TV, because, oh my gosh, if you're watching your TV with the factory settings and you've got it set to, I don't know what it is, but it's just like awful for like cinematic stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, the true motion drives me bananas.
Turn it off unless all you watch is sports. Turn
Yes.
off your
Or video
motion
games,
thing.
maybe
Yeah.
video. I don't know.
I
how
don't even
it would
know.
be.
Honestly, just turn it off. Just turn it off.
Yeah,
You
turn
don't want
off.
it.
You got no business
You don't
with the
want
true
it.
motion.
Yeah.
Don't want it. But the home theater, actually recently I upgraded the sound treatments. So it's got the baffles all around. It looks more like a theater now.
Nice.
And they're on the ceiling as well. I've got them spaced so that we're exactly where people are sitting and where it bounces. It is awesome because now you go in there. Before, you would go in there and clap and be like, oh, okay, there's carpet on the floor, but there's still a little bit of an echo. It's actually sounding pretty tight in there now, which is awesome. But this is where you're going to hang out with me. You're also going to get a tour of my facilities here, the art studio and all of that fun stuff.
And the arcade.
And if you guys want to play Donkey Kong at the end of the night, we are going to play Donkey Kong at the end of the night. So I want to talk real quick about Astro and where things have gone in the future. So tell me about, actually, you can tell me about anything.
Sure.
Post Aladdin 3477. And I know you were already, man, you had your hands in all kinds of really cool stuff during the project. Where have things gone for you from here?
Yeah, I mean, man, you're right. I've been in a bunch of different directions and a bunch of different stuff. So since basically getting into working for myself full time, whether it's freelance or for my company, while working on Aladdin, my start kind of was in reality TV. So I did reality TV for like Lifetime and HGTV and Showtime and a whole bunch of stuff like that. I was all over the place doing that, whether it was lighting or camera work or I did a little tiny bit of producing, super fun stuff like that. Then from there, continuing to meet people and network, I got into the commercial world. And when the film incentive went away and all the work kind of disappeared, Jason, who co-owns Astro with me, we decided, hey, you know what? We're going to make the work ourselves. We started our company, Astro Creative, in 2017, and we've been working full-time for ourselves since, I think, 2018. Mostly in the commercial world, where we do, let's see, I think it's right around 80-ish projects each year for dozens of clients. We focus mostly now on creating campaigns and content strategies for clients who need to increase their social presence and their online marketing. So we will work with companies to increase their overall existence on the internet and beyond. And it's been a lot of fun. We get to basically take companies from unknown to known and get them shown. It's a lot of fun.
I love that I just love that you rhymed right there. Did you know it and you're a poet, or did you, is that like
Sometimes
the thing you
I just
say?
be speaking. No,
Right.
actually, that was right off cuff. I've never said that
all
before
right,
in my
that's
life.
good. So I want to know real quick, because I'm so impressed with what I've seen with Astro. First of all, you need to check out Astro online. The website, I assume, is astrocreative.com.
Astrocreative.co. Yeah.
And if you go to YouTube, look up Astro Creative. If you go to Instagram, you guys are killing it there. And you guys have so much, you and Jason have so much cool stuff. I have to say, I want to talk about this because I am truly interested and just wowed at the demo reels you guys are doing. And also, I am such a fan of astronomics.
Thank you.
Tell us about that.
All right, so Astronomics is a cleverly named behind-the-scenes series about how we do what we do. We just started releasing those recently. We shot them all actually last year. Full transparency, we shot everything in like June of last year. You could tell because my hair in the videos is way shorter. And they're behind-the-scenes processes of some of our favorite projects and some of our more recent stuff. And we go through and talk about why we did what we did, or how we did this specific effect, or what we're trying to go for the goals of the client, and how to integrate those things into videos based on what people truly need. A lot of the time people will ask for content and that's not really what they need. So what we've gotten into the habit of doing is when someone says, I need a video, we say, why do you need this video? Normally the response that we get is, huh? Because they just want content. They don't know what they need or why they need it. So what we do is our goal now is to actually give them the content that they actually need to grow in their goals and their target markets and their market segments and all that fun stuff, all those parts of marketing that you don't really think about as someone who's asked to go get content from someone who makes videos. So we try and make the CMO's job easier. We try and make the marketing department's job easier by dissecting what they actually need, or dissecting what they actually need, I should say, and providing them the content that's going to truly let them thrive and survive online or on TV. We've had a couple TV ads, or whatever makes the most sense for them and their growth. We will create content that fits that niche.
I have to say one thing that I'm really impressed with what you guys are doing now that I didn't know that you guys were capable of, where I think you guys are really killing it. Both you and Jason, I've known were good at what you did for Aladdin, filming things, director of photography, doing really awesome video, doing really awesome edits. What I didn't know until recently is how much you guys are experts at marketing.
Well, thank you.
You guys have some, like, I see some of the projects, and part of this is through Astronomics, but I see some of the challenges that you guys were given, where in watching the video, I'm kind of scratching my head going, oh my God, if I might walk away from a job like that and say, sorry, I'm actually too busy. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. And then the solutions that you guys come up with are genius, and you guys find a way to take something that's challenging and make it fun, which I think is kind of, in advertising, that's really the key, is you can't just get a client where it's like, I don't know, take anything, just randomly, like toilet paper.
Yep.
And let's say a company wants to work with you, it's Snuggles toilet paper or something.
Okay.
And I feel like me working in advertising, like I'd be excited to work on like a cool truck or work on a movie campaign or something. And then toilet paper, I would be like, oh my gosh. Wow. And we're working on this for the next couple months. Whew, boy, how are we going to make this fun? But I think what you guys do, which is what all good advertisers do, and people that work in marketing and promotion, they say, okay, toilet paper. Beyond that, how can we make this fun? What can we do? How can we take this and make it fun? And this is kind of a lot of what you see. Obviously, when you watch the Super Bowl ads, you'll see things that maybe you wouldn't think are exciting, or things that you would like, I didn't like think that was cool. But when you see the way that it's presented, like that was genius, how they like, now I'm interested in this thing I wouldn't have been interested in otherwise.
Right.
So I'm just like, I just didn't know that you guys were so into that. And like, you've got some, like, I'm just blown away at some of the solutions you've come up with for your clients.
You know what's great about that too is that it's all Aladdin's fault. Getting adaptable on set, I learned on this, knowing how to come up with solutions, knowing how to come up with things quickly and effectively, all here.
Awesome. Speaking of which, kind of like life imitating art and art imitating life, I've kind of been like watching some of the solutions that you guys do.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to come up with ideas, and I feel like during this Kickstarter, I feel like I've had great ideas, and they've definitely gathered interest with, I've got this contest, and then the trailer came out, and then What else? And then we had the music video, which I don't know if you've seen it, for the One Jump Ahead and everything. And it's like there were 2 things a week that were like, man, I've been working on for years. Like, this is the video that's going to drop this day, and da 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 da. All of it's been great. All of it, everyone's been excited about. But when you look at, and I'll bring it up a little bit later, but when you look at my the Kickstarter, it started off really big, like all Kickstarters do. It went flat, like all Kickstarters do, and now at the end, it's going up again, like every Kickstarter does. But every single step of the way in the beginning, once it flatlined, when I released the trailer goes through the roof. Everyone goes bananas. 2 million views and counting. Did it affect the Kickstarter? Nope, not a spike at all. Then when I released the music video, One Jump Ahead, everyone loved it. Everyone went bananas. Nothing. The recreate my trailer contest, like they all kind of flatlined. And so I'm curious. I kind of want to talk to you guys. Like, what are your, and now the Kickstarter's over.
Of course,
so, but maybe for the next one, but I'm curious. I would love to pick your brains on what, being kind of watching from the sidelines. If you guys have any suggestions, what would be the next thing to take it to the next level, and how I could take some of these great ideas, or if you have ideas, but how do we translate that into actual Kickstarter? So I've actually been asking people during the live stream lounge, what ideas do you have? People have had great ideas for things that would be fun, but and then I have to ask myself, like, that's a great idea, but how is that going to make people say, you know what, this is so fun. I wasn't going to go on the Kickstarter before, but now I am going on the Kickstarter. I have to support this project. And that's the tough thing.
It is a tough spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to brainstorm.
Yeah.
We'll definitely have to brainstorm some stuff. Yeah.
Well, I want to have both you on and Jason either at the same time or independently to chat with you guys. I just love, I follow both you and Jason and Astro, and I am just in love with all the cool stuff you guys are doing. You guys are killing it.
Much
It's
appreciated.
awesome. Thank you so much for coming out and hanging with us. Tell Jason and everyone else that you're working with that Missy was on earlier, and we were praising
Lego,
we were praising all of the work that you do. So tell everyone I said hello and your family and everything. And can't wait. There's a lot of cool Aladdin stuff on the horizon. So I'm going to need you back anyway to sign posters and to do all of that stuff.
Sounds good. You want to check the comments before I go?
Oh yes, absolutely. I should probably do that. Let's see. We got here, Glow in the Dark Fidgy. Take my money, and Aaron G says, Ghost, your projects need more Aaron G TV.
You're absolutely right. Actually, I need to find more stuff that needs voiceovers just so I can hire you more.
That's exactly it. Awesome. Dude, Ghost, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Absolutely.
And we'll do it again on a Sunday night. Boom.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and we will chat with you soon.
Sounds good.
Oh my God, that was amazing. It really was like a ghost. My next guest that I am bringing on board, Dave Todd, is with us once again. Some of you may not have even seen Dave Todd because it was early in the wee morning hours. So I need the proper introduction once again.
I'm not nearly as agile.
All right. I'd like to welcome my next guest to the live stream lounge, Dave Todd. All right, Dave Todd, what is up? So, Dave, you are like jack of all trades. Behind the scenes, you helped out so much with Aladdin. You still help out to this day with a bunch of stuff behind the scenes, with editing and, oh my gosh, all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. You also are super creative. You've got your own sci-fi trilogy that you're writing, that you are creating 3D animatics for and artwork. And oh my gosh, just a creative powerhouse. It's so cool to see the fun stuff that you're doing. We have so much fun stuff to talk about. My gosh, but real quick, we are going to dive into, I wanted to talk about Love and Miss You, brother, says Aaron G TV to Ghosty.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So I want to chat real quick about Aladdin 3477. I was just talking actually with Ghost about some of the fun things that we did during the Kickstarter, including the draw this in your
yeah.
style. So we had this really cool thing. This is a popular thing on Instagram with
It
artists
is.
where they have hashtag DTIYS, where they will put up a character and other people will draw your character, or you can put up your character. And it's really cool to see other artists draw your character. This was really, really fun and exciting for me to see people draw Aladdin in their
Yes.
style. It was really, really just so cool to see that. Another fun thing that we did, we had the Recreate My Trailer
There's some cool
contest.
stuff there too.
Some really, really cool stuff. Actually, James made one of the trailers. He did the J.J. Abrams style trailer,
Oh, yeah, lens flare.
which was a lot of fun. So rad. And so there were 3 winners. You can see all of the entries on my Aladdin 3477 YouTube channel. The second playlist down has all 12 of the recreated trailers.
Yeah.
Some of them are just re-edits that are really cool. Some of them actually creatively recreated the shots, shot for shot. All of them are cool. Some of them are meant to be funny, and everything, but some really cool stuff that people did for that. There was the One Jump Ahead music video, and the song was recorded by Jonathan Young. He's a famous YouTuber. He's kind of known, he does all kinds of material, but the big thing that he's known for is like kind of punk rock covers of Disney songs. And the one that he did for One Jump Ahead is just so cool. When I heard it, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to do an Aladdin 347 music video. Obviously, the Disney songs are not in Aladdin 3477. So this was just kind of for fun, but just a riot doing this. The Draw This in Your Own Style contest for Fiji is actually happening right now.
Yep.
You've still got 2 weeks. This is a contest, though. Before, it was just kind of for fun, for giggles, if you will, which we haven't talked about.
Around the line.
Yeah, we haven't talked about giggles yet. It'll come up before the day's
we made it
over.
to 2/3 of the way with no giggles discussion yet.
But this Draw This in Your Own Style contest is actually for money. $500 goes to the winner. Plus, there's Aladdin 3477 swag that first place, second place, and third place get. And already people have submitted some really, really cool Fijis that have just been amazing. And Dave Kasawa says, hey, Dave.
What up, Dave? 2 rooks.
Behind the scenes. So we dropped our first behind the scenes video, which you'll see Ghost in action, running around on the dunes in the middle of nowhere, running in sand, mind you.
Yeah, it's interesting that some of these exotic locations that you described, sometimes I'm jealous and not jealous at the same time, because one, you have some of the most epic shots of our movie come from some of these locations, but I can totally tell that the ones I worked at, that was a lot of work. You can even tell the minutia of having to clean up the footsteps in the sand, as you can even see a little bit. So there's a lot of work that went into filming some of those.
You know, it's funny. We had this thing that we called the spider mop, and the reason why I kind of knew, man, we're going to have to clean up our footprints as best as we can. I knew a rake wouldn't work well because then you would see the rake lines.
Oh, true.
So I had a towel, a Spider-Man towel that I was able to adhere to the end of a broomstick. And because it was a Spider-Man towel, I called it the spider mop. And so that was our way of kind of like wiping away without having perfect comb lines, you know, in the sand.
Clever.
That was our way of getting rid of some tracks as best as possible. So we're going to come back to a little bit more Aladdin 3477. By the way, I should mention real quick. So this 24-hour live stream, which is going for 24 hours, because Facebook only streams 8 hours at a time, we actually have broken this down into 3 segments. You guys are watching segment number 2. We are going to take a break at about 4:45, which is a little over a half hour from now. We're going to take a quick, like 10-15 minute break, and then we are going to be coming back at 5 o'clock. We have Steve Pankatai, who is going to be our guest, the Ozman, who is first assistant director, and we're going to have him on at 5. But we're going to take a quick break. We have to start a new live stream. So for those of you that are watching, maybe leaving this on in the background, just know at about 4:45 or so, we're going to disappear. We're going to be back at 5, but you may need to refresh if you're watching on Twitch or if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you might need to refresh to kind of find it again, but we'll be back up and running at 5 o'clock. And then we'll be going from 5 o'clock straight until the end. The Kickstarter ends at midnight. Actually, it ends at 11:59. The reason why I didn't want to say 12 a.m. because that confusing people. Yeah, and it actually confuses me too. It doesn't really make sense that if it's 11 p.m. when it gets to the 12, wouldn't that also be p.m.? No, that's that's a.m. again. English. So it kind of trips me up a little bit too. So my fail-safe was 11:59 p.m. is when the Kickstarter is going to wrap. I should take a look here just to see where we're at. We're probably maybe still in the 61s. And let me check. Or we're in the 60s. We are in the 60s, slowly climbing upward. But man, I would love to take this in the final hours. It would be amazing if we could be septupled. Plus, if we stay in the 60s, I always have to say we were sextupled, and I feel like that could be awkward a little bit. It sounds like maybe it's something something that it's not. I don't know, but
the best early. Don't talk about work.
there you go. Whoops, I pushed the wrong thing. This was supposed to go here. Nope, this is supposed to go here.
Modern tech.
So all kinds of fun stuff to chat about. So we are sextupled. Man, let's keep it going. We've got our final hours. So obviously, if you haven't backed the project, consider it. We have 7 hours left to go. And then a lot of these rewards, there might be some opportunities with Backer Kit where there might be some things you can select.
Sometimes you can get after, but you're going to miss out on some of the cool stuff if you wait.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff, once the Kickstarter's over, it is going to be gone for real. And a lot of this stuff is being made to order. So a lot of people, there might be some things that it's more effective to order a lot of and we'll have available, although Kickstarter backers are going to get it first, but there's a lot of things that will not be available later. So if you want in, now is the time. Did I say 8 hours? Because it just changed to 7 hours, or maybe that's my imagination. Maybe it was 7 hours. I thought a second ago I could swear it said
11. So if we're after 4 o'clock, 7 hours plus now. So
okay.
It'd be 11 plus.
So it's 7 hours. Yes, it's just over 7 hours. 7 hours left, and then when the Kickstarter's done, the Kickstarter's done. So consider backing the project. Consider, of course, raising your pledge. That's helpful too. You can do add-ons.
Yeah. I mean, you've even got some of your artwork that I think the Hollywood is Dead and a couple extra things in case people are interested in that too. So
awesome. Thank you, Ghost. Thank you so much for coming out. Drive safe, my friend.
Bye. See you, friends.
So cool. But you've got 7 hours left to back the project. But the best thing you can do if you want to help out, oh my gosh, this would be amazing. Go through your friends list, go through your contacts. You don't have to hit everyone up because obviously some people would not be interested in this, and that's okay. But go through your friends list. There might be some people, and it might be different things. Some people might be into the martial arts. Some people are just Aladdin fans. Some people are into the Star Wars kind of look of it. Some people are into the Indiana Jones feel. Some people love the kit bashing or the filmmaking.
Props, cosplay. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's so many angles to this. So hit up your friends, share the link, the Kickstarter link, which I have right now in the description. You should be able to click on that to go to the page. If not, if you go to Kickstarter.com, look up Aladdin 3477. You'll find it really, really quick.
Easy.
But share it with your friends. Tell them. And they might look at it and they might not back it either, but they might tell someone who ends up backing it.
Somebody who might be interested. So you never hurt to pass it along.
Absolutely. So we need to chat. We need to chat about you and your artwork. We chatted a little bit earlier, and we kind of never got into that as much. So you have. I guess before we jump into the art, we should maybe recap a little bit. Can you tell people, in addition to all the help you did for Aladdin 3477, which we'll get into, I just don't want to miss a little bit. We didn't get a chance earlier to talk about your art. So first tell us, what is this sci-fi trilogy that you have been developing?
Well, the original dream, I remember Eric Steele mentioning his a little bit. I kind of related to it about getting into film, wanting to get into films because of stunts. And with having a martial arts background, that was the dream, to get into all kinds of acrobatic and flashy stuff and do some really cool visual storytelling. But naturally, life takes its course. Injuries, college life, that kind of caused some of that to get put on the back burner. But I had some of these ideas that would develop either by nicknames or different personalities of people I knew. It started to turn into some really cool character designs, and I'm like, there was too much to let go of. So even though I wasn't able to pursue the movie career directly, well, I have a pen and paper. I mean, I can start putting these ideas down, and that way, if I get it done completely, then I can turn that into a film. And originally the goal was to have myself and people I know do the acting or voice acting. And the project just morphed over time to the point of, well, I kind of had to set things aside. I even wanted to do video games. I'm like, well, that's kind of not necessary, but at least the vision has still been get these stories done and then turn them into eventually animation. And the reason why I kind of shifted from a live action to animation is just because my imagination is so broad that there's some crazy concepts that I've seen that have only been done through CGI. And that's, and I know there's a back and forth between people with different views on whether we do practical or whether we do CGI. I'm not opposed to either, but personally, some of my favorite stuff has been CGI because you get into mecha and crazy alien stuff. I mean, some of that is harder to pull off without doing actual props. So my focus has been doing the writing. And then over the years, because I did have an interest in doing game development, I did start to learn about doing 3D modeling and animation. So even more recently, while working on Aladdin with you, I started to learn about, man, there's some of these other low-cost licensed resources, and that has been explosive in terms of me being able to do more by myself. Because 10 years ago, I asked somebody, hey, how much does it cost me to do a character model? They're like, oh, $2,000. Well, that's changed now. I can go buy a character model for $10, and then I can customize it myself, and then I can make it look like a likeness or characters from the story. So that's been a game changer.
Yeah.
But overall, over the course of the last 20 years, I've been able to get 2 books done. I'm working on editing, and there's still a third and maybe another half one after that. So it is a long haul. I mean, from working on Aladdin, once you have the vision and you want to see it all the way to completion, it's hard to do because the vision is mostly inside your head, and we got to go through the labor process of translating it so an audience can understand what we see.
Yeah.
So that's been a very, very time-consuming portion of my creative drive. Just to get those ideas down so people will eventually get to see them. It's pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, super, super cool. I want to get real quick to Aladdin 3477. I wanted to take a quick peek kind of under the hood at kind of what's going a little bit with the campaign. So one of the interesting things, this here is a graph, and this is from a few days ago, but this is a graph of the campaign and how it is done with the funding. Overall, this is kind of very similar to what you would see for a Kickstarter. It always starts off big. It always tapers off and kind of flatlines in the beginning. And a lot of it's because you've got people, your tried and true fans or friends and family that jump on right away. And then there's kind of a lull where there are people that maybe are interested, but they're holding off because they have time. And they feel like, especially if it's a 2-month campaign or even if it's 30 days, it's interesting. I'm going to think about it though. And they kind of wait and kind of feel it out, which is totally fair, totally cool. And then at the end, usually like on the last day or two, it usually skyrockets and it kind of goes up in the air. So again, what the plan was with all of the cool things that I've been dropping during the campaign, my thought was when I drop this music video, man, there is going to be a spike. People are going to be like, man, I wasn't going to back this before, but now that I see how fun this is, I am going to back this project. Guess what? Nothing. People loved it, but it didn't translate into new backers. Same with the trailer, as wild as it's been, and the over 2 million views, and everyone is through the roof about it around the world, which is really cool. But that doesn't necessarily translate into, there's a lot of people that don't use Kickstarter or don't know what it is, or they're nervous. Like, is this, if I give my credit, is it going to keep taking money, which it's not going to do? But a lot of people are, they're kind of not sure like how it's going to work out. So I should say real quick for those of you watching, it is a one-time payment. Even if you're getting a tier where it's sending you stuff throughout the year, it's not going to keep charging your card. It's going to charge your card once tonight when the Kickstarter ends at 11:59 p.m. That's it. There is no other charging of the card. Depending on your tier, if you're at the 4th or larger, you're going to get things 4 times a year.
And you've been very upfront about the shipping and the fact that we also have the project available abroad. So you can plug in your region and it will adjust the things accordingly. So that means we're not exclusively limited to just continental US.
Yeah.
So.
Anywhere around the world, you can support the project and get these awesome rewards. The real quick thing that I wanted to share with you guys, just because I wanted to be transparent, and this is kind of funny. So I got about halfway through the campaign and I saw that we were flatlined, and in some cases you can see we actually started to dip down a little bit with some people managing. And this isn't a reflection of the campaign. Life happens. And so I've actually had a couple people, when they canceled, I reached out, not to give anyone a hard time, but just, hey, is there anything we could have done better? Just curious. And everyone's been super, super sweet. But there were people that responded like, hey, we just found out my wife is pregnant and we need to kind of conserve money a little bit. So like, and that was like really great to hear. Like, oh my gosh, I totally understand. No harm, no foul. You know, I totally get it. And in some case, there was one case where someone lost their job. I felt so bad, you know. So it's totally cool. I totally understand. But that's why you can see in a couple places here, it dips down and then it comes back up. But for the most part, it flatlines. So I hired an awesome ad company called Bragg, BRAAG, and they've got this really cool method where they work with Facebook AdSense and also Google AdSense. I think that's what they're both called.
Yeah.
They're the heavy hitters, and the idea is you pay money for ads, but they've got this system where the first week they spend, it's weird saying only hundreds of dollars a day, only.
Tell me more.
But what they do is they put out 10 different ads, say across, let's just not even talk about Google, across Facebook.
Yeah.
And after a week of sending those ads out, they kind of, what are the top 3? Some of them maybe didn't do anything, so let's get rid of those. They come up with their top 3. Okay, based on that, now the next week they do another 3 ads, kind of going in that direction, but now splitting up into different variations. And then the idea is on the 3rd week, based on that, they go to town, and now it's thousands of dollars a day. But the return on investment, especially once they've done their science, they're able to get it up and running. I kind of was told, listen, you do the things we want. It's going to cost a little bit, but we can guarantee you're definitely going to do over 200,000. And I was like, dude, sign me up. I'm all in. Here's the kind of epic fail that happened. So you can see here where it starts to rise up, that little upswing where the arrow is. That's the 2 weeks that I kind of started, where it was only hundreds of dollars a day. But I wasn't really, man, my head was all over the place with the Kickstarter and everything. Suddenly, because again, I've been paying to have all these, these Fidgis manufactured and the, the minifigs and everything. It got to a point where suddenly my last credit card was maxed out once again. So you can see where it goes up. And if this trajectory would have kept going, right now we would be way over 100,000, maybe at 200,000 or higher. But you can see right when I added where I ran out of money, it cut flat across again, which is an epic fail on my part. It did raise things up a little bit. And actually, to be honest, for as much as I spent, and it seems like, man, you lost all that money. Actually, I think it did. More came into the Kickstarter than I spent. So it wasn't a total loss, but it's just like, man, what could have been? And part of me is like, if I waited just another year and then released the kit, but it would have been another year. And it's been 13 years.
The movie.
People want it. And I want it to come out too. And I feel like, with any art that you do, and maybe you can attest to this as well, there's always the point. You can always spend more time. You can always noodle it to death. But at some point, you have to stick a fork in it. And you have to say, you know what? I could spend another 5 years, or if it's an art piece, I could spend another 5 hours. I could spend another 5 days. Is it going to be that much better if I spend another 5 days? At some point, you have to say good enough or great enough.
Exactly.
Stick a
it's
fork
ready
in
to
it.
roll. And that's the thing, though. Even once you get something done, I mean, Star Wars has even demonstrated this, that, you know, like it or hate it, you know, George Lucas modified the original trilogy, you know. So the thing is, with you as the owner, I mean, you can get it done, and if you get enough fan feedback, be like, man, you know, that'd be your call. So it's just better get it out the door. I mean, that way people resonate with it, and that's the original way, and that's the way it's going to go. So.
No. So we've got a new Discord, and if you're on Facebook, Aaron G shared a link a little while ago. If you're into Discord, if you're on Discord, there's an Aladdin 3477 page that you need to get on. It's mostly backers kind of sharing which rewards they've got and which t-shirts they're into and everything else. But it's really, really cool. If you're on Discord, you need to check this out. The link, the easiest way to find it, if you head to the Kickstarter, which there should be a link in the description of wherever you're watching this video. If you check out the Kickstarter, if you can't find it, just go to kickstarter.com. Look up Aladdin 3477 on the campaign page. If you scroll down almost all the way to the bottom where I have a bunch of links for myself, there's a bunch of links for Aladdin 3477. You will find the link to Discord. Please go. Are you on Discord?
No, yeah, I'm kind of low tech, you know.
Okay.
But you know, that might be a good place for a Fidgy swap meet, you know, because you know those that are only doing the one package, they may be like, I gotta have that Ninja Fidgy, but I only got a default Fidgy.
That is a great idea.
So,
gosh,
might be also how the internet discovers that hidden one too.
So Aaron Farr, if you're listening, who is managing, he put together he's from Australia. He was awesome enough to put together the Discord. If you're listening, that might be a really cool, what did you call it? Fidgy swap meet?
Yeah, I know for car owners do that. They do swap meet for their parts and things.
All right.
So you get a Fidgy swap meet going.
I love that. That is a great idea. The live stream lounge. So obviously we're in the 24-hour live stream right now, counting down the hours for the Aladdin 3477 Kickstarter. But guess what? I am going to be back on Sunday as per usual at 9 o'clock. It's just going to be me on Sunday, just kind of hanging out. I'll be decompressing from this epic 24-hour live stream. But we're going to continue. I'll always be talking about Aladdin 3477. But in general, it's going to focus on creativity. I'm going to bring in special guests, not just from Aladdin 3477. I'm going to be bringing in other artists. I'm going to be bringing in artists that work for Marvel Comics, artists that work for Magic the Gathering. I have some really interesting artists here in Detroit that I'm bringing in, not this Sunday, but the next 2 Sundays. We're going to be talking about AI artwork. Is it even artwork? But there's a really cool thing. We're going to get into that, why it's so interesting, what they are. Actually, I'll talk about it really quick because it's so interesting.
Yes.
So they're having, have you heard about this yet? What they're doing?
There's a few different variations, but AI has become a very interesting topic amongst the art community. Some are like, let's go for this. Let's see, we can use it to optimize our workflow. Others will be like, no, man, we need the human touch on everything. So I bet your guests are going to have some interesting comments on that.
Well, here's what they're doing that's so fascinating. Both of these artists are curating a gallery showing. It's one night. And what they are doing, and I'm having one of them the Sunday before the show. One of them's coming the Sunday after the show. Here's what they're doing. I think they got 12 artists or 20 artists. I forget how many.
Yeah.
These 12 artists, where like people do with AI, they are giving these real human artists word prompts for them to create artwork. They have to create the best they can. It's going to be in the show. What they know, but they haven't seen yet, or that they don't know what it's going to look like, their artwork is going to be right next to AI generated artwork that got the same word prompts. And so everyone in attendance, you get to walk by and you get to be the judge. What do you like better?
That'll be interesting.
This is so controversial. I cannot wait to talk about it when Derek Ecker is going to be here the first week. Marcus Kersonikis. I forget how to say Concernicus. I think is your last name, or that might be your stage name, if I'm not mistaken. But I can't wait to have Derek and Marcus on having him on before Derek,
Yeah.
and then having Marcus come in and share the results. Plus, I think I need to go to this. I need to see firsthand. That is like, if you're willing to go up against AI, and I'm not saying what my thoughts are yet, but man, that is really going to be interesting. That is super, super. It's like chess. Oh yeah, I'll play against a computer. Well, good luck.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, one of the differences, of course, is the time. The AI is able to is going to be limited by its programming, but it's going to compress the amount of time. But at the same time, your visual output is potentially way different, though, between your human and what the AI is going to do.
And also, the human artist will have the correct number of fingers on them.
That too. Your hands won't be alien looking all the time in that case.
So the live stream lounge is going to continue here forward. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. EST. Excuse me. Another comment sneaked in here. Up and coming artist says, keep up the good work, Matt and Ghost. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, so Dave, we need to chat. Gosh, there's so much cool stuff to chat about. What haven't we talked about yet? Hold on.
Check the cheat sheet.
Oh yeah. A couple things.
Sure.
What's the biggest thing you've learned from this experience? I know I have learned so much, but is there anything when you look at like maybe where you were before Aladdin and where you are now, is there any big takeaways where this whole experience, anything that you've learned or anything like that you can share with us? Was that yours?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just make sure it's not an empty can check. I know on the social side of things, I mentioned previously in the stream and talking about being available is one thing that's important, and also being persistent is another thing important. Just because people want to see that you are committed to something. Now, another thing, I guess, more on the creative and the technical side would be about how things were done, because I was coming from a minimal editing, a minimal storytelling experience. I always had the view that, man, when these movie studios create stuff, everything is done from scratch. You hire everybody to do your light, your animation, you hire everybody to do your marketing. But having the ability to see how things are working behind the scenes, even if it has been an independent thing, is you try not to reinvent the wheel. I mean, literally, we've tried to leverage as many things, and some things that an audience may not notice in a movie is we didn't film things chronologically. We filmed them relative to the set that was built, because that makes the most economic sense. You have it built. You're not going to tear it down, film the next thing chronologically, and rebuild the set. And that is also true on the editing side. In game development, there are so many different roles. You've got networking, you've got coding, you've got physics. And I'm, again, thinking like all these things that you're doing to make the film, I would normally expect, you got to have all the proper people to do that. But like, no, you are leveraging the work that others have already done. There's teams out there that we've just got resources on. They make, okay, well, here's a cool fire effect. I mean, we didn't have to go out hire a pyrotechnician. We just, in the editing process, took a fire effect, overlaid it, and suddenly, voila, awesome fire scene in the movie, or bullet effects. So that has been one of the biggest helps to me, is to learn how to leverage the tools that are available rather than trying to scramble all over the place and expend more resources trying to figure that out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's so cool. I think sometimes with movie making, there are complex shots that are incredibly difficult to film. There are also some special effects where sometimes the simplest sleight of hand is an in-camera effect. There are things in the film that you're going to see that you're going to assume, man, crazy CGI, or that was incredible. How did they pull off this amazing shot? How many layers of compositing?
Right.
When what you're looking at is actually in camera,
Absolutely.
No effects whatsoever. Maybe it's a trick of a miniature or forced perspective. But we used every trick in the book. And we also have, digital compositing, and we do have a little bit of complex, again, digital work going into it. But for the most part, what you see is what you get. You're looking at real light and shadow. It may be a miniature, but what you're looking at is real. It's got light on it, real light and shadow. And most of it is in camera effects, which is so cool.
And that was definitely one thing I didn't expect. I mean, I remember when be on set helping. You were putting a lot of time into building the miniatures, especially the starship. Well, it was just more of the spaceships, quite so much. What sky ships would be the proper word, because you've got some unique, articulate, detailed designs on all of them. And I mean, in a CGI sense, that would have taken a long time. But to your point, the lighting, it takes a lot of work to do lighting digitally. So why not use actual lighting? And I think that benefits the movie in a great way.
Yep. Awesome. So I want to talk real quick. I want to get into the next bit of, I need to do this. I want to talk just about Aladdin 3477 in general. Real quick, some housekeeping. You are watching the 24-hour live stream. We actually had to split this up into 3 sections because Facebook only does live streams for 8 hours at a time. So because of that, we are going to take a break. Actually, in about 5 minutes here, we are going to be taking a break. We're going to come back, though, at 5 o'clock. So if you've just got this on in the background, in about 5 minutes, this one is going to end. Around 5 o'clock, you need to discover us again. If you're watching on Twitch or LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube, we're going to be up again, but it's going to be a new live stream. So you may need to refresh the page until we pop up again at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, our next guest is going to be coming in, Steve Pankatai, who is the first assistant director.
The man behind the curtain.
The man behind the curtain, and the person who in a lot of ways made my job easier. He got to play bad cop, and I got to play good cop a little bit more, which is a lot of fun. I'm sure we're going to talk about that a little bit. But he also is responsible for the awesome behind-the-scenes episode that dropped earlier this week. There is a lot more of those on the way, so we'll be talking about that. So we'll be starting again at 5 and then going onward until the Kickstarter ends at midnight.
Home stretch.
Plus, we'll be going for a little bit after that. As you know, the Aladdin 3477 it's Aladdin, but set in the future, and it's Aladdin 3477. It takes place in the year 3477. It's actually 3 films. This is not a situation where if the Kickstarter does good, we've got the first movie, then we can go and make the other 2. There's 3 films. We have filmed them. They're happening for real, no matter what. But this Kickstarter is your opportunity to get in on some awesome rewards to back the project. But this isn't like charity. You are getting awesome rewards, books, toys, apparel, snapback hats, enamel pins, the Blu-ray.
All kinds of collectibles.
All kinds of amazing.
And wearables.
Oh my gosh, all kinds of stuff. We're going to be talking with Oz about some of those rewards coming up soon. And of course, this is the smack in the face. So this is a shot in the film. This is a freeze frame of it. Is it? Oh yeah, go ahead. So this is a shot that is in the film. This is not CGI. This is a real. Our slaps are real. This is what it's going to feel like if you don't get in on these awesome rewards.
I missed the Fidgies.
Once you see all the cool hidden rewards and everything else that everyone's getting, you're going to be like, why didn't I support the Kickstarter and back it? Plus, we've got cool robots like Fidgy. The official trailer, over 2 million views and counting. Oh my gosh, so exciting. The music, Cell Dweller, a.k.a. Clayton, has 9 tracks throughout the 9 films, not just like 3 in each movie, but you hear a lot of different pieces of different tracks throughout the films, plus Sonics, which you know all about, and Transport as well.
Great stuff.
So not all of the music is created by Clayton, but his fingerprints are all over these films. If you're a fan, you are going to be into it. Oh my gosh, the Peter Mayhew Foundation backed the Kickstarter at the executive producer level. They wanted to do this. This is Peter Mayhew's wife. Peter Mayhew is no longer with us, who played Chewbacca, but they wanted to keep the spirit of Chewbacca alive. The Peter Mayhew Foundation does so much for like children's hospitals, all kinds of awesome charities, but they also reserve a little bit of money each year because Peter Mayhew was such a fan of artists and helping artists. Sometimes they'll do things like if there's artists that want to set up at Comic-Con, but they can't afford it, the Peter Mayhew Foundation will help pay for their table so that they can be at conventions.
Well,
So
that's
amazing.
awesome. Yeah.
This year they wanted to help me. They wanted to help my dream because they know that Peter would have loved this project, and they wanted to have another way that his name can kind of live on as an executive producer. So this was just, man, this was the greatest Wookiee hug ever.
That's awesome.
Just so cool. Hold on a second. Let me just check here. Got to show my face to get in. And reward fulfillment. So we're going to talk about the rewards coming up real soon when we come back at 5 with Steve Pankatai. But the way the rewards are, once you especially get the first 4 swag boxes or higher, these rewards, it's going to be a year of Aladdin 3477. The first swag box comes out in the spring, hopefully April. Summer is June, fall is September. The last one comes out in the winter. So you pay once. This is not a subscription where it keeps charging your card.
Yeah, it's not Loot Crate.
This is it. We've got 7 hours left of the Kickstarter. It's going to charge your card tonight when the Kickstarter is over, and then that's it. There's nothing to cancel or anything like that. We are going to talk about what is in the swag boxes. Plus, we're going to meet Steve Pankatai coming up real soon. It is going to be a hoot and a holler. It's going to be a lot of fun. So come back. Plus, when we come back, Princess Kamala is going to be in the house after Steve Pankatai. John Rick, he may be live streaming in, not sure because of the inclement weather that here in Michigan. We've got a snowstorm. Was it snowing when you got here?
Yeah, it just started around an hour ago.
Okay.
So we'll see if it sticks or not.
All right. Then after John Rick, Cam Turner is coming in, Aaron GTV, and then Eric Steele.
There's the lineup.
I see a confused look on your face. Oh, okay.
Tired look.
No? Okay. We are going to, right now, we're going to take a break for 15 minutes. We are going to come back at 5. And at 5,
any missing comments before we go?
We've got, we do. We have, sorry. Real quick, we've got, go on and grab something to eat and maybe some tea for your throat. I probably should. Faux show. That's the fridge upstairs. Hey, bud, just wanted to stop in real quick and say, hey, what is up, Daryl? Daryl was in the same, he was also a student of mine way back. He was in the same class that I took right before filming. I took a class on compositing and Nuke. I don't know if you're familiar with Nuke by the Foundry.
You mentioned it, yeah.
And man, Daryl did it a lot better than I did. For some reason, I love working in programs that have layers. Yep. Nodes are just like... I have a really hard time wrapping my head around the nodes. All right, we are going to take a 15-minute break. Dave, thank you so much for hanging out with us once again, and we are going to adjourn. But real quick, as we always do, where am I? I'm in this over here. We're going to come back at 5 o'clock, so you might need to refresh your page and come back with us as we do the final 8 hours of the 24-hour live stream lounge. I will see you guys at 5 o'clock. We'll be doing it again. Whoa! All right, what is up? I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Woo! Oh, I need to do it this way. Woo!